Good morning and welcome back to BARC TV for the final time this season. Can you believe it? But what a day we have got for you. One of the most iconic tracks in the world, let alone the UK, Brands Hatch. 5 championships. British Truck Racing Championship are headlining. Also got the Junior Saloons, the Pickups, the Minis and the Legends. Every single one of those titles still to be claimed. I'll be in the paddock and the pit lane. Pointy will be looking after the trucks, but the first race of today's final show of the year is going to be the Legends. We're going to go and speak to some of the drivers in the pit lanes right now. All right then, first race of the day, the 4th of 6 this weekend for our Legends Championship, and we don't get to see the Legends very much on BRC TV, so it was wonderful yesterday, more of the same today. One man that stood out, not just in the Legends, but across the entire day yesterday, Jack Parker. 3 races, 3 wins. First of all, well done. How did you do that?
Bit of luck maybe, but
No.
it's picking places, opportunities arise, and you just have to take them. And we just picked our lines, kept clean, and yeah, we just managed to get through. Mickle Motorsport here, they put on an amazing car. All the team, all the days working on the car through the night and throughout the weekend preparing. They've brought a fantastic car to the weekend, and I'm just glad that I can give them the performance that they won't rightly deserve.
Love it. Track conditions today should be a bit better, but you're not driving today. That's John, isn't it? But just jumping back to yesterday again, these cars, they're not really built for the wet, are they? How did you cope with that?
No, with it being such a short wheelbase, they are very twitchy, and with a motorbike engine that has got a powerful punch, that it can be very tricky conditions. The accelerator is more like a trigger in the wet, with it just spinning up and just wanting to spin round. So yeah, all these drivers, they've got great car control for the Legends. It's fantastic racing between us all, and we all kept a clean race.
Now, John's driving you number 4. He had a bad crash earlier this year, didn't he?
Yeah, terrible crash. Really don't want to see anything like that in Legends. You never want to see people in such a horrific accident, but thankfully he's here, he's mechanicking for me for the whole season, and he's back out today, and we can only hope that he can get this past him and get back out in the race and get back to his peak performance.
Great end to the story, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah, so we can just see how he gets on today.
Brilliant. Jack, well done yesterday.
Thank you very much,
mate.
cheers.
Thank you. Right, let's go Legends Racing for the 4th time this weekend. 3 races today. Over to your commentator, Adam Weller.
Welcome along to the Brands Hatch Indy circuit then. Thank you, Ewan. Great to hear from one of our runaway racers yesterday in the wet conditions here at Brands Hatch. It's frankly still a bit damp out there this morning, however the forecast suggests we might have a slightly better run of things up against the clouds here on what is a sellout Sunday at Brands Hatch. As you can see, and as we've alluded to already, the Legend Cars National Championship gets us started, and it's very likely that we will see the championship decided in that first race in favour of Will Gibson. More on that later. The British Trucks will be out there for their first race at 10:30. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy will be at 11:10. The Junior Saloon Car Championship with their final race of the year at 11:40. 12:10 p.m. is when we'll see the pickup trucks out for the first time today. At 12:45 the trucks will be out there again. The British Truck Racing Championship, the Legends, with their second race of the day at 1:45 p.m. 2:15 the Minis will be out for the final time of the weekend, and indeed the final time of the season. The pickups once again joining us at 2:45 p.m. and then just a couple more races thereafter, that being for the trucks and for the Legends. So a packed schedule today, all of the racing due to be completed somewhere around 4 p.m. today. Such is the nature of the racing at Brands Hatch in November. Of course, sunset is scheduled around 4:25. The Legends will be not just our first cars out in a few moments' time, they're also going to be our last cars out on the circuit. So understandably, you don't want to send the cars without headlights out in too dark of a condition. Due to the nature of truck racing, it is said on the timetables, on the programs, due to the nature of truck racing, these times are provisional. It's always possible that we may end up with some delays. The big trucks, very difficult to recover if any of them end up in the gravel or anything. Obviously, yesterday's first race, a testament to that. We only got realistically 1.5 to 2 laps of racing, and the result was annulled. It doesn't count towards the championship. The stewards, however, are getting something out of the BTRC race number 1. And that is the grid. The grid for race 3, which is the race we'll have after this Legends event, will be the grid they use. They will use the race 1 grid to determine the race 3 grid. So it's going to be a certainly quite a compelling grid there, because Tom O'Rourke will once again be on pole position. The driver whose best finish this year is 3rd. We'll see if he can claim a win this time. So then, to the Legends and the all-important title battle with the Legends. There are 600 points on offer today. 600 points on offer. Will Gibson currently leads the championship by 535 points, and that is over Luke Simmons in the number 25. Now in this race that is upcoming, Will Gibson will be starting from P12. Meanwhile, Luke Simmons will be starting from P13, so they'll be close together. But of course, with only 400 points available after this race, well, frankly, they need to have quite the points difference between them in order to have any chance of a championship for Luke Simmons. They will need to, well, Will Gibson will need to lose over 130 points. He'll have to finish well outside the top 15, and Luke Simmons will have to charge to a victory in order for that to have any chance of continuing on. Will Gibson then quite possibly just moments away from winning a championship, but he has to get through this race and get through it cleanly. Your grid for this race then, it'll be Mark Beattie in the 85 that starts on pole position. He's alongside Tyler Reid in the number 6, the distinctive Lightning McQueen coloured car. Nick Price is next in the number 34 alongside Nick Bridgman, the 68. Row 3, Ben Higgins in the 20 and Daniel Pooley in the 32. Row 4 of the grid, Ollie Schlupp in the number 9 and Matt Knight, the 222. Row 5 of the grid, Chris Needham in the 13 and James Newbury in the number 2. Row 6, Nathan Anthony in the 29, and then Will Gibson, as we've already alluded to, starting from 12th place. On row 7 is Luke Simmons, his closest title rival at this stage, really his only title rival. Charlie Budd in 14th place in the number 44. Andy Bird in the 30, starting from row 8. Rob Fountain will be alongside in the 31, so 30 and 31 sharing row 8. Andrew Rogerson in the 113, starting from row 9 of the grid alongside Mike Schlupp in the number 3. Chris Dewey in the 22 lines up on the 10th row of the grid. John Mickle taking over the number 4 car that Parker drove to such wonderful heights yesterday. That's row 10 of the grid. Row 11, Alan Forster in the 27 and Roy Alderslade in the 33. Row 12 of the grid is Stuart McAndrew and Scott Smith in the 46. Then it's Paul Simmons, Glenn Burtonshaw and Harry Massell rounding out what is due to be a 27-strong starting grid in the Legends National Championship. Of course, these days the Legends split in twain. The calendar, half the calendar is the Legends National Championship, and then you've got the Legends Elite Cup for their 3 appearances on the British Touring Car Championship schedule. This race is scheduled for 10 laps, so we're going to have 10 laps of racing once these cars are rolling. Now, yesterday they were doing 2 formation laps. However, looking at how things are here, I think it's just the 1 lap this time. So I think they're going to get started this time. Indeed, the safety car has pulled in, so we are going to go racing for the first time on Sellout Sunday here. The British Truck Racing Championship season finale is a sellout here on the fireworks weekend here at Brands Hatch. And We started off hot with the Legends National Championship. It's Mark Beattie, Tyler Reid on the front row of the grid. Beattie on the inside row 2 of the grid. Nick Price and Nick Bridgerman. Will it be one of the Nicks that takes it from row 2, or will it be Mark Beattie that leads early doors? We're underway, we're racing, and it's a good start from Tyler Reid. Oh, and a collision further back. 2 involved in a collision further back. And one of them was the 46 car I can see out of my window. Everybody else continues on, and it is Tyler Reid in the lead. Just trying to spot whether either our title contenders are involved in that. That's Simmons. Simmons in a spin. That is Luke Simmons, currently second in the championship. He needs to massively outscore Will Gibson in order to make this championship fight last any longer. And that spin may have just been the deciding factor in the 2023 Legend Cars National Championship. Tyler Reid leading the way at the front of the order. I think Reid has over a second over them right now. The number 22 of Chris Dewey bouncing across the curbs a little bit there. Chris has been quite the showman so far this weekend. Everybody else making their way across the line. What kind of lead does the number 6 have? Oh, and a spin. Oh, goodness me. I think a pair of them lighting up their tyres there. Chris Dewey was one of them. The other, I'm not quite sure whom it was, but you can see there are still damp patches on this circuit. That's why we're getting so many spins. As we heard from Parker a few moments ago, short wheelbase, these cars are tricky, and as you can see, the slightest touch of a damp patch make things very, very sketchy. Will Gibson almost got caught out there. Someone else aquaplaning almost into the side of him. There is Gibson at the back of this queue, just closing in on the number 9 of Ollie Schlupp. So Gibson crossed the line at the end of the first lap in 8th position. Gibson at the back of this queue in the orange and black. There is the 57 at the back of the queue. Currently the championship leader, as I understand it, currently on course to win the championship if things stay as they are in this race. And we've seen Gibson climb through the order numerous times already. He started this one in 12. He's already in 9th position, but he is struggling, as many of them are, with the grip at the moment. You see the top 4 positions already drawing away from the rest of the pack. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th are all together, but there is the battle for second place. Mark Beattie under pressure and indeed being overtaken at Graham Hill Bend by the number 13 car. That is Chris Needham, who's gone from 4th to 2nd in the first half of this lap. Through Surtees and McLaren they go then. Gotta love these little Legends cars. You can see every single input that the drivers are making on the steering wheel, and in these kind of conditions where there are still damp patches around the circuit, it is highly treacherous stuff for these competitors. They begin lap 4 of the race then, and look at them trying to find room, trying to find any way past. Looks as if Ollie Schlupp is trying to, Higgins, sorry, trying to get up the inside there of Ollie Schlupp. Higgins on the inside as they go down Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, and Ollie Schlupp into the gravel. Ollie Schlupp rally crossing his way. That's one thing I haven't seen Legend cars do yet. They haven't got a single mate rallycross class. I've seen them do just about everything else from gymkhana to drifting, but rallycross hitherto unexplored. You've got one off the circuit there. That was the Just for Vans backed machine. That was the 29 of Anthony. So Nathan Anthony has gone off the circuit. Gibson being pursued right now by the number 31. That is Fountain, Rob Fountain, having a very good race so far in the number 31. He started from 16th, he's now up in 10th. Meanwhile, it's side by side as Higgins goes to the inside of Bridgerman. Higgins in the number 20 to the inside. Does he get it done? Yes, he does. That is for 6th place. Higgins, for the second time in as many laps, dives up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, and he makes it work. Now, Will Gibson right there behind 6th and 7th place in P8. He wants to try and circumnavigate this without losing any time or any positions. For him, it's just a matter of finishing this one at this point. Here they go through Surtees, through McLaren, keeping an eye on that black and orange machine. right on the back right now of the number 68. Nick Bridgman, who started in 4th position. Starting to fall down the order a little bit. Of course, random grid draws decide these grids, so it really is a literal luck of the draw. And look at the number 31, a little bit of bump drafting there, I think, from Fountain on the championship leader. Will Gibson uses that momentum to get through and past Bridgman. That is for 7th position. So Bridgman demoted to 8th. Bridgman maybe demoted to 9th here because Fountain up his inside and through. Fountain up to 8th place and following him through as well, the number 30 of Bird. Andy Bird up into the top 10. There's the 85. This is the battle for 3rd place now. Needham has taken the race lead, so Needham in the 13, now your leader. So there has been a change for the lead, and I'll tell you what, Chris Needham really is on it in these conditions. It's not quite dry, it's not quite wet, and Chris Needham, who started in 9th place, sight unseen, has moved up into the lead. Great driving from Needham. He's got the momentum. It's side by side for 3rd place as well between Beattie and Pooley. Now can Tyler Reid, who started this race on the outside of the front row, maybe hold on to the back of Needham and challenge? These cars aren't exactly the slipperiest when it comes to cutting through the air, so the slipstream is a big effect. This time by, they will begin lap 8 of the race, so it'll be 3 laps to go at the start of this lap. Power back on for Tyler Reid, and I tell you what, I think he might have an opportunity here. He's got the toe. Has he got the straight line speed? He's closing. Tyler Reid may have a look here too. The inside line for the lead. Let's see what's going on there. 3rd place is very close as well between Beattie and Pooley. Tyler Reid didn't quite get through. Tyler Reid maybe trying to look to the outside now as they go through Druids. Lightning McQueen is determined this morning. Tyler Reid is on it. It's lap 8 of 10. Here's the scrum further back in the pack. This is, I think, just outside the top 10. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all at very close proximity. And a move for the lead. Tyler Reid gets it done again. Now, can we see a response out of Chris Needham? Needham has tasted the lead once. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap this time by. Will we see a move now for Reid in the 13? They're side by side. Needham has the inside line in the 13. He's the 13, of course. Tyler Reid is the number 6. And Needham to the inside line. He gets into the lead. That's very nicely done by Chris Needham. Very exciting to see just how close this is right now. Chris Needham doing a great job of fending off Tyler Reid, but Reid led the early stages quite comfortably. He's not going to give up on this one without a fight. He's also got the fastest lap of the race, Tyler Reid, so by no means is he hanging back this morning. There's Luke Simmons trying in vain to make up places. Luke Simmons currently all the way down in 15th position, so the championship runner-up may have some strife here ultimately, as he will know that spin at the beginning of the race may have just cost him the Legends National Championship. Will Gibson on course to win the championship. Tyler Reid on course to take the inside line into the final lap. This is the final lap of the race now. Side by side, and Needham to the inside line. Needham gets to the front. Now, can Tyler Reid respond in kind? We saw with the drag race to the line last time, Tyler Reid didn't get his nose ahead soon enough. So will it be Needham? Will it be Tyler Reid that leads across the line at the end of this, the final lap of the race? They disappear behind the barriers on the Cooper Straight. Through Surtees, through McLaren. Tyler Reid needs to get a good run out of this final corner to have any shot of drag racing to the line. Reid tries to get the power down early, gets a little bit sideways in the process. He's pulling out to one side of Needham. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Needham has a nose ahead. Needham takes the race win. Where's Gibson? Gibson is down in 9th place. We await the black and orange car crossing the line now. Third in that queue. Gibson claims what I understand will be the championship with that result. Will Gibson finishing ninth, outscoring Simmons. I believe that is his championship one. Will Gibson, the black and orange machine, finishing just ninth place in that race, but with only 400 points left to score and a gap of well over 500 points between himself and his competition. That is a championship win per the maths and the figures that I have obtained for Gibson in the Legends Cars National Championship. Getting a look here at some dramas on the last lap of the race, and that's at Druids. Goodness me, the 44 Bridgman and the 44 of Bud getting into it on the last lap. Bridgman didn't have a particularly clean race. He was always in amongst something. There weren't many instances of contact, but he was never alone on the circuit, and eventually he was tagged into a spin. Let's quickly run through the results before they get taken off my timing screen. Needham took the win with the drag race to the line over Reed in the number 6. Third place, Pooley in the number 32. Daniel Pooley started from 6th. Then it was Higgins in the number 20. Beattie in the 85, finishing in 5th. The 222 in 6th place. The 30 of Bird in 7th. The 31 of Fountain in 8th. Will Gibson, the 57, taking 9th place, and per what I understand also the champion as well with that result there. He will be the Legend Cars National Champion. Ollie Schlupp taking 10th place. Luke Simmons recovering to 11th after his early spin. Rogerson 12th. Mickle in the winning number 4 from yesterday in 13th. Schlupp in 14th. That's Mike Schlupp. Bud in the 44 15th. Bridgman in the 68 16th place. Alderslade, Burtonshaw, Dewey and McAndrew rounding out your top 20 in the first race of 3 today for the Legend Cars National Championship. However, for one driver, his work is done. Will Gibson is the Legend Cars National Champion of 2023, at least on a provisional basis. But the maths as it stands doesn't lie, and Will Gibson will be the champion. Well-deserved result for Will Gibson. So then the cars heading back to the garages. I don't know if we're going to get to hear from anyone before we move on to the trucks. We'll wait and see what happens in that regard. But 10 laps of racing flying through as always, and it was a great win from Chris Needham from 9th on the grid. So from 9th on the grid to a win for Needham. And of course Tyler Reed, 2nd place, had a great result. Starting from 2nd, he did lead for much of the race. He would have been a deserving winner had he been able to take it, but Needham had the pace advantage seemingly over the race distance and managed to outrace him in the final laps in that great battle for victory that we saw. Needham in the 13, then Reed, Pooley, Higgins, Beattie and Knight, your top 6 in that race. Ollie Schlupp set the best lap for the race on the final lap, so Ollie Schlupp in the number 9, who at one point was grass tracking at Paddock Hill Bend, gravel tracking across Paddock Hill Bend. He eventually managed to set the fastest lap of the race and round out the overall top 10 in that one. Of course, soon we will switch focus over to the British Truck Racing Championship, as they will be deciding potentially their championship in this race. I think it's quite possible if Smith has a good race and Gibson falters. You could well see the championship decided in this race in the British Truck Racing Championship. More on that, of course, when we get the trucks out there on the track. Yesterday was a dramatic day. Race 1's results never came through because the race didn't last long enough to declare a result. Stuart Oliver, though, definitely felt the effects of the race that didn't happen per the record books. Stuart Oliver with significant rear suspension damage on the number 7 after a collision with a couple of other trucks, including Paul Rivette. There has been a lot of drama. And we now, I believe, can go down to Ewan in the pits. I think he has Will Gibson with him. So let's go and hear from our championship winner.
Cheers, Adam. Here down with our championship winner for 2023 in the Legends, Will Gibson. First of all, Will, congratulations. What does that mean for you?
Well, we first came and watched Legends 29 years ago. Yeah, it's good.
I mean, when you came into the garage, there was a lot of hugs behind you. It means a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, we came here as a family of 4 and watched it. We lost our mum, we lost my brother. My dad can't be here, but we miss him greatly. Yeah, we won that for my brother Tim and my mum. Yeah, we finally did it, Dad.
It's amazing, mate. You mentioned just a moment ago, you've got a lot of orange hats, and it's a great, very well, easy to see car, and there's a lot of orange hats around the crowd as well.
Yeah, it's there's so many people out here supporting us today. It's, you know, every time on the slowing down lap I was looking left and right and I could see Electric Centre Bracknell hats out there. You know, massive thank you to our sponsors, Electric Centre. We wouldn't be here without them, so thank you.
I mean, as you can see behind us, it takes a lot of people to do this, and it's been really an incredible journey. What we have learnt this weekend, we don't get to see Legends on BARC TV too often. It is an incredible championship.
It's amazing. As I say, we fell in love with it 29 years ago, and you know, as a kid just saying, Dad, I want to do this one day, and you know, we started probably 8 years ago, and yeah, we've never looked back. It's, till you get in a Legend, you've never driven anything like it. They're just fantastic.
And finally, what were conditions like today? Yesterday, very, very wet. You knew you didn't need to win the championship. It was a very professional drive.
Yeah, I mean, with a couple of laps to go, I was just waving people past. I knew we had it in the bag, and I wasn't taking any chances. It's so treacherous out there. We're wheel spinning up in 5th gear on the start-finish line, so it was just drive sensibly, use my brain that's quite small, and yeah, make it work.
Mate, you're the 2023 Legends champion. Well done.
It sounds good. That one's for you, Tim. Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. Incredible scenes here down in the garage of our champion. One champion crowned this weekend, plenty more to come. Now over to our headliners with Adam and Pointy. It is the British Truck Racing Championship.
So then the British Truck Racing Championship is up next here today, and it's going to be a story of what can Ryan Smith do in this one. Ryan Smith, I believe, could well claim the championship in this race. Ryan Smith, the number 1. And the trucks are not there yet, but we are expecting them shortly. It will be Ryan Smith in number 1. That all eyes will be on the driver that has taken the last 7 Division 1 championships. 16 wins from 30 races coming into this weekend. He's already furthered that statistic. It's a really impressive run that Smith is on. And the Dame of Freightliner has proven to be pretty much unbeatable at times this year. One of the big questions will be whether Stuart Oliver is going to be able to run in the Volvo VNL. He's a 10-time champion, of course, Stuart Oliver. He was in the runner-up position coming into this weekend. However, with yesterday's issues, race 1, of course, didn't count for any points, but he was massively damaged. And race 2 he couldn't start because of the damage. Stewart and Michael Oliver, of course, the family duo. Michael Oliver did have a decent run of form yesterday, but by and large, this is starting to feel a bit like the Ryan Smith show, isn't it? We'll have to see, though, what happens, because the grid for this race is a little bit jumbled compared to the standard form. They are recycling the grid for race 1 for this race, per my understanding. So it will be Tom O'Rourke on the pole position based on the information that I have received. And of course, Tom in the number 86 has not claimed a win so far this year. He's pretty good in the slippery conditions. It's drying ever more so, moment on moment. However, let's see what happens when they go racing. Again, per the information that I have in front of me, it will be Tom O'Rourke starting the race on pole. Just making sure that is still the case. Yes, it is. So it will be Tom O'Rourke from Ryan Smith on the front row of the grid. And Jock Borthwick will start from row 2 alongside Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver, if he does manage to take the start of this race, he'll be doing so from 12th on the grid. So he's going to have quite a lot of work to do. The bulletin was put out this morning by the stewards. Due to the red flags, no results were published from race 1, and therefore no grid was produced for race 3, and they are going to use the race 1 grid for this third race rather than what is published on TSL. So the race 1 grid will carry over to race 3, and that does mean that Ryan Smith has it fairly easy off the line, because he'll be starting from the outside of the front row, so he's got fewer trucks to get through on his path towards another potential victory. Stuart Oliver from 12th place on the grid, if he is starting, is going to be well down there. David Jenkins as well, who is now the closest title rival to Smith, is a long way down the pack. There's certainly no shortage of opportunity for Smith to take the title here. The points coming into today: 407 points for Ryan Smith, 367 for Jenkins, so there's 40 points between them, and I believe 51 points are left to score across the rest of the weekend. So effectively, if Ryan Smith outscores David Jenkins, that's it. That is the championship decided, based on my understanding. So Ryan Smith just needs to do effectively exactly what Will Gibson just did in the Legends. Cruise it home, stay out of trouble, get a decent result on the board, if possible outscore your title rivals, and that will be a championship for Ryan Smith. I can hear some big diesel engines, and I can see that the trucks are heading out onto the circuit. They're power sliding through Paddock Hill Bend, of course, because everyone in truck racing has a showman streak somewhere. Always well worth coming along to the British Truck Racing Championship. There are some fabulous sights and sounds to be had around the circuit. It is a sellout today here in the BTRC. Tens of thousands of people present. I can tell it's busy here because, well, frankly, my phone's 4G is absolutely useless right now, and that tells me two things. That tells me that it's very busy and there's a lot of people here trying to use their 4G, and it tells me I need to change my data plan. So then the Division 1 trucks rolling around behind the pace truck. They will line up on the grid shortly. And I understand that Pointy is... Are we going to go to Pointy? I think we might be going down there, but just waiting for confirmation on that. So then Pointy Pointy, I believe, is down there, and we can hear from him a little bit before we roll for racing.
Right then, down here at the entrance to the pit lane, and of course the upper paddock as is known here at Brands Hatch. You see behind me the last few Division 2 trucks making their way out of the assembly area, ready for the first race here at Brands Hatch. Of course, the final day of the 2023 season. We saw some serious action yesterday, a few red flags, not the start we wanted to have to the weekend, but however, we are going to be working on it today. Let's try and make sure that we get some racing action for you. So looking around though, we've got lots of people over in the grandstands today. Of course, this will get busier and busier as the days goes on. Not to forget, of course, it's the fireworks night tonight as well. This is a completely sell-out event. You won't be able to get tickets on the gate. These have been sold out for months now, leading up to what is well known in the racing calendar as the firework finale of the year. Absolutely incredible. Let's have a chat now, if we can, to a marshal, because we do love marshals, because without marshals we wouldn't have racing, and someone that likes to accost me whenever I walk across. So we've got here M. Thompson A. Poss. What on earth does any of that mean?
It's my name, Malcolm Thompson.
Malcolm, right.
And my blood group.
The what, sorry?
Blood group.
Oh, right, blood group. That's handy then, right?
Oh, yeah, very handy.
Very handy. So,
you use somebody nicks your overalls and uses it.
Ah, right. And then you might end up with a bit of a cocktail if someone is yes, it's the wrong transfer. It's a bad way to start the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, quickly then on to how long you've been a marshal.
Off and on, I've been a marshal for 30 years.
Right.
I started off in Lyddon back in the early 80s.
Wow, blimey. So you've been doing it quite a while. Can we turn that down just quickly? Just a teeny bit. Thank you, darling. Wonderful. Cheers. Appreciate that. So I've got a noise in this here, I'll tell you, it's just crazy. So, do you always work at Brands Hatch, or do you do other circuits as well?
I do Silverstone as well. I've been to Donington, Snetterton.
And so, out of those, what would you say is probably your favourite circuit?
Here.
Really?
I love Brands.
What makes Brands special for you?
It's just how it is. Everybody's friendly, you know. Anybody comes around, we always talk to them, make them feel happy and friendly.
Family atmosphere.
Exactly, definitely a family atmosphere.
How did you get into marshalling originally?
I actually went to see a rallycross meeting, and they asked for volunteers, and I just got into it then, and that was it.
And you've been stuck in it ever since?
Yeah, definitely been stuck in it.
What would you say, quickly before we go, is probably one of your most memorable things that's happened whilst you've been marshalling?
The accident at Silverstone with the British Grand Prix where the car went over the barrier, behind the barrier.
Oh, blimey.
That was not last year, the year before.
Well, crikey. And were you at Thruxton by any chance when you saw the truck do the same thing?
No, I wasn't there when Neil Yates went over.
That was exciting for everybody. Well, look, Malcolm, thank you for being part of the marshalling team. We've obviously got a race about to go ahead now. I'll let you turn your walkie-talkie back on. So, trucks are on their way back out. I'm going to throw back to Adam Weller. Away we go for the first race of Sunday.
Thank you so much, Pointy. It's time for the first British Truck Racing Championship race of Sunday, and your grid will be based on the race 1 grid. Tom O'Rourke in the 86 starting from pole position. Ryan Smith in the number 1 is due to be alongside. However, they don't seem to have actually gone with the grid that the TSL guys, or rather the stewards, have published. Let me just check that then, because it's the original race 3 grid that they seem to have lined up in, which isn't what I was told they were doing this morning. So retcon that. It's David Jenkins starting from pole position. Jenkins then in the 69 in quite a handy position. So Jenkins will be starting on pole position. Reed alongside as well, so that's going to be really interesting to see. the Reed on the outside, the 69 of Jenkins alongside. Then you've got Collett, of course, on road 2. There is the 68 car, 68 truck, I should say, then, of Reed. I must say my every piece of my information has gone down, but the racing's about to start. So then Jenkins is going to be starting from pole position here. Keep an eye on the number 1 of Smith, starting on the 4th row of the grid on the inside in 7th place. We are rolling, we are racing, and it's a great start from Reed in the 68 from the outside of the front row. There's the Division 2 battle as well. Adam Bint, of course, fighting with Paul Rivett for the championship at the moment. But it's Jenkins that leads the way. David Jenkins in the lead, just ahead of, I believe, Craig Reed, still in 2nd place. There's Stuart Oliver. Good to see that Stuart is there. Not only is he there, but he's side by side with the number 1 of Ryan Smith. So Ryan Smith in amongst it there with Stuart Oliver. They've now got a little bit of cushion between them in the form of, I believe that was the 86. And there's Michael Oliver in the number 12. Is he going to make it wide? Yes, he is. So the 68 in 2nd, the 14 is in 3rd place. John Bowler in P3 right now. So leaders across the line, and Jenkins building a gap. And look at Smith there in the back of the top 10 at the moment. Smith dancing around, trying to find any way he can to get around. There's David Jenkins in the lead. 2nd place is Reed. 3rd place is Bowler. And in 6th place now, by the looks of it, will be Ryan Smith as Collett tries to dive up the inside for 4th position. But Smith is through in 6th place now. Again, Smith really just needs a decent finish here. He will carve his way through the order as only Ryan Smith can in his Daimler Freightliner. He will have a vested interest in the progress of David Jenkins at the front. Jenkins currently 2nd in this championship. However, Jenkins would need to massively outscore Ryan Smith to have any hope of carrying the title fight on. And Smith, I can tell you, moving into 5th place. Oh, a contact between the Division 2 championship contenders. Rivett and Bint. Rivett and Bint colliding. They somehow both end up in a straight line. But is Rivett wounded? Oh, and a spin as well for the number 33. Everything kicking off in Division 2. In fact, that's Yates, of course, one of the Division 1 runners. But Paul Rivett miraculously still running. Rivett still running. No longer leading in Division 2, I don't think, but he's still ahead of Adam Bint. It's getting a little bit physical in the Class B battle. I believe Adam Bint is still... 33 gets underway of Neil Yates, but for Bint it is still very much a physical title fight with Rivett. It's just 1 point between them in favour of Bint in the title race right now, so Rivett needs every point he can get over Adam Bint. But Paul Rivett in the Napa-based machines, in the Napa-based number 22, Napa Racing UK entry of Paul Rivett, currently on to level the Division 2 battle. There's the 69 in the lead. 2nd place is Reed. Smith in 4th place now, so Smith is up into P4. Number 14 of John Bowler in 3rd place now, making life difficult for Ryan Smith. So Smith in 4th place. Smith powering down towards Surtees and McLaren. This race scheduled for 15 minutes. Bowler, though, for now holding off the number 1. Here comes Smith though, look at this run down the Brabham straight. He's got the inside line, he's not quite got the nose ahead, but he has the favoured track position. Can Bowler stave him off? Smith has the inside line. There's a little bit of lap traffic up ahead as well in the form of Yates, but Smith surely through into third place with that. I think from here, if he crosses the line in this position, he will be the champion. Smith on the path to championship glory. Closing in on the 68 of Craig Reed, next for second place, but per my understanding, Smith is on the way to championship glory. Collett being pursued, or rather pursuing, Jock Borthwick at the moment. Jock Borthwick having a solid race. Collett in the 95 in 6th place at the moment then, and look at that for 7th place in the back of shot. I think Oliver and O'Rourke having a bit of a scrap as well, that of course being Michael Oliver. Actually I think that may have been some back markers as opposed to a lead battle. It wasn't, no. O'Rourke is behind Michael Oliver, so O'Rourke navigating by, and just behind in 9th place, that is Stuart Oliver. So Stuart Oliver at least out there on the circuit after yesterday's damage. However, this weekend has not gone to plan for Stuart Oliver in the slightest. Didn't get to take part in race 2 after the damage in race 1, the invisible race effectively, the race that didn't end up counting in the records books because we didn't get enough laps in. He's now right there behind the 86 of O'Rourke. So Tom O'Rourke. There's Neil Yates that we're on board with at the moment in the 33. Yates, of course, a Division 1 racer, but after a spin earlier on, well down the order, I think struggling to get to grips with it here in these greasy conditions at Brands Hatch. It's certainly not slick conditions, it's not fully dry, but it is certainly still treacherous. You can see the damp patches and the dry patches around the circuit, and these 1,000 brake horsepower trucks trying to find grip at every interval they can. Borthwick and Collett having a great scrap here for 5th place, and 1st and 2nd place. Oh goodness me, the 28 of Bennett there almost getting into it a little bit with number 1 of Smith, but this could be critical then. Jenkins and Smith are now 1 and 2 on the circuit. So here comes Smith. He wants to try and take this championship with a victory if he possibly can. Smith tips it into Paddock Hill Bend. He's been closing and closing and closing some more on Jenkins, and I think it's just a matter of time before the driver of the MAN TGX has to realise that it's no longer the number 1 in the mirrors, it's the number 1 alongside him. Smith's pace this weekend has been ferocious. Of course, he has won the last 7 championships. He has won every championship since 2016 in the British Truck Racing Championship. The form of Ryan Smith is something that just about anybody else in the world of motor racing would envy. And now he's on the back of a former champion himself, David Jenkins, the 2011 champion, currently on for runner-up. He's going to build his lead over Stuart Oliver in the fight for 2nd in the championship, but he's not, I don't think, going to be able to hold off Ryan Smith. They're side by side as they come across the line. Smith, surely, with that inside line, he's got the favoured track position, and once again, yes, indeed, Smith gets through into the lead. Brilliant driving from Smith then. Just looks to be a step, maybe 2, clear of everybody today. It is incredibly impressive stuff that we are seeing. Here's the battle for 3rd and 4th in Division 2. It's also the battle for the championship in Division 2. The blue and yellow 22, Paul Rivette, Adam Bint, Just 1 point between them coming into this one in favour of Bint. Rivette knows he needs to be outscoring Bint. And for now, he is doing so. I believe at the end of this race, they would be tied on points if things finish as they are. But it would be a brave, brave person that tells you that they're going to finish like this, because look at how close the battling is. Five minutes of this race left to go. 1/3 of the race remaining, 2/3 distance already. There's the number 10 and number 6. That's the fight for the lead in Division 2. So Powell in the 6 is leading, but this battle for third place, stealing the headlines right now. Rivette and Bint almost side by side as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. Bint trying to carry the speed around the outside line. That's very unlikely to work in a big truck, but in the Volvo White Aerodyne, Adam Bint, the 2016 Division 2 champion, pulling up the hill. Can he do it around the outside at Druids? Rivette not quite leaning on him, but making sure he couldn't turn in at the optimal point. And Rivette holds it for now. Great driving from the numerous time Clio Cup champion. Rivette is running wild here right now, having a great battle with Adam Bint. Rivette has really put the scene on notice this year in Division 2. A career that really started to gain traction in Clios has ended up in the trucks, and Tom O'Rourke seems to have got into it with Stuart Oliver down at Druids. So the battle for 8th place continues to be tantalising. Stuart Oliver trying to get as many points on the board as he can to maybe try and claim that runners-up spot in the championship back from David Jenkins. Collett nudging the rear of Bowler. This is the battle for 4th in the race. There's the Division 2 scrap. Again, this is just for 3rd in Division 2, but it's between the two championship contenders. Look at Bint. He's got that pace all the way down the straight towards Graham Hill Bend. Oh, goodness me, though. It looks as though Bint's Volvo a little stronger in a straight line, but it's trying to get to the inside, trying to get to the favoured line that is all important for Adam Bint. Drifting through the corner goes Paul Rivette. Rivette in the 22. The blue and yellow Napa Racing UK machine. Currently 3rd place. Would love to be outscoring Bint by more, but he needs to keep Bint behind him. And right now Bint's alongside. I doubt they're waving at each other. Bint to the outside line at Paddock Hill Bend. Can't quite get it done. Once again, not finding the grip he needs to go all the way around the outside. But that machine is strong up the hill towards Druids. Can he stay all the way around the outside and maybe convert it to the inside line for Graham Hill Bend? The answer is no. Despite Adam Bint's best efforts, Paul Rivette holds on to this 3rd position. It's incredibly close wheel-to-wheel combat here between these competitors. Rivette having to watch through the mirrors here. So 2 minutes left to go, and Smith out front is well clear. This battle for 3rd place, though, anything but clear at the moment. Neil Yates just ahead of them right now. May cause a little bit of drama here for Rivette. Rivette has built 2 or 3 truck lengths over Bint, but Yates looked like he might get in the way there. This is the lead battle in Division 2. Powell and Evans, the 6 and the 10, rolling in tandem at the moment, rolling in a convoy, this Division 2 battle. There's the 6, there's the 10. Powell and Evans scrapping for Division 2 lead. 1 minute left of this race, so I think Smith is on the penultimate lap of the race right now. Here is Paddock Hill Bend. And we see not just the Division 2 Championship lead and third in this race in Division 2, but look at Smith behind. I'll tell you what, Ryan Smith wants no part of this. This is the last lap of the race. This could be the lap that scores him his championship. But look at Rivette and Bint. They're side by side. They're scrapping. Ryan Smith is behind them going, no thank you. I don't want any of this. If they are waving blue flags, I doubt that Rivette or Bint care, because they're fighting not just for third in Division 2, but for that Division 2 championship. Rivette currently turning things just slightly in his favour. I believe that Division 2 battle would be tied on points if things finish as they are. But Ryan Smith, coming up behind the Division 2 third and fourth place battle, is about to come across the line. And per the information in front of me, he will be the champion. Smith coming out onto the Brabham Straight. He will outscore everybody. And I believe this is not just a race win. This is a championship for Ryan Smith. Provisional 8-time champion is Ryan Smith. Second place across the line, Jenkins. Third place is Reed. What's happened with Adam Bint? Adam Bint dropped off there. I think he thought that the race was over. Adam Bint saw the checkered flag, I think, but it wasn't for him. Adam Bint slowed down briefly. Rivette carried on off in the distance. Bint won't lose any positions because Cole, 5th in Division 2, has crossed the line and taken the flag. But Adam Bint thought he had a checkered flag waved at him. It wasn't. It was waved at Ryan Smith behind him. In Division 2, your winner will be Powell, the number 6, who crosses the line now. Evans takes second in class, but third in class, and bringing the championship back towards him slightly, Paul Rivette in the 22. So John Powell wins in Division 2, Craig Evans takes second in the division, but Ryan Smith, your race winner and your British Truck Racing Championship champion by the looks of it. Ryan Smith takes the win by 2.9 seconds over David Jenkins. Craig Reed takes third, Richard Collett takes fourth, John Bowler rounding out the top 5, Michael Oliver 6th, Stuart Oliver 7th, Jock Borthwick in 8th, Tom O'Rourke 9th, and Stephen Powell rounding out the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2. Let's go down though to see Ryan Smith, our new champ.
Absolutely fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Celebrations in the pit lane. Absolutely fantastic effort from Ryan Smith there. Now points clear for the 2023 championship, making it an 8-time British championship in a row, consecutive wins. His team chomping at the bit to get him out of this truck. A slight grin on the face of Ryan Smith as he hangs up his steering wheel here, ready to get out of the truck. We've got photographs. Let's get him out. Absolutely phenomenal. We see the driver now getting out, Ryan Smith. Let's get in there. Watch your back there, Ryan. There we go. Yeah. Not right now, Marsh. We got a championship winner here. Like, they'll wait. Right. Ryan, very quickly. Congratulations, sir. What an effort to come from further back in the pack, not just to be points clear, but to absolutely smash that race as well. Incredible effort. How do you feel?
Just made up with the team, and you know.
Dave, fantastic race. I tell you, we did not see that happening from so far back. But 8-time British champion now. That's insane.
It is, and like, you think when you've won it that many times you don't get emotional, but Arnie, Paul, Adam, my brother Richard, Julie, John, Andy, we're a team, and I need all them, and I take the glory on track.
Yeah.
You know, but they need it off, and 8 in a row. It's surreal, because that's 8 years you've got to be on the top of your game. And you know what? I wanted to go out that way. I woke up this morning and I knew what the grid was, and I just thought to myself, I need to go and do it that way, because that's what champions drives are. There's a lot of crowd turned out, a lot of people, my family who support me, because we've done it through times where we haven't had any money, you know. My wife supported me, you know, my kids support me, and you know what, I have to say a huge shout out to Keith Sims. He's changed the way I look at things on and off track. He's the MD of Northside, he leads by example. All the other sponsors, UFI Brigade, Partick, Nutkin Orbrands. Without them it's networking, and without them none of it's possible. And I always go on about we're not the best budget team, but we're the best networking team. All our partners work together. Brigade, game changer with the cameras on the truck that helped me. But no, I'm absolutely delighted. Up the brook.
Up the brook. Ryan, let me shake your hand. Consecutive 8-time British champion truck racing driver, Ryan Smith. We've got some serious trophies to hand out, but of course that means points alone now. He's untouchable. 8 championships to his name. We've got Dave Jenkins as well, finishing that in second. We must have thought that Dave was going to have that for a podium first place, but even then, he was still done by Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver, of course, still in third place. Hi Stuart, very quickly because we're getting moved on. We've got to go. He's getting a lift. He's getting a lift. Take care. We've been overruled by the marshals. They're in charge down here on the pit lane. We're going to throw back to the studio, and we will get you some trophies very shortly. We'll have a chat down in Park Fairview with some of the drivers as well. I've been Pointy, reporting things because I'm a reporter.
Turns out that President Pointy doesn't get to overrule the marshals, unfortunately. But Pointy, great to hear there from Ryan Smith with Pointy. Great interview. Thank you for fighting the good fight there to hear from our champion. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy is coming up next. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy could also be decided here. So I believe what we can do now is go down to Ewan, who spent this morning catching up with some of the drivers in the paddock.
Right then, another championship coming to its conclusion, this time the Minis. 2 races today. I'm here with this already winner of the Graduate Cup, Jack Byrne. First of all, congratulations for that. When you were planning your season, how important was it for you to be the graduate? And we'll talk about the overall in a moment.
Yeah, the graduate was obviously a big part of it as well. We had won the rookies last year, and moving in this championship was great that way. You have a lot of different championships within the main championship. So yeah, it's delighted to win the graduate this year. Now,
mathematically, you are still involved in the overall championship. The first 2/3 of your season, wins, podiums galore. Last couple of rounds just fallen off slightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, we've had a lot of mechanical trouble as well. We had engine skip timing and truxton on us, so that was a bit of a downfall. Our shocks had given trouble in Crofts, so we've had a couple of tricky parts in the middle of the season, but we're looking to finish strong now this weekend.
Now, first race yesterday, finished 6th, ahead of Tom Ovenden, championship leader, so did pull a couple of points back. It's a really open championship, isn't it? And it feels like anybody can win.
Yeah, it's one of those championships that it's never over until it is over. So we'll have to see what today is like. Tom is still tipping away. He's the most likely to win it, but as you say, anything can happen.
So with all of that in mind, tactics today.
Wins everywhere.
And you mean a lot of things have got to for you. You've got to win and hope Tom and even Alex can fall back a little bit. It's hard knowing that you're in the. You don't want anybody to fail, but it's an individual sport, motor racing.
It is, and we're quite lucky in Graves in that we have 3 drivers in contention for the championship. So even if it's not to be Tom, I still have 2 teammates to try to fend off as well. So it could go anybody's way.
Finally, rookie last year, graduate this year. It's got to be overall next year, surely.
Overall next year, hopefully, yeah. We'll give it our best shot anyway.
Mate, best luck.
Thank you very much.
Buddy.
Cheers.
Let's go mini racing. First off, 2 races today. Will Tom Ovenden be our overall champion? Let's find out. Over to Adam.
So the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy is up next. And as we heard there from Jack Byrne, it is still a very interesting championship situation. Byrne running among the guest class runners is Alex Keynes on pole position for this one. Maximus Hall on the outside of the front row. Then it's Nikki Taylor on row 2 alongside Alex Solly in the 12. Row 3, Sam Gornall, the 96, and Jack Byrne, the 486. Then it's Tom Ovenden, potentially on the verge of a championship here. Harry Hickton starting from row 4. Row 5 is James Black alongside Frankie Taylor. That rounds out our top 10 on the grid. Moving on to row 6, it's Nathan Edwards alongside Gabe Fairbrother. Row 7, Ashley Gregory alongside Luca Marinoni Osborne. Row 8, Jamie Keats alongside Cameron Richardson. Stephen Chandler on row 9 alongside Callum Eason. Row 10, Harvey Ribby and Reese Lysett. Clark Wells in the 711 on row 11 alongside Reese Hurd in the 59. The 46, Paul Manning, is next alongside Ben Taylor. Mick Fitzgerald on row 13 alongside Louis Fleet in the 29. Row 14 is Sophie Wright alongside Andy Wright, and all A-Reeve Motorsport. Row 14, Lee Pearce and Katia Loggy are due to start on the 15th row of the grid together. They, of course, were both off the circuit yesterday. Row 16, Joshua Wilby starting from the back of the grid. So then the grid is formed up. It will not be too long before we go racing here. They will start off on their formation lap. Of course, unlike yesterday, it is just singular formation laps, and that is because, well, frankly, it is now almost dry here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. For Tom Ovenden, this could be a championship, though. Effectively, it's the ball in his court. If Tom Ovenden wins with the fastest lap of the race, that would be 56 points. Alex Solly would have to finish second to keep the title fight alive. If Ovenden wins and Alex Solly... if Tom Ovenden wins and doesn't get the fastest lap, that's 50 points. Solly would need to finish in the top 4 or in the top 7 with the fastest lap. So Ovenden will run you through all of this over the course of the next few minutes, but for now we have to ask the question of what will happen for Ovenden in the race, more so than the championship. Starting from a few rows down the grid, he will be laser focused on trying to claim this championship. Oh, and a spin on the formation lap. That's unconventional. He did hold that brilliantly, but they have to be careful. It does look as though we are getting 2 formation laps as opposed to 1. So we are getting 2 formation laps ahead of this 15-minute race. So then the field will not go from a rolling start, of course. The Minis actually one of very few grids today that have a standing start. The Legends, the Trucks, both pickup and big rig, all of course take the rolling start approach to proceedings. So then they line up on the grid, 15 plus rows of Minis starting this one, and from pole position it is going to be Alex Keynes. Alex Keynes, who of course yesterday not only took his first podium of the season, he also ended up taking his first win, which was an absolutely delightful scene down there with Ewan yesterday. Maximus Hall will line up alongside him, though. Maximus Hall has already taken victories this season, would love to add another here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Nicky Taylor and Alex Solly on row 2, Sam Gornall and Jack Byrne starting from that third row, and then critically Tom Ovenden at the back of the top 6. He sits in 7th place. He gets off the line decently, but not wonderfully. The championship leader, everybody else away, no dramas off the line. But now we head down to Paddock Hill Bend, and anything could happen as a pack of Minis descends down through there. Was that the leader sideways? I think it may have been. I believe there we saw Alex Keynes with full opposite lock, and he is dropping through the order. He's 4th. He may even be 5th in the early stages of this race. Everybody trying to find their way by. It looks as though Ovenden has made up a couple of places so far on the first lap, but look at this pack of machinery. 2, 3 wide down the Cooper Straight. We've got one off. It's the number 22 that has had a moment there. That is Gregory, Ashley Gregory Racing, number 22. Across the line they come for the first time in the race then, and your leader is Hall. Safety car though has been declared. Safety car is out, rather unsurprising given a car in Paddock Hill Bend, but Maximus Hall leading the way from Byrne in 2nd place, then it's Gornall, then it's Hickton, then Taylor. Ovenden up into 6th position. Now if Ovenden finishes 6th, Solly would almost certainly stay in the championship hunt for one more race. In order to win this race, or win the championship in this race, Ovenden needs a good result. He's got lots of time to carve his way through the order, of course, but for now, that 6th place would not be enough to claim the championship in this one. We now get a replay down at Paddock Hill Bend, and yes, look at that, it was fully sideways for Keynes off the line. And then behind, oh goodness me, that was a rather unexpected snap for the number 22. That didn't look at all comfortable for Gregory. The car just fired off stage left and very deep now in the gravel. That car dug into the sand and going no further in this race. Probably not too badly damaged though. Once they've pulled it out with the tractor, he might be able to drive it back to the paddock, but I doubt he'll carry on racing from there. I think we're getting another look now at the first lap. We've already had Keynes have his sideways moment by that point. And then in the back of shot, the 22 just fired across. It was as if he got pushed by some invisible force towards the gravel there. Just look at the snap on the 22. Fires off. So easily done on that dip down. As the downhill of Paddock Hill Bend becomes the uphill of Halewoods Hill, it's something that can happen, but I've never seen it quite that extreme outside of a track day. That was quite scary for the 22. But Maximus Hall leading the way at the moment in the number 22, behind the safety car. The 486 in 2nd place, that is Jack Byrne. the graduate champion. Gornall in 3rd place, Hickton in 4th. Then in 5th place it is the 17 of Nicky Taylor of Graves Motorsports. I got to have a chat with one of Nicky Taylor's sponsors last night and spoke about, of course, Nicky's issues on Friday. They ended up having to wheel out a spare car for Nicky Taylor to race yesterday, and even though it looked a bit understeery, he was making magic with the car. Nicky Taylor, always one of the favourites in any given race he's in. He's had some great results so far this season. In fact, so far this year, Taylor has taken 3 second places. The pit lane, so we are racing once again. Maximus Hall is your leader. Jack Byrne is there in 2nd place. In 3rd place there is Gornall. What a result this could be for Gornall if he continues to work up in this fashion. Gornall outside the championship top 10. Sam Gornall going around the outside in this distinctive blue and pink machine. In fact, I think that was Hickton going around the outside. Yes, it was. But the 5th car in that train for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. The 6th place machine is Ovenden, the current championship leader. He needs to make his way through the order to have any shot of a championship win in this race. He will still have a sizable championship lead as it stands going into the season finale later on this afternoon. But I think he'd like to get it done today in the morning if he possibly can. He's going to have to make up some places though. It's side by side between Gornall and Nicky Taylor. Nicky Taylor on the inside, Nicky Taylor up to 4th position. The Graves Motorsport number 17 up into 4th place, then Gornall falling through the order. He's got something hanging off the car as well. So I think Gornall's maybe struggling a little bit with the damage there. Ovenden just behind in 6th overall. Who's that behind him? It's Black in the 53, so that's James Black challenging the current championship leader. James Black 7th in the points right now. Black is currently 2nd in the rookie championship, which has already been won by Reese Hurd. There's Ovenden in the red, black and white machine. Oh, contact, and who was that in a spin? Was that solely in the number 12 involved in that? I think it could well have been. We need to try and catch the number on that car. Can't quite see it. It was the number 12. Spin again. Spin again for the number 12. I think Solly just spun again. And if that's the case, that's huge for the championship. Alex Solly. And more battling further back in the field, but Alex Solly, the championship runner-up, may have just handed the title to Ovenden. That's a huge development. We'll confirm that on this replay. Yes, it was Solly. I know there's a couple of cars with Dayglow Yellow out there. I almost didn't want to believe that it was Solly, but he had a sideways moment at Paddock Hill Bend. And then at Graham Hill, he had another spin. Now, did he fall or was he pushed? We only saw him spinning off. That looked to me almost like something went wrong, more so than he had contact with anybody. But with Solly outside of the top 20 now, he's crossed the line in 25th place. That means that Ovenden is on for a championship. Ovenden, who currently sits in 6th place, on for a championship. Tom Ovenden if he takes 6th place, the position he's currently in, Solly needs to finish in the top 15. Or finish the race with the fastest lap. So now, for Ovenden, it's going to be, for Solly, sorry, it's going to be about fast laps, and it's going to be about carving his way through the order. He needs to finish 15th, or finish the race with the fastest lap to have any hope of securing this championship. The fastest lap is worth 6 bonus points, of course. So all the way down in 22nd place, I believe, is Solly. In fact, no, 25th place. He is so far down the order. Here he is now, coming through shot here at Surtees. There is the number 12. Solly in the number 12 now has a lot of work to do. He's currently in 25th. He's currently harassing the back of Loggy, the Accelerate Motorsport machine. Katia Loggy, perhaps not realising quite the gravity of the scrap for the other party, because for Solly this now has to be the ultimate salvage job through the order. Alex Solly around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. He's taking risks here to try and move up through the order. This is only for 24th place, but never has there been a more critical 24th place for Alex Solly. And Katia Loggy is making it difficult, as she has every right to do. Solly tries to carry the speed around the outside. Oh, contact! Solly almost off the track there. The championship 2nd place man is in strife. His heart will have skipped a few beats there, but he's through into 24th place. Here, meanwhile, is the leading scrap. Hickton getting dived there by Ovenden. And I think Hickton may have an issue. Look at him slowing down. That was Nicky Taylor up his inside, sorry. And now Nicky Taylor has lost out to Gornall, so Gornall is up to 3rd place. Then it's Nicky Taylor, then in 5th place, now it's Ovenden. So Ovenden now up to P5. That makes life even more difficult for Alex Solly. If Solly finishes the race with the fastest lap, he would keep the championship alive, but for now, Ovenden is the man with his hands on the trophy in the championship. The fastest lap currently sitting with Edwards in the number 21. So he'll get the 6 bonus points, Nathan Edwards, but Solly now needs to do some qualifying laps. And who knows if his car is even A1 after the collisions he's had, after the drama he has had. There is Solly again. He's closing in on the number 1 of Fitzgerald now. Oh, and way off the circuit there. I think that might have been the 35 of Chandler. No, it's the 23 machine. So that's the leader of the Directors' Cup, or at least it was the leader of the Directors' Cup, Lee Pearce. He's already secured the Directors' Cup championship, but he's no longer leading that class. Manning in the Manpower Motorsport number 46 will now be leading the Directors. Maximus Hall, meanwhile, under huge pressure. This is for the race lead. Maximus Hall just ahead of Jack Byrne in the 486. Jack Byrne, I think, flashed the headlights a little bit on the way down to Graham Hill Bend. He's saying, I want to get through here. He's got 1 minute and 55 seconds left to do it. This time by, they will start the penultimate lap of the race. It'll be 2 to go this time by in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy race. Maximus Hall could be on for his 3rd win of the season. He was only 9th in the points coming into this weekend, but he's having a late season surge up the points, not just in the overall standings, but also in the rookie trophy. Some good scrapping further back as well. The 7-11 and the 26, that's Easton and Wells fighting each other further back, and Byrne looking to the inside at Druids. Maximus Hall into Graham Hill Bend for what will be the penultimate time in this race. He's making that Mini very wide indeed. Hall heads up through McLaren, Clark Curve and Clearways to begin the final lap, this time by the O'Brien-backed 486 though, Jack Byrne in the slipstream. We begin the final lap this time, and Byrne is looking to the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. It's the bravest move in motorsport. Can he make it stick around the outside? I'm not sure he's quite going to do it, but he does carry good speed. Maximus Hall has the inside line for Druids. What can Byrne do? He carries the speed round the outside. If he can stay to the outside, that'll be the inside for Graham Hill. Oh, it's getting very physical. Maximus Hall shutting the door, saying absolutely not, this win belongs to me. And Jack Byrne now too far back, I think. Who has the fastest lap of the race at the moment? That's critical. It's still not with the number 12. In fact, it's Jack Byrne who has the fastest lap of the race right now. So I think it's not only going to be a win for Maximus Hall, it's going to be a championship for our 5th place finisher of Ovenden. Maximus Hall wins, Byrne second, Gornall third, and 5th place across the line. Unless there's a qualifying lap coming from the number 12, that will be the championship for Ovenden. Solly will cross the line outside the top 20, so he won't score enough points unless he gets the fastest lap on the final lap, and I'm not sure that's forthcoming. Here comes Solly across the line now, and that lap doesn't look quick to me. No, it's not quick enough. Solly doesn't get the fastest lap. He finishes in 22nd. Therefore, Tom Ovenden will be the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy champion for 2023. Solly losing the championship in that race. Ovenden in the 24 is your champion. The winner, Maximus Hall, the 93 for Westbourne Motorsport. Jack Byrne of Graves Motorsport takes second, ahead of another Westbourne driver, Sam Gornall in the 96. Nicky Taylor taking fourth, ahead of Tom Ovenden, who secures 5th place and the championship along the way. James Black takes 6th position, 7th place for Gabe Fairbrother, 8th for Frankie Taylor, 9th for Alex Keynes, and the overall top 10 rounded out by Jamie Keats. Nathan Edwards in 11th place, 12th place for Marinoni, Osborne Lycett in 13th, and Hurd in 14th overall. 15th place going to the number 15 of Richardson, 16th for the 35 of Chandler. The first of the Directors' Cup runners was Manning of Manpower Motorsport, 18th for Ribby, 19th for Eason, and the top 20 rounded out by the 711 of Wells. But while Maximus Hall has taken a win, I believe it is a championship for Tom Ovenden. With my thanks to Matt Salisbury. He said to me earlier on, that Ovenden would win the championship if Solly finished outside the top 15. Ovenden taking 5th place. Nicky Taylor would needed to have finished in the top 3 or the top 5 with the fastest lap to extend the championship battle. But as it stands, Ovenden in the number 24 for Accelerate Motorsport will be the champion in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. He will be delighted, as will Maximus Hall, who will move himself up the championship standings, not just in the overall, but also in the Rookie Cup as well. So it's a valuable victory for Maximus Hall and Westbourne Motorsport. But most importantly, Tom Ovenden is the champ. And I believe we can now go down to Ewan, down in the pits. He's got some excited drivers.
Cheers, Adam. Here with our race winner, second place yesterday. First podium in a while yesterday. Gone one better to the morning.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I had a really good fight with Jack at the end. Just couldn't really done any better, I think.
Now, at the start of the race, before the safety car, you were like 4 or 5 seconds ahead. How gutting is it to see those yellow flags in the safety car come out?
Yeah, I was pretty annoyed when I saw him, but I knew I'll be in for a good fight after that.
Now, the last lap with Jack was brilliant. Very fair, bit of touchy-feely, but came out well in the end.
Well, Rubbin's race, isn't it?
Mate, well done. One more race to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks, Max. Cheers, mate. Loads of conversations to get through. Let's try and find our championship winner. We'll speak with Tom Ovenden after Alex Solly's misfortune, but we'll have a chat here. We'll wait for him to get his helmet off as well. The car number 24 of Tom Ovenden. He knew he could do it in this race. There was lots of ramifications coming into it, lots of different scenarios, but he knew he had to finish ahead of Alex Solly and by several points too. Of course, those spins for Solly meant Tom Ovenden is our 2023 Virtue Motors Mini Challenge champion. Well done.
Oh my God. Hang on.
Describe that for us.
I can't. Oh, that was such a surprise. I thought I don't.
Were you aware of where Alex was?
No, not a clue. I saw him go, have a bit of trouble, but I thought he was still a couple of cars behind, so I was just trying to drive as safe as possible. Not in a million years I think I won it in that race. I thought he was still, just a few cars back, so I knew it was going to go the last race.
So when did you find out?
I come back in here and they said they'll pull me in here because I'm champion. I was like, no, not yet, but oh my God.
Well, you can watch it back. It's been an incredible season. What can you put it down to?
This team, the Exterior Motorsport team, Dan Keane, just all of them. They're just the most amazing bunch of people, and we've put a great season together, and I'm absolutely over the moon.
They got one race left. Pressure is off. Going to enjoy the last race of the season.
I'll definitely enjoy it a lot more now. Definitely.
Mate, 2023 champion. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Well done, Tom. Thanks, mate. Let's try and find where's Jack. Has Jack gone anywhere? So Max is having a chat over here. Come on in, Sam. Podium with the penultimate race of the season. Very, very happy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. That race couldn't have gone any better. Literally, we're just putting in quick laps, slowly catching the leaders, had a nice race in P3. I'm over the moon with it. And
one more race to come this weekend, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, going to go all for it, want to get that win to end the season off. But I'm still over the moon with this P3, that's already ended off a good season.
And lovely crowd here to watch as well at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, the crowd's amazing, there's so many spectators. I just want to thank everyone for coming to watch. And I also want to thank my sponsors, Pete Marquis, Bronze Glow and Oaks Coy Farm, and obviously the team Westbourne, obviously just helping me get here.
Love it, Sam. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. I can see Jack over here. Jack, if we've got time, come on in. We spoke this morning. You know what we had to do. You've already got that graduates in the bag. Lovely way to end the season on the podium too.
Yeah, and especially with a race like that, you can't complain. Yeah.
I mean, that last lap, you nearly got him.
Nearly. He held me right to the line, to be fair, and he got it in the end. So.
A couple of scratches on the car too.
Yeah, little bits and bobs. Robin was racing, as I say, so we won't complain too much. Yeah.
Mate, one more race to go. Going to enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a reverse grid as well, so it's always going to be interesting.
Always a brilliant season already. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers, buddy. Brilliant chat to the guys down here in the minis. Coming up next, it is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. All of the Saxos. There is a championship on the line once again. We are 3 races in. We've crowned 3 champions. We could do another one in the next 20 minutes. Is over to your commentator Adam Weller.
Well, we will decide the Junior Saloon Car Championship within the next 20 minutes or so, because this is the final race of the season, and our championship top 2 are the top 2 on the grid as well. Dyer Flock in the number 22 will start from pole position alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson. It's Flock that leads the championship as it stands. Jack James in the 53 is next alongside Jonathan Moore. Row 3 of the grid, Oscar Dix in the 11 alongside the 59. That is CJ Morgan. Harry Smith, the number 10, alongside Charlie Constable in the 6. Row 5 of the grid, Oliver Kerr in the 222 machine alongside Will Fallon. Fallon, of course, last year's scholarship winner. Kieran Roberts, the 78 on row 6. Josh Salvadori in the 110 in 12th place. Jacob Baldry on row 7 alongside Oliver Law in the 77. Alexander Mostav in the 888, and James Sherrington in the 40 on row 8. Wilf Butler and Elliot Fuster, the 70 and the 7 on row 9. Then it's Jack Harrison and Joel Daniels, the 317 and the 36, rounding out the overall top 20. Next up, it is Caleb McDuff and Jude Cooper on row 11, Keol Lynch and Alexander Bergbaum on row 12, Harvey Kersley, the 88, on row 13 alongside Noah Checkley. Then it's Francisco Howitt on the 14th row of the grid along with Will Oakley, the 28, and Bertie Bream is set to be the 29th and final starter in this race. So down in the 6th row of the grid, 12th place appears to have gone missing. That's Kieran Roberts, who may well have been pushed off the grid, I'm hearing. But thankfully, both of the primary title contenders, Dar Flock, the 22, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the 37, are present and correct. And for Cameron Pratt-Thompson, frankly, he needs to win this race. Moreover, he needs Dar Flock to struggle, because this is a double points race. It's 50 points for a win, and as it stands, Flock would need to score very few points indeed to have any shot at all of losing the championship. Flock is in a hugely strong position right now. So a 15-minute race will begin in just a few minutes' time. I think we may well have 2 formation laps here. Dar Flock will lead them away. He came into this weekend with a 28-point lead. That is now extended, I believe, out to 34 points. So he needs to score less than 16 to have any hope of a championship for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Pratt-Thompson needs to win, or at least finish well, and Dar Flock needs to struggle, and Flock has been sensational this season. He has taken well over 10 victories on his way to Brands Hatch, including yesterday, of course, here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Drove brilliantly to take another win. Double points here at the season finale, and a 34-point advantage with 50 left to score is certainly a comfortable position for Flock. We'll remind you of the first 2 or 3 rows of the grid. Dar Flock in the 22, starting from the first row. Cameron Pratt-Thompson alongside Jack James and Jonathan Moore on the second row of the grid. Then it's Oscar Dixon, the 11, and the 59 of CJ Morgan. Harry Smith in the 10 on row 4 alongside Charlie Constable. Oliver Kerr and Will Fallon will round out that top 10 for Fallon. This is his last race as the scholarship champ, of course. Next February in Croft, the Junior Saloon Car Championship will host its scholarship day to see who will win the scholarship and the backing for next year. Fallon benefiting immensely from that. You see him in the 30 car there, the black with the jigsaw liveries. The cars idling through Surtees and McLaren. Looks like we are just getting the 1 formation lap. Marshals await our drivers. Flock and Pratt-Thompson, along with everyone else, just trying to get a bit of heat into the front tyres, of course. The Citroen Saxo VTRs, front-wheel drive machines. Difficult to get off the line, especially for the likes of Dar Flock on the inside, on that nasty dip on the inside of the Brabham Straight. It can be very difficult sometimes to launch a car properly on the right-hand side of the circuit. So that's what Flock has to do. That's what Jack James has to do as well. That's the task at hand for Darflock. It is a championship at stake. The last of the cars has formed on the grid. The 5-second board has been displayed. We are about to go racing for the final time this year in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and that was not a great start from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Jack James has second place. Pratt-Thompson getting swallowed up. That is not the start that the current championship runner-up contender needs, and going through potentially to the lead is Jack James. He got a great run through Paddock Hill Bend. He snuck up the inside of Darflock, and it is Jack James to the lead. He sits third in the championship. He needs to outscore Jonathan Moore in order to secure that third place in the championship. And what a start he has had. He is your leader. You can see the cold tyres, the cold conditions. The cars are sliding under these young stars. One long pack of Saxos heads through Surtees and McLaren. Some cement dust is down there as well at McLaren. Jonathan Moore trying to go around the outside here of Cameron Pratt-Thompson for third place. I think Jack James there kicking up some dust. Jonathan Moore with one headlight trying to get around for third place here. Alongside him is the number 11, I believe that is, of Oscar Dix. Yes, it was Dix in fifth place. Jonathan Moore all the way around the outside. All four wheels off the circuit as well. He has to be careful about that. Oh, three wide. That's not going to work. Cameron Pratt-Thompson gets squeezed there. The number 37 gets its nose cut off from every direction. And this is a disaster for Pratt-Thompson. He's outside the top 5. Not only is he outside the top 5, I think he might be as low as 7th place now. Cameron Pratt-Thompson in the Vinner Sport machine really struggling. Constable side by side there with the number 10, I believe that was, of Smith. CJ Morgan now just ahead of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Meanwhile, Darflock, he wants his lead. He's going to the inside line. And he gets to the inside. It is Darflock to the lead, but for how long? Because here comes Jack James. Jack James through back into the lead. Very nicely done there. Flock had it momentarily, but Jack James had control of that. Used the better run up the hill into Druids Bend, back through into the lead, and they've got to be worried about the charging Oscar Dix in third place. Dix has gone from third to fifth, or sorry, from fifth to third the previous lap, and is now right on the back of the top 2. Oscar Dix, who started from the back of the grid yesterday and worked his way back up into the top 10, is now looking to end the season on a high with a race victory. And he's right there behind the top 2. Darflock is once again looking to see if he can get his way around the outside. While all of this is going on, Cameron Pratt-Thompson has moved himself back up into 5th place ahead of CJ Morgan. That's still nowhere near enough to secure a championship, of course, with Darflock up ahead of him. But for Flock, he really can't afford to get in too aggressive of a battle here, because he needs to finish the race and get a good result on the board. Great 3-car scrap ongoing here, and Dix, I get the feeling, this time by is going to be potentially on the attack into Paddock Hill Bend. CJ Morgan, meanwhile, has dropped behind Jamie Constable as well, so CJ Morgan down to 7th place. Here's our top 3. Darflock once again, closing on Jack James, looks to the outside line. What kind of run does he get down the hill towards Druids? Not good enough, I don't think, for a move. He looks to the outside line as James covers the inside. The problem for Darflock here, of course, is even if he decides to just sit behind Jack James in 2nd place, he's got Oscar Dix behind him, so he can't really take the pacifist route. Either way, he is in this scrap. He's caught in the middle, and that is certainly a bit high intensity for someone looking to win their championship. Some good scraps further back in the field. Meanwhile, Flock, he's getting the elbows out. He doesn't care. He's going for another race victory. Flock has had a spectacular season in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And he'd love to cap it off with another win here in front of a sellout crowd at the British Truck Racing Championship season finale weekend. He's looking to the outside. Can he carry the speed around the outside? The answer is no. We've got 9 minutes and 40 seconds of this race left to run. Oscar Dix is looking to the inside of the championship leader. Oh, nearly contact between Dix and Flock. They can get away with a bit of panel bashing, of course, but Flock really needs a clean race here. He's on for a championship as it stands. But oh my word, he needs less of that, I think, not just for his own sake, but for the sake of everyone's blood pressures around the circuit. The number 7 of Fuster there, running in 23rd place, having a good scrap with Bream in the number 8. That's all the way back in 23rd and 24th. Meanwhile, the top 3 heading out of the final corner now, onto the Brabham Straight once again. Jack James covering the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. I somehow think that Flock isn't going to get through on this occasion. Here's Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Look at the wing mirror. He's sporting a couple of battle scars from this race. Pratt-Thompson currently has the fastest lap, but he's only in 5th place, and Flock is there in P2, so Flock is currently on course for a championship win. The top 3 still at loggerheads here, though. They carried the speed through Clark and Clearways for the 7th time in this race. Just under 60-second laps right now as well. I think we're going to get 16 laps of racing once all is said and done. 15 or 16. It's going to be a close run. There's the 353 car. 353 further back is Keogh Lynch. Good to see her running once again fairly strongly further back in the pack. There's the 77 of Oliver Law. Oliver Law trying to go all the way around the outside of James Sherrington there. This is for 11th and 12th place, I believe. Oh, and up the inside for the lead has gone Flock. Flock is through to the lead. Jack James off the circuit. Oh, goodness me. Just about keeps it straight, but loses it coming back onto the tarmac. Jack James is demoted down, possibly outside of the top 10 completely. Jack James was leading the way. Flock got up his inside on the Cooper Straight. Oscar Dix followed him through, and for Jack James, that was a real 0-0 moment there. And that could swing 3rd in the championship, firmly in favour of Jonathan Moore. The 888 of Mosthav goes grass tracking, and now Oscar Dix is going to be driving like a man possessed, I'm sure. Oscar Dix would love to get another win on the board here. Fallon just ahead of Jack James, so Fallon in 9th, and Jack James, who started the previous lap as the leader, is now down in 10th position. Flock and Oscar Dix go through Surtees and McLaren. Flock is leading. This is how he would love to win his championship, by crossing the line first. But he's got to be wary about getting into too intense of a battle. Currently in 4th place, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. I think he would score 38 points, if I'm not mistaken, as we get a look at Jack James once again. Limited traction on the grass, and then as soon as the tyres grip back up on the tarmac, he just lost it. The car snatched away from him. Dix in the 11 in 2nd place as it stands. Last thing Oscar would want to do is cost Darflock a championship, so I'm sure he will be racing with respect. Some more scrapping further back. Fuster still getting in amongst it with Bertie Bream. Oscar Dix to the inside for the lead. Dix has done it. He's got the lead, but what about Darflock around the outside? He's got a better run out of the corner. He's got a nose ahead, but Oscar Dix has the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Darflock just gets the whole Saxo ahead. I thought they might be side by side into Paddock Hill with our provisional championship leader on the outside. Thankfully that wasn't quite the case. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Oscar Dix the inside line, and he's done it this time. Surely he's through. Darflock demoted to second place. Jonathan Moore there in third place, I think could well move up into third in the championship here, with Jack James down in ninth place. Great battling all the way through this order in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The Little Saxos, a long-serving, long-standing race car. And the reason we stick with the Saxos is because they are just brilliant for racing. Such a great platform for these youngsters to learn the ropes in for potential saloon car or GT success in the future. Dixon Flock head down through Paddock Hill Bend once again. Jonathan Moore and Cameron Pratt-Thompson have closed in significantly as well in the battle for third, and here comes Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Oh goodness me, there could be some panel bashing there. Side by side between the two of them, and Moore just about holding on. However, Pratt-Thompson now gets the run down the Cooper Straight there. Jonathan Moore just scrubbed too much speed through Graham Hill Bend, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson is up into P3. The top two coming across the line. 2 minutes and 55 seconds of racing left to go, and Oscar Dix is driving through the mirrors here. Darflock well on course for championship glory. He wants the final checkered flag of the year. Thank you very much. The question is, will he get there? Dara Flock with 2 minutes and 25 minutes of this race left to go. Oh, and 317 defending hard there. That's Harrison and McDuff fighting for 15th place. And here's that, oh goodness, the 20th place scrap. That was Kersley in the 88, I think, hooking himself on Checkley, the 52, almost into a spin there. Kersley, of course, ended yesterday's race in the gravel as well, so he could do without that drama. With 1 minute and 55 seconds left to go, I believe the leader's now starting the penultimate lap of the race. Meanwhile, McDuff still trying to find a way through for 15th place. Caleb McDuff, I think maybe just missed a gear though, because he slowed down massively there, side by side between the 52 and the 70, Checkley and Butler. Wilf Butler having a good scrap there as well. But our leaders on the penultimate lap of the race, Dixon Flock coming through, Surtees and then McLaren. Clark and Clearways await, and then it's the Brabham Straight for what will be the penultimate time in this race. They begin the final lap this time by final lap of the race now, and Dix looks like he may be on course for a victory here. He's fifth in the championship right now, and I think Oscar Dix will cement that fifth in the championship without advancing any further forward in the standings. Meanwhile, Dar Flock in second place. Dara Flock is on course for a championship. He would love to do it with a victory, but second place will do for Dara Flock. He has had an exemplary season, as has Cameron Pratt-Thompson, taking nothing away from the driver that will be the championship runner-up. Cameron Pratt-Thompson with third place looks likely to secure second in the championship. Oscar Dix will claim the win, and Dara Flock behind him in second place has done enough. Dara Flock is your 2023 Junior Saloon Car Champion. The number 22 takes the title. Oscar Dix takes the race victory. Dara Flock takes second place and the 2023 championship. Cameron Pratt-Thompson takes third. Fourth place for Jonathan Moore. And I think that fourth place may just about be enough for him to secure third in the championship. It's going to be tight between him and Jack James, who finished in 8th place. CJ Morgan takes 5th. Charlie Constable taking 6th. The number 10 taking 7th place. That's Harry Smith. Here is the results then of that race. Oscar Dix taking the win. Dara Flock taking second place and the championship. Cameron Pratt-Thompson third in the race, second in the championship, and I think Jonathan Moore with fourth may have done enough to secure third in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. CJ Morgan takes 5th, Charlie Constable takes 6th, Harry Smith in 7th, Jack James finishing in 8th place. He was third in the championship, and I'm not sure that he will be after finishing 8th in that race. James Sherrington taking P9, Josh Salvadori rounding out the overall top 10 ahead of Oliver Law, who has a strong finish there in the 77. Will Fallon taking 12th place, Oliver Kerr 13th, and Jude Cooper in 14th position. Just to quickly rattle through the rest of the top 20, Harrison in the 317 taking 15th place, Checkley in the 52 taking 16th, McDuff in the 38 taking 17th, Wilf Butler in the 70 taking 18th, Kersley in the 88 takes 19th, and Bergbaum in the 29 rounding out your overall top 20. In a few moments time, I believe we'll head down to Ewan and most likely hear from Dara Flock. It looks as though everyone is being filtered back through to the support paddock, unfortunately, so I don't think that we are going to see Dara Flock interviewed, unfortunately, because I think everyone has been sent down to support paddock. That's a huge shame, because it would have been great to hear from Dara after his championship win. But nonetheless, Flock, a champion, has done everything right this year. And in fact, is that Flock coming down the pits along with Cameron Pratt-Thompson? Yes, here comes Dara Flock now heading down the pit lane. So hopefully we are going to get to hear from him after all. Thankfully, Ewan is down there, and it does look as though they have caught our overall top 3 in the race. They disappeared away behind assembly area, but they are now heading down to Ewan. We'll hear from our winners and our champions.
Cheers, Adam. Well, just to my left-hand side here, the drivers coming in the top 3. That is another Junior Saloon Championship done and dusted. Your winner, second place in the race, but overall champion is this going to be this man right here, Dara Flock in the car number 22. A brilliantly consistent season, numerous podiums, numerous wins. He's done it the right way. I'm sure he would have loved to have won the championship with a win in the last race. Didn't quite get there. Oscar Dix was just too much for him. We'll have a chat with all 3 drivers. Let's jump in with Oscar if we can straight away. I'll let you get your helmet off in the car number 11. Brilliant performance once again. and could potentially be a championship contender next year as well. Always great to see the boys that are going to be moving through in the next following seasons. We see it year after year. And our race winner in the last race of the season, what a way to end it.
Yeah, I mean, we started this way, so coming into this race, I just wanted to end how we started, you know, so yeah, it's a really good feeling.
I mean, what was the difference there in that race? Because it was a great performance, a brilliant battle with Dara too.
Yeah, obviously it was quite difficult. I think the main thing was just being patient, you know, choosing the right opportunity. I got into third with about 9 minutes to go, so I saw that, so it's just head down, you know, make the right move and try to catch him by surprise, and yeah, it worked out well, so.
How are you going to celebrate this win?
Oh, I don't know, I'm going to go home, spend some time with my family, I don't know, yeah, I'm just...
Don't say alcohol.
No. Just, yeah, no, it's just, yeah, it's a big mental boost going into next season, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. I'm going to jump around and speak with Cameron as well. Could have been our winner for the season this weekend, didn't go his way at Pembrey and Silverstone too. Jump in, Cameron. I know it's not the way you wanted to end the season, but Rookie of the Year, that is a big tick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got to look at the year as a whole, and it's been amazing, really, you know, to be this good in your first year of cars. I think something quite impressive and something to be proud of. But yeah, that race didn't quite go to plan. But yeah, happy with the comeback.
But you did brilliantly well because you were pushed back to 7th at one point in that race, came right through to 3rd. Admirable performance.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was my fault. Bad start, too much wheel spin, and then raced myself backwards a bit on the first 2 laps. But I got momentum back when I overtook CJ into turn 1. I think that was an important part of the race.
Come back fighting next year?
Yeah, we'll see.
What about?
Cheers, thank
you. Thanks a lot. There is a lot of noise behind us. We have got to speak quickly. We've got to speak to Dara Flock, our champion, if I can find him. Come through here, Ben. We're going to squeeze our way through. Thank you so much. Dara, emotional congratulations.
Yeah, really happy with, you know, the team, my mum and dad, everybody's put so much effort in for me to win this year, and just to make it all pay off in the end, I'm so happy.
It was a great way to end the year too. I know you wanted the win, but another podium, yet another podium, and a champion.
Yeah, every race I've finished this year has been on a podium, so I wanted to win, but second is good enough because all I had to do was finish in 14th. So Oscar, I just didn't want to battle him. I just let him go out ahead. He deserved the win, you know. After what happened yesterday, you know, he came from the back and came like 15th, so he deserves the win.
Dara, you're the 2023 Junior Saloon champion. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Congratulations. And more amazing scenes here, Dane, in the pit lane. We're going to go racing once again. It's over to the pickups. It's over to Adam.
Well, here we are. We're racing in any minute now. It is Dean Tompkins starting from pole position in this pickup racing championship event. Michael Smith second, Rhys Jones on for a championship. He starts in 3rd, Aaron Thompson 4th, Dale Gent second in the championship, starting from 5th, Matt Simpson rounding out your top half dozen, but they're in 2x2 formation. We're going to go racing for 18 laps in the pickup truck championship. They're underway. It's Dean Tompkins on the inside line as they go to the first corner. Will it be Dean Tompkins in the 3rd? I think Rhys Jones trying to sneak through there. He can't quite find a way by. Everyone. Oh, Rhys Jones has actually been swallowed up massively in the pack. He's 7, 8, 9 cars back right now. Oh, and contact further back in the field. That's a 29 in a spin. That is a most uncomfortable position for Tom Hutchins. I think at least 2 involved in that one. Meanwhile, Aaron Thompson to the inside of the 93 and a bit of a hip check there. As Aaron Thompson, who had such an emotional discussion with Ewan yesterday, he's up to 3rd place. It's almost 3 wide for 3rd place. And look at Simpson. Simpson from 6th to 2nd. Great start then from Matt Simpson in 2nd place, but your leader, the 21 of Dean Tompkins, Dale Gent side by side with the 93. Michael Smith trying to fight off, but he is down a couple of places already in this race. It's Tompkins from Simpson from Thompson. 21, 30 and 41, your top three. Meanwhile, there's Willis in 6th place. He's got the 93 of Michael Smith just ahead of him now. Our leading quartet crossed the line. Critically, Rhys Jones is in 7th place. Dale Gent there in 4th position. Jones in the 40 though, should be on for a championship in this race as long as he gets a clean, solid finish. Dale Gent is closest opposition. Matt Simpson, meanwhile, who had absolutely stellar wet weather pace yesterday, is there behind Tompkins. Close battle for 8th place there between Hadfield and Cooper. Ryan Hadfield currently ahead in the 24. Hadfield closing in on the number 40 right now. Willis, though, under pressure from the defending champion Rhys Jones. Side by side, and through goes Cooper in the 72. Matt Simpson, meanwhile, is looking for the lead. He goes to the inside there of Tompkins, and I thought they were going to run out of space for a minute there. Dean Tompkins holds on to the lead for now then. Oh, but very, very taily going through Graham Hill Bend. Ran it very wide out to the corner. Can't do that too often. Simpson takes 2nd. Aaron Thompson may well get a good run here though, because Thompson will have the slipstream of not just Matt Simpson but Dean Tompkins, and then of course there's Dale Gent just behind them in that top 4 battle. Great packs of cars all through the order. One off there for a moment going through the last corner, and oh, Thompson goes rally crossing. Dale Gent and Aaron Thompson tried to go side by side through Paddock Hill Bend, and Aaron Thompson now falls down as far as maybe 7th, maybe 8th. It depends on whether Jones holds on, and in fact Jones gets demoted there because the 72 of Cooper, Alan Cooper, gets past Rhys Jones. This shouldn't affect Rhys Jones's grasp on the championship. However, Rhys Jones not having a great run so far. He's been demoted to 8th place. Cooper up in 7th. And after going off the circuit, Aaron Thompson, all the way down to 6th place. We're on lap 6 of 18. Oh, goodness me, Willis and Thompson with a little bit of collision, a couple of touches there. Aaron Thompson leaning on Willis to get through into 5th place. So Aaron Thompson, after falling down to 6th after that gravel tracking, I think he might feel a little bit of red mist now. It was Dale Gent that kind of ran him a little bit wide there. Aaron Jones, meanwhile, trying to get a good run here behind the 89 of Brockhurst, who I think has gotten past him. Yes, Brockhurst in the 89 has demoted Jones to 9th place. Rhys Jones is not really having that great of a race right now. Side by side for the lead. Matt Simpson tried to carry the speed around the outside, can't quite get that done. Dean Tompkins has done a great job so far of making that truck wide. Matt Simpson, who of course started in 6th place, was 2nd by the end of the first lap, but making that definitive move for the lead has proven very difficult so far for Matt Simpson. Dean Tompkins has defended brilliantly so far. The hallmark of good defensive driving is that it doesn't really look like defensive driving. He's not slowing himself up too much in the process of holding off Matt Simpson, but he is effectively doing so. Oh, and it goes from bad to worse for the number 93. Oh, this has not been a good race at all for Michael Smith, who started on the front row, is now well outside the top 15. There's Aaron Thompson. He's got himself up into 4th position now, so he's managed to dispatch another place. Cooper in 5th, Brockhurst in 6th, and Jones in 7th. And there's been a change for the lead. There's been a change for the lead. Simpson is through into the lead of the race. Matt Simpson is your leader, and here comes Dale Jent around the outside of Tompkins for 2nd place. Simpson your leader then. The top 3 at very close proximity. Meanwhile, it's Thompson in 4th, Cooper 5th, Brockhurst 6th, and Jones in 7th. Of course, Smith was running in 4th place, Michael Smith, in the 93, and when he spun, he dropped himself down. That has promoted Jones to 7th on his road towards taking the pickup truck championship of 2023. For Matt Simpson, though, this has been a great weekend thus far. He looked absolutely second to none in the wet conditions yesterday. Question is, can Dean Tompkins now fire back? Tompkins in the slipstream as they approach Paddock Hill Bend. Will he get the outside? Will he get the inside? He gets neither. And he's got to worry about Dale Jent behind as well. The top 3 head down towards Graham Hill Bend then. On lap 10 of 18, we're already over half distance in this race, and it's taken Matt Simpson a little while to get to the front, but so far this weekend he has been the master of Brands Indy. Now that he's there in the lead, will anyone be able to fight back? Tompkins not as close to the rear of Simpson this time by, although Simpson, I think, struggled out of the corner a little bit there. And Tompkins definitely has the advantage. He has the drive, he has the pace, he has the outside line. He can't get through at Paddock Hill Bend, but he might be able to convert it into a move for Druids. I don't think he's going to be close enough. It wasn't the best run through Paddock Hill for Tompkins, and sure enough, he remains in 2nd place. But the top 3 just starting to lap some traffic now. The other Smith, Russell Smith, in the 25, gets put a lap down. Meanwhile, battle on for 14th place between Goldstraw and Bolton. So some good scraps all the way through the order as always. Goldstraw yesterday was always in the scraps in that number 52. And it was always dramatic between them. Goldstraw demoted though to 15th place. He certainly had a hectic weekend, James Goldstraw, but 15th place he won't be that satisfied with. Top 2 meanwhile heading towards Graham Hill. It's still very close between them as the battle for 14th continues on. There is the Purple Peril. It's now really the battle for 13th because Liptrot in the number 2 is being closed in quite quickly here by Bolton in the 68. Here's Tompkins though at the head of the pack. Tompkins closer this time to the back of Simpson as well. Can Tompkins maybe try and draw alongside this time? The move he has to make really is to get a good run through Paddock Hill and try and do it under braking at Druids. He sets himself up around the outside. He hops the curb at Paddock Hill Bend, maybe scrubs off a mile an hour or so in the process, and Matt Simpson holds the lead for another rotation through Druids. Dale Jent, meanwhile, just lurking there in 3rd place. I imagine he feels a bit powerless, really, because as long as Rhys Jones continues to come around in the top 10, he's in 7th place right now. It will be Rhys Jones in the 40 that takes the championship, come what may. However, what Jent can do is solidify his hold on second in the championship by outscoring Paul Tompkins, who is again having a difficult race here in 12th place. Contact, argy-bargy galore between the 68 and the 2. Bolton and Liptrot there getting into it with each other, and Liptrot demoted down to 16th place from 12th because of that contact. So I don't think it's going to be the happiest debrief for Jamie Liptrot. Your top 3 running in formation at the moment. We're going on to lap 15 this time. There is the 65 of Willis, who has dropped all the way down to 11th place. Willis has not had a brilliant race so far. Mark was up in the top 5 early doors and is now down in P11. Crossing the line now to start lap 15, the top 3. Simpson, Tompkins and Gent. Dale Gent currently second in the championship and currently extending his championship advantage over Paul Tompkins and Matt Simpson. Oh, Alan Cooper. Alan Cooper in a spin. Cooper, who was running in 5th place, gets the... Has he got maybe some suspension damage there? No, I think he was just getting the power down. But Alan Cooper having a moment. And that not only drops him out of 5th place, it promotes Rhys Jones to P6. Of course, talking about the battle for second in the championship, it's no longer Paul Tompkins that's really the thorn in the side for Dale Gent. It's Matt Simpson. However, I think Dale Gent is fairly secure in second in the championship with 300 points over the chasing pack. Alan Cooper, though, with a big spin there, and the red flag has been thrown. Red flag out on the circuit. We haven't seen anything that would really point to a red flag, but the red flag has been put out there on lap 16 of the race. Okay, so this is down at Paddock Hill Bend, and I think that's Rich Ayling's 13. So at least one car involved there. Was it only one or was it multiple? I don't know, but nonetheless, with lap 16 in the books, the race will be declared here. There won't be any resumption following that red flag. In fact, is that Hadfield's? I'm not sure that is Rich Ayling. It's difficult to see from this angle. But certainly, apparently we're going to get a look at a replay here. Look at the top of your screen at Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, goodness me. Straight on there into the barrier. And Alan Cooper involved in that, of course, and that's what sent Cooper into a spin. Was that the 89 of Brockhurst then? I think it was the 89 of Brockhurst rather than Rich Ayling. Yes, it was. Everyone else is in the pit lane, so it was Brockhurst. Chris Brockhurst it is who's stranded up at Paddock Hill Bend. But regardless of that, the order, Matt Simpson taking the win, Dean Tompkins taking second, and Dale Gent taking 3rd place. Aaron Thompson 4th. Alan Cooper in 5th. 6th place, Chris Brockhurst, despite ending up in the gravel there. Rhys Jones with 7th position, I believe will be champion. Ryan Hadfield in 8th position in the 24. Matthew Moore in the 84 taking 9th. And Daniel Fisher rounding out the top 10. Then it was Mark Willis, Paul Tompkins, Eric Bolton and James Goldstraw. Bolton getting the better of Goldstraw then in that fight. And Ewan is down in the pit lane, so let's go to him and catch some words from our pickup truck racing championship drivers.
Cheers, Adam, here in the pit lane after that another great race for the pickups, and our winner, he just walked away. He says, Matt, come on in. There is something about you and Brands Hatch, isn't there?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't really got a favourite circuit, because I'm one for, if you've got a favourite, you're obviously going to do well, and if you haven't got such a good favourite, you're not going to exceed, the true potential in what's in me and in the truck. So I've not really got a favourite, but okay, obviously I like them all. So not a favourite circuit, but wet, dry, doesn't matter either? Wet or dry, we take it. It's the same for all of us. I'm a believer, everyone's thinking, oh, it's going to rain, or it's going to be wet the weekend, or it's going to be dry. We can't control it, so it's just down to, it's the same for us all. I imagine if next season started next week, you'd be pretty happy? Yeah, I was going to strip it, but they're all saying to me, leave it alone, leave it alone, leave it alone. So we'll see how the last one goes, and then we make a decision what we're going to do. Go for the treble later, yeah? Yeah, we'll have a go. Well done, mate. Cheers, thank you. Thank you. Let's speak to our second place finisher. Come on in. Almost at the end of the season, nice way to almost finish it?
Yeah, it's always good to finish on a high, isn't it?
Happy with your season so far? Up there-ish?
Yeah, I'm up there. I've had a lot of bad luck, to be fair, but being there now is good.
One more race to come. To learn anything from this one to take into the last race?
No, just go for it, innit?
Good luck.
Cheers.
Really, thanks a lot. And let's speak to Dale Gents, who's just having a chat with our trackside commentator. So Dale was really the only guy that can catch Rhys Jones. He's done what he can in this race. He's finished ahead, but I think it's going to be too many points. Did what you could in that one, but Rhys not too far behind you. Haven't seen the points total, but it's looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, I think it probably is. So we knew it was a tall order coming into this weekend. As I say, we ideally needed him a DNF, but I didn't wish that on him. I want to battle with it. So yeah, it's a shame the DNFs we had earlier on in the year. It's a bit gutted, really. We led it pretty much halfway from this.
When we're not done yet, there's one more race, but when you look back on the season as a whole, satisfied or a little bit gutted?
No, we've had a blinding season, so I can't take that away. The team have been fantastic, and the truck has just been faultless. It's been absolutely brilliant, and it's the best, I think, season I've had, even though we're falling up a bit short. But yeah, no, hopefully next year we'll come back stronger.
And, the weather's a bit better, the banks are packed around the crowd here. It's a great day.
Yeah, it's good to see all the fans here, and that was brilliant. Hopefully we're putting on a good show for them all. So.
Absolutely are. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. So there's one more pickup trucks race later today. Rhys Jones pretty much nailed on champion. Have to do the maths, he might have got there already. Now coming up next is our second and fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. That one's already been crowned a winner, Ryan Smith, 8 in a row. Couple more races to go though. Back to Adam and Pointy for this one.
So yes, I think in the pickup truck championship, Rhys Jones is now going to be champion with that result there. So Rhys Jones, I think, safely scoring yet another pickup truck racing championship title. However, we now switch focus from the pickups to the big rigs. The British Truck Racing Championship machines will be out there in the next couple of minutes. We very much look forward to seeing yet another great scrap there. I think everyone's eyes will be on the now 8-time champion. That is 8 championships in a row after the earlier race for Smith, the number 1. Ryan Smith will start this race though from 8th place, so he's going to have a lot of work to do in this one. But we've seen him carve his way through the order before. What about local boy Bradley Smith then? Bradley Smith starting from pole position in this race. He's a local boy, lives about 25 minutes north of Brands Hatch in Gravesend. He's had just the one victory so far this year at Pembrey 2. And he was 23. He is 23 years old, so I think he is the youngest driver out there in the pickups, if I'm not mistaken. So Bradley Smith starting from pole position. Stephen Powell in the number 3, starting from 2nd place. Of course, one of the big questions now is who will take 2nd in the championship. I I'm of the belief now that it is going to more than likely fall in favour of David Jenkins, so long as he can finish these last 2 races of the season strongly, because his closest competition, Stuart Oliver, has of course had a bit of a mare this weekend, and it'll only continue from 13th on the grid for Stuart Oliver. It's very difficult to get big passing done, of course, in the Truck Championship, because there's not a lot of room to work with when you're in these big things, and Stuart Oliver is going to have to push on very hard from 13th on the grid to have any shot of a decent result here. I think runners up in the championship may be a bridge too far now for Stuart Oliver, who had so many troubles in the Saturday. Of course, race 1, he didn't lose any points because no one got any points in race 1, but what he ended up with was a damaged rear suspension on his machine, the GT tyres backed Volvo VNL. And unfortunately, the 10-time champion didn't get to start race 2 yesterday, the only race that actually scored any points for the British Truck Racing Championship yesterday, and he was sadly a non-starter. So for Stuart Oliver, the Brands Hatch circuit has not been his friend. Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner, though, from 8th on the grid, will be well up there in this one, I'm sure. 8th on the grid, yeah, he shouldn't be fast, he shouldn't be up there for the win, but it's Ryan Smith. He has levels of driving ability in that Daimler Freightliner that are scarcely believable. So Bradley Smith will be starting from pole. Stephen Powell in 3rd place. Now Stephen Powell is a 6-time Division 2 champion, has been 2nd no less than 3 times this year. So he starts from 2nd, he's finished 2nd 3 times this season. What about Stephen Powell's chances of a race win? I think that could be an interesting point to raise there, because Stephen Powell, if he gets a good start and leads early doors, then maybe he could be on for his first championship win this season. Craig Reed 3rd. Of course, Craig of the Reed brothers. There are 2 Iveco Stralises out there in the Reed family red, Craig Reed and Simon Reed. Simon missed Thruxton because of business commitments earlier in the year. He'll be starting from 5th on the grid. Michael Oliver might be one to watch as well. He'll start from 4th place in the GT Tyres backed MAN TGS. 1 victory so far this year, and that came right at the start of the season. That came at Pembrey. Of course, 2 visits to Pembrey this season. Also 2 visits to right here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. We started the season at Brands, we end the season at Brands. One thing that is interesting to talk about is the British Truck Racing Championship's commitment to green fuels. The HVO Fuel Green Biofuels organisation present and provide biofuel for these trucks to run on. So this is a new partnership for 2023. The green biofuels fuel has been introduced for this season, and what that means is that we are running the British Truck Racing Championship in a more sustainable way than ever before, using the GBF's advanced GD Plus fuel, which is a clean and simple alternative to diesel, 100% waste derived from cooking oils and fats and things of that nature. And so what that means is that the GD Plus fuel from GBF Green Biofuels is one of the most clean biofuels out there in the world, and it's great to have that powering these trucks, meaning that we can race them without any guilt towards any environmental impact. TRP Parts is also a big partner of the British Truck Racing Championship. They provide the UK's largest range of truck and trailer parts, and continues on as the official parts provider this year, of course, in the British Truck Racing Championship paddock, and they also provide the official pace truck as well. Pace truck, of course, all important. Probably one of a few vehicles that you'll see all weekend that actually makes the racing trucks, which are slightly more low slung, look small. There are quite a few impressive big rigs, of course, in the paddock and on Colin Chapman Way this weekend, being the Truck Racing Championship weekend. There are all sorts of heavy machinery on display. And then we'll have the fireworks at the end of the day, of course, on this sellout Sunday here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Perennial popularity that the British Truck Racing Championship season finale weekend commands here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. A great season once again here at Brands Hatch as well. Of course, the BTCC, the GT World Challenge Europe, Euronascar's American Speed Fest as well, the British Superbikes. It's been another great full calendar. The British GT as well, of course. There's always a smorgasbord of variety and action. Here at the Brands Hatch Circuit. I used to be a season pass holder here at Brands Hatch before I became too busy to come every weekend. The Brands Hatch Circuit will always hold a great place in my heart, because this is motor racing mecca for young me. And I remember coming to the BTRC meeting over a decade ago and seeing the likes of David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver fighting for championships back then, and they're still here now. Of course, Richard Collett in the number 95. We've spoken about him a few times this year. He'll start from 11th on the grid. He's the 1995 and 1997 British Truck Racing champion, so he can attest better than almost anyone that the career longevity is definitely a thing in the British Truck Racing Championship. But still always a good turnover of young talents as well. Of course, the one battle that we do need to talk about is the one in Division 2, because Adam Bint and Paul Rivette have been knocking several shades of something out of each other all weekend so far. There's been a lot of contact between Bint and Rivette. As I understand it, Rivette and Bint, I think, would be tied on points right now. But I'd need official confirmation on that. But certainly Rivette and Bint are the two primary contenders in Division 2. And interestingly, they will start from the back row this time. They'll be starting from 5th and 6th in Division 2 at the back of the order. So not only are Rivette and Bint going to be trying to fight through the order, but they're going to try and take each other to the limit as well. Obviously, one thing we have mentioned is GT tyres. They back the Oliver machines here. They are also the providers in Division 1 and Division 2 of the tyres. So they provide the tyres for the British Truck Racing Championship, and also take their tyres out to events such as the Nürburgring 24 Hours and the NLS series, the former VLN series at the Nürburgring. There is the situation down at Surtees and McLaren, where we did see some cement dust down earlier on, and I think the circuit is a little bit slippery across the board right now. So as always, the brilliant Brands Hatch marshals have been deployed. Have to say our thanks as always to the marshals for their huge efforts to make sure that any and every motor racing weekend across the country goes as smoothly as possible. The British Motorsport Marshals Club is the place to go if you'd be interested in being a marshal yourself. It's the best way to help the sport, get involved with the sport. So the marshals seemingly have managed to get a little bit of progress done down there at Surtees and McLaren. So then, as we await the trucks, let's take a look at the grid, the order they'll be forming up. Bradley Smith, as we alluded to, is our pole sitter. Smith will be starting from pole. The local man from Gravesend, the number 46, will start from pole position alongside Stephen Powell, who will be massively keen to get a win on the board before the end of the day. 3 times a second place finisher this year. Surely a victory is deserved. Craig Reed starting from row 2 alongside Michael Oliver. Row 3 of the grid, Simon Reed and David Jenkins. Row 4 of the grid, Tom O'Rourke and Ryan Smith. The newly confirmed 8-time, not just 8-time, but 8 consecutive time champion. Ryan Smith has dominated all things British Truck Racing Championship since 2016, a time when Nico Rosberg was still a Formula 1 driver. Arc at that. John Bowler, the number 14, on row 5 of the grid alongside Simon Faulkner in his Iveco Stralis. Onto row 6 of the grid, and that is where you find the 2-time former champion Richard Collett alongside Neil Yates. And then it's a very strong back row of the grid, it must be said. Stuart Oliver, of course, trying to maybe, just maybe, salvage that runners-up spot in the British Truck Racing Championship. And Jock Borthwick, the number 32, will start from row 7. Then we go to the Division 2 grid, and it's Jim Bennett in the number 28, the Seddon Atkinson, starting from pole position. I'd love to know the history of that Seddon. It's probably been around a while. Craig Evans in the MAN TGX, the number 10, starting from the outside of the front row in Division 2. Then it's Simon Cole in the 41, Simon Cole, sorry, in the 41. John Powell is alongside him in the number 6. And then the back row of Division 2 is where it's going to get interesting. The 2 championship contenders. They've traded quite a bit of paint so far, Adam Bint and Paul Rivette, and I'm sure that pattern will only continue when this race begins in just a few minutes' time. So one thing that is really interesting about the British Truck Racing Championship and truck racing in general is the sheer difficulty of dealing with incidents, and that's one thing that the assistance trucks from LJ Transportation and H&A Truck Assistance are specialised in. LJ Transportation have a massive DAF XF here, 13 litre 510 brake horsepower DAF. Only about half the power, of course, in the racing trucks, but it is a hefty and torquey beast that does the job when they end up beached in the gravel. Funny enough, it was built by Boniface Engineering in Thetford, Norfolk, and if you know your racetrack-related geography, that's about 15 minutes down the road from Snetterton, and that is a huge integral cog, especially on days like Saturday where we weren't short of red flags in the British Truck Racing Championship events. LJ Transportation has only existed since 2009, but one of the foremost recovery equipment providers, or recovery firms for big rigs. LJ Transportation do a great job there. There is the distinctive front bonnet of Adam Bint. It's rather aggressively cut there, isn't it, that bonnet? And it's been very aggressive driving so far from Adam Bint this weekend. And we'll have to see if Bint can do enough. He came in with a 1-point lead over Rivette in the championship, and I think they might well be tied at the moment. So that tells you a lot about the current situation there. With my thanks to Pointy, he has got some of the points for us, and of course Ryan Smith has done enough to win the championship already on 423. David Jenkins is on 381. Stuart Oliver on 368. So for Stuart Oliver, it's going to be a tall order for him to take the runners-up spot. In fact, he may well even lose out on the opportunity to fight for the runners-up in the final race in the upcoming one that we have in a few moments' time, because there's 13 points between himself and David Jenkins in second. He should be safe for fourth in the championship, but we'll have to see quite how this all works out in favour of Stuart Oliver. He's going to start from the back. He's going to have to do a lot of work to have any hope of the runners-up spot in the title race. We know that Ryan Smith has done enough, of course, there. And just quickly as well, the Division 2 championship figures. I think we've got that as well, thanks to Pointy. Yes, we do. Thank you, Pointy. Paul Rivette, 440 points, and Adam Bint is on 439. So that's the situation there in the championship. So it's 1 point in favour of Paul Rivette right now, and Adam Bint just 1 point back, and they're starting alongside each other. At no point this weekend has the Division 2 title race been covered by more than 1 point. So that's going to be very exciting going into these last 2 races of the weekend and last 2 races of the season. We were talking obviously about the big LJ Transportation rig that Jason Farnell is driving around. I should also say thank you to Steve Bewers, who sent information to me regarding the process of recovering these big vehicles, and he's going around in a lovely Land Rover Defender that has been loaned to Trackside Recovery this weekend from H&A Truck Assistance, and Steve Bewers is at the wheel of that car. When you need something pulled, there's very little better than a Land Rover Defender. That much is for certain. Look at the fans in their droves welcoming the trucks now onto the circuit. Hundreds upon hundreds, thousands upon thousands of fans. I drove to the circuit on Friday to see some of the testing, and the signs around the circuit: sold out on Sunday, please don't show up, we have nothing on the gate. It is a true sellout here for the British Truck Racing Championship, of course. Not just the racing, but also the fireworks and the drift demonstrations. A cherry on top of the end of the major season calendar here at Brands Hatch is the BTRC weekend, not just because of the truly enthralling nature of these trucks, but also because of the accoutrement provided by Brands Hatch for this event. There you see Tom O'Rourke. You see the Division 2 pole sitter there as well in the Sedan. That's of course being Jim Bennett. There's Adam Bint in the number 5, which is looking increasingly Mad Maxified as the weekend goes on. It's getting more and more damage, more and more bent parts, and of course it's already a rather Knight Rider-esque matte black colour scheme. So that Adam Bint machine is hopefully going to have a clearer run of things this time. However, we've seen him get his elbows out a couple of times this weekend. I wouldn't be shocked to see it again now, if I'm being completely honest with you. Paul Rivette, of course, alongside Bint at the back of the Division 2 grid. So then a reminder that it will be Bradley Smith, the local boy from Gravesend, starting from pole position here. Stephen Powell in the number 3 alongside, hunting that first win of the season that has eluded him all year. 3 times a second place finisher. Then, of course, on row 2, Craig Reed, always a strong driver. He's looking for a win as well, because Craig Reed has had 2 second places this year. So he's also been rather cruelly left not winning on a couple of occasions this year. Michael Oliver has taken a win, but he won't say no to another. But of course, everyone in the back of their heads will be thinking, how quickly will Ryan Smith make his way through the order? Smith, who starts in 8th place this race with a partial reversed grid. This is race 4 of the weekend, and in race 4 the race 2 results are taken and then the top 8 is reversed. So of course Ryan Smith taking the win in the last race last night, and that is why he starts from 8th now. Ryan Smith, of course, has an outside chance of making it 20 wins from 35 by the end of the season. In fact, it'll be 20 from 34, because of course we didn't get Brands Hatch race 1 ultimately. That would be a massive achievement on top of his 8th consecutive title, if he can secure that. If he takes this race and he takes the later race number 5, he will have 20 wins in the season. Came in this weekend with 16 wins to his credit and has taken 2 already this weekend. Can never rule out Ryan Smith. Keep an eye on the yellow and blue Daimler Freightliner on row 4 of the grid. Also keep an eye on John Bowler, who's just behind him on the 5th row of the grid. John Bowler has showed podium pace all weekend long so far. Of course, took a victory at Thruxton earlier in the year too. Bowler down in 9th, has a lot of work to do, but I reckon he'll be nudging the top 5 before the end of the race. And as we've already documented, Stuart Oliver from the very back of the Division 1 grid, he is also going to be one to watch. Stuart Oliver, the 10-time champ, he's going to be getting a bit worried about that as well. 10-time champion, and now Ryan Smith is on 8. So who knows how long Oliver will remain the 10-time champ all on his own. So then the British Truck Racing Championship grid is rolling on the formation lap. Our rolling starts will come in just a few moments' time. These incredible 100-mile-an-hour, 1,000 brake horsepower racing trucks. In Division 1, Ryan Smith is already our champion. In Division 2, Adam Bint and Paul Rivette, starting at the back of today's grid, are fighting for that crown. A reminder of the grid then, Bradley Smith is our pole sitter. Powell, Reed, Oliver, Simon Reed and David Jenkins, your top 6. There is your 6-strong Division 2 grid. Jim Bennett, the 28, Craig Evans, the 10, Simon Cole, the 41, and John Powell, the 6, your top 4 in Division 2. And then the back row is the domain of the title contenders. Adam Bint, who we ride on board with, will start from the inside of row 3, and Paul Rivette will start from the outside of row 3 as the British Truck Racing Championship grid rolls towards Surtees and McLaren. Strap in, everybody, we're going racing again for 15 minutes. The penultimate race of the British Truck Racing Championship season begins now. Bradley Smith, the local competitor just 20 minutes down the road from Brands Hatch, would so love to claim victory here at this facility. Stephen Powell alongside him wants to try and get his first win of the season. The Division 1 grid is rolling. Division 2 will start just behind. We're underway and it's a great start. Around the outside goes David Jenkins, who started from the outside of the 3rd row. He tries to find his way around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. Your leader is Bradley Smith though. Meanwhile, Adam Bint has been left behind by Paul Rivette at the back of Division 2 in the early going. There's your Division 2 leader. It's is that Powell in the 6th that has already got up into the lead in Division 2? I think it might be. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith has gotten past Jenkins and is now trying to find his way around John Bowler as well. Jenkins has ended up losing out, being hung out around the outside on the first lap of the race, and Smith around Clearways and Clark he goes, and I think may already be up as high as 6th place. Yes, he is, P6 in the early going for Smith. There's Adam Bint, Paul Rivette's just ahead of him. We ride on board with Bint, who has the straight line speed advantage, certainly, on Paul Rivette. There's your race lead. It's Smith that's leading the way, and he's being pursued by the Reeds. It's Craig Reed in 2nd place, looking for that victory. He wants a win, does Craig Reed. Has had 2 2nd places so far this year. He finds himself in 2nd place once again. And Bradley Smith is going to hold on to this for everything he is worth. There goes Smith through our shot. But our top 2. Oh, Paul Rivette. Paul Rivette is off the circuit. What's happened there? Paul Rivette rejoining the track, having lost out to Adam Bint already on that lap. What has happened to Paul Rivette? 12 minutes and 48 seconds left to go, and our top 3 dip down through Paddock Hill Bend. The Reeds are falling off the back of the 46 of Smith a little bit. The other Smith, the champion Ryan Smith, is in 5th place. A little bit of contact there between Michael Oliver and David Jenkins, who's trying to recover after a poor start. He started on the 3rd row of the grid, looked like he was going for 3rd. Rivette is stopped. Paul Rivette has stopped. We've had an issue for Yates in the 33. He's trying to do a 3-point turn. Meanwhile, Jenkins trying to find a way past Michael Oliver. He taps the inside. Lots of battle scars already on David Jenkins. He's got the run onto the Brabham Straight, and he gets through into 6th position. Jenkins gets through into 6th, but will Michael Oliver now retaliate? He's looking to the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Bowler having a look as well. Oh, and there's been a demotion there for Reed. It's all changed towards the front of the order. It's now the other Reed, Stephen Reed at the, Simon Reed, sorry, in 2nd place. So Simon Reed has taken 2nd. Ryan Smith is now in 3rd place, and unfortunately Craig Reed has dropped down as far as P4, maybe even P5. There's Stuart Oliver in the pack as well. He's gotten ahead of John Bowler. There's Adam Bint, 3rd in Division 2, and critically Rivette is stopped, or was stopped, coming out to Graham Hill Bend. That truck has now moved again by the looks of it. Yates again having issues. And this time, I'm not sure he's getting out of that. Neil Yates is beached in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Here come the leaders. "10 minutes and 35 seconds left of this race. The pack streams by the stricken 33 of Yates. There you see Collett in the 95, stalking Bowler. Stuart Oliver in his number 7 is already as far up as 9th place. Right now Jenkins is outscoring him, and I think Jenkins will secure the runner-up position as it stands in the championship. Red flag has just been waved though. Red flag is out, and that's because of Yates in the 33. So the stricken truck needs to be recovered. We also saw that Rivette is still running. So Paul Rivette is running, just coming through Paddock Hill Bend in a moment. I believe we will see Paul Rivette still running. We still don't really know what happened to Rivette. We saw him recovering back onto the circuit. There is Rivette now heading uphill just behind our 2023 champion Ryan Smith. But Rivette, after having a moment coming out to Druids and ending up off track, whether he was helped or not, We're now getting a replay. Let's take a look. This is Adam Bint. There is the 22 just ahead. Rivet still there at that point, and it was this point of the lap that he went off circuit. So it wasn't this time by that Rivet had his issue. We continue to follow Adam Bint here. I think eventually we may well see what happened to Rivet next time by coming out of Druids as this red flag continues. At the time, this was the battle for 4th in Division 2. Look at Rivet getting a great run there onto the Brabham Straight. He's looking there to try and get past, I think that's Cole in the 41. But then Bint, with the straight line speed advantage, was closing in. Bint got through. Now, will we see potentially the 22 having a moment trying to get up the inside or the outside of Bint here? Waiting to feel a clunk here. And there wasn't one. It just seems as though Rivet is struggling with a mechanical issue more so than anything else, because he was very slow on the Brabham Straight. So Rivet may have technical issues more so than drama. So Yates in the 33, getting towed out now. Hopefully this won't be too long of a red flag. And I understand that as the trucks make their way back onto the grid, on the pit wall is our friend Pointy. So let's go down to him.
Right then, well, not the start to race 2 Sunday. We were hoping to see more red flags for the finale weekend here at Brands Hatch. As we see behind us, teams and marshals alike raring at the bit to be allowed access onto the pit straight, the grid here at Brands Hatch, ready to re-grid, of course, in the original layout. So of course we'll see Bradley Smith starting in first place again, pole position. He had a great lead. It's such a shame that we had to stop that race. Of course, Neil Yates now, ironically, being recovered from the gravel. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long. Of course, our friends over at Trackside Recovery, well underway. They were already at it before the red flags came out. They'd been given the instructions to go and recover. So, of course, now the circuit's been made safe. They are on their way. Just having a look around, though, in the pit lane, you can see just how many team members are on site. Just in case the worst happens, they need to try and rip something off or get something mended. I appreciate that at this time in the year, some people's fates are, of course, already sealed. Unfortunate one for Paul Rivet. We just saw him there. He's currently in the pits at the moment, taking the opportunity to have his team look at the truck. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Paul Rivet's truck, but we may or may not get the chance for him to restart in a better position than he did previously, and he might, of course, be able to race a little bit more competitively given another opportunity. But of course, doors open, mechanics on the back of the truck we can see here, so I'm not sure whether we'll be seeing Paul Rivet sitting this one out or whether or not he's going to give it a good British try. The doors are shut and I see a marshal there just directing, so we're not sure whether he's going to start from the pit lane now or whether he'll be able to reverse back out of the paddock. The pit, which I'm not quite sure on the regs to that. If we just look quickly over onto 92, they are definitely watching themselves. They are definitely looking camera at the moment. Right, let's just quickly, if I just whiz down here and come over to Bradley Smith's teammates. Don't come on. So Bradley Smith, pole position. We've just seen the restart. What do you think is going to be going through his head right now?
Well, he's got Stuart all over behind him, so he's definitely going to be in his head. But as long as he gets the inside line, he should be alright from the start. Really, he's not too much of an issue. We've had a few talks in the paddock, he's on our side, so hopefully we should be alright.
So they're going to restart in the current position then, they're not restarting the race, they will literally just go from where they currently are?
Yeah, so
lots of pressure then.
Yeah.
Reed to the right of him, Oliver to the rear. It is a terrifying position for him, but of course he was very close to the Reed's start of that race originally, and he did perfectly well with that start. So fingers crossed he does it again, no?
Yeah, fingers crossed. As I said, as long as he gets the inside line, gets the power down the exit of the corner, it should be straight up paddock hill, no problem, and off it goes. So it'd be nice to go home this weekend, a home win at a home circuit. So we'll be having a nice KFC or Chinese later to celebrate if we do get a win, so it will be good.
Indeed. I tell you that although I think we're both confused, I'm not sure, we're looking now onto the grid straight, and I believe they are re-gridding them. So yeah, we'll have to have a look on the briefing notes. Shall we have a look at the magical clipboard? Gather round. So we of course have a special WhatsApp group. Right, okay, so I'm just hearing from the studio that a bit of a move around, but that's just based on where everyone finished off. So fingers crossed it's not going to be too much different. Paul Rivett, however, changing the subject completely, appears to be back underway. So hopefully he can see a decent race, albeit from the back of the Division 2 pack. Blimey, some serious damage to the front of Jock Borthwick. I don't know whether John can see there. I don't think they're letting anybody on. They're not letting anybody on the circuit typically, apart from direct mechanics. Look through John, excusez-moi, let's see, thank you. Right, so we can see now down on the grid, if we just stay out of the way, Jock Borthwick's team working very hard to do some last minute bit removals. Ricky Collett very close behind Jock there, getting them nice and tight. We've been asked for someone to come over and check Michael Oliver's truck. So we're not quite sure what's happened to Michael Oliver's truck there, but oh, we've got a rear end damage, John. Rear end damage on Michael Oliver's truck. Must have been an impact at some point in that race, and it's absolute carnage. Look over here to the left as well. John Bowler's received some damage as well. Bits getting pulled off there. We're going through fiberglass like it's going out of fashion. Our usual grinder. Chris! Oh, cheers, Chris! Thank you! I dropped my phone. This isn't usually what I carry. I'm going to hold on to this. I don't know why. It's alright, I dropped my phone. It's all going on. I've never seen so many bits of truck removed in such a small amount of time down on the grid. It's absolute carnage. Jock Borthwick's team here with the tape, the racing tape we'll call that, making things smooth and safe. Give that back to you. I think we are now clearing the grid, so we'll make our way back in now. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Step back down. Still people looking at Neil Yates's truck to see what's going on over here. Let's see if we get a moment before he sets off back out. Yeah. Just heard Neil Yates will be rejoining the race as well. Again though, he'll be behind Paul Rivett at the back of the Division 2 paddock as well. Checking those brakes before he sets off. Covered in mud, but not too much damage. We'll just quickly talk to Aaron. Aaron, any damage to Neil's truck there?
Nothing really, just superficial.
Superficial, that's the word I like, superficial. Mostly mud from the gravel pit, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's good. So no reason why it went off, just one of those things.
Try braking too late.
Late braking. It can help you get there quicker, but it can also send you off at a speed. We've got our horns now going off to clear the grid, so I think it's time I hand back to Adam in the studio for a quick rundown of what's about to restart out on the circuit.
Well, thank you very much, Pointy. Great to get some insight from down there in the paddock. Nice grinder, by the way. The 46 of Bradley Smith will be starting from pole position then in this restarted race. We're expecting 10 minutes of racing here. Simon Reed will be on his outside on the first row. Row 2 will be Ryan Smith alongside Craig Reed. Row 3 is Powell, and then David Jenkins. Row 4, Bowler and Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver will be starting from row 5 of the grid alongside Jock Borthwick. So that top 10 looking very exciting in Division 1. Then, of course, there's the question mark over the Division 2 championship battle. It looks as though Paul Rivett is going to rejoin the race. And he won't lose any laps, so he'll be on the lead lap because we are effectively restarting the race with 10 minutes left to go with the grid based on what we had previously. So for Rivett, while he will be starting from the pits, he will be able to catch and potentially pass some of the Division 2 drivers if the truck is underneath him. But that feels like a big if, and of course Adam Bint, his primary rival, who we see there, is starting now towards the front of Division 2. So then, the trucks will be rolling again in just a few moments. It's attempt number 2 for race number 4 of the weekend. 10 minutes left on the clock after that red flag, and we're going to go racing again. What a front row it is. Bradley Smith alongside the number 89 of Simon Reed, and then behind him is the newly minted 8-time British champion Ryan Smith alongside Craig Reed. It's a very strong top 4 in the overall in Division 1. Will it be Bradley Smith, the local boy, that holds the lead? He gets a very good start, it must be said. The top 2 streak away. The Division 2 competitors, meanwhile, we ride on board with Adam Bint, who's up to 2nd in Division 2. Meanwhile, Rivett and Yates have left the pit lane, so Paul Rivett does join the race. He now has quite the task ahead of him, though, in Division 2. He needs to make up places. Oh, Michael Oliver in a spin. He gets collected by Jenkins. He gets collected by Stuart Oliver, and Stuart Oliver mounted there by Jock Borthwick. Jock Borthwick will have massive damage. The number 10 in Division 2 in a spin. The 10 and the 28 colliding. Oh, goodness me, everyone collected up in that. Craig Evans in a spin. He was then greeted by Jim Bennett as well, but Jock Borthwick there ended up on the rear of Stuart Oliver. How many trucks are actually still running after that? There's 2 of them that are on the approach to Graham Hill Bend damaged, but I think only 1 stranded truck, and that unfortunately is the number 10 of Craig Evans. Meanwhile, your top 3, it's still Bradley Smith that leads. So Bradley Smith leading by 0.3 of a second over Simon Reed. There's Michael Oliver. It was his sideways moment that triggered all of that drama a lap ago. He's now running in 8th position. Adam Bint, meanwhile, is leading Division 2. So Adam Bint is on for a full score right now in Division 2. Look at the damage, though, on the back of Stuart Oliver's Volvo VNL just ahead. Here comes our top three, close as you like. Ryan Smith hunting Simon Reed, hunting Bradley Smith. Bradley Smith trying to cover off the inside line as Simon Reed looks for any way to get past the 46. Bradley Smith, the 23-year-old from Gravesend, wants to do this in front of his home crowd. Just 20 minutes away from home this weekend. He's got to sleep in his own bed. He's taken a win already this year at Pembrey. But wouldn't it mean everything in the world to take a win here at the massive sellout Brands Hatch fireworks and truck racing weekend? There's Stuart Oliver walking wounded at the back, and there is Paul Rivette, who does seem to be down on pace. Rivette is limping around the circuit. I think that's the only way you can put it. But he is currently third in Division 2, and that's because of all the drama that happened as the race resumed. The overall top three head down the Brabham Straight once again, and Bradley Smith, Simon Reed and Ryan Smith are all in incredibly close quarters. Ryan Smith has the inside potentially for second place. Can Simon Reed hold on around the outside? It's Smith to second, and now he's chasing Smith. Bradley Smith, your leader. Ryan Smith now in second place. And Simon Reed demoted to 5th position there. Now what about Bradley Smith's defending? He's done well so far to hold off Simon Reed, but now he's got the 8-time champion behind him. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this race left to go, and you can see the performance of that Daimler. It is Daimler versus MAN at the front of the order. We've got 3 manufacturers in the top 3, of course, with the Iveco Stralis of Simon Reed just behind. And look at the power of Ryan Smith. He's got the inside. Bradley Smith left the door open, coming through clearways. And it looks as though Ryan Smith has done enough. He's got himself into the lead. He's in position now for win 19 of the season. Bradley Smith then down to second place. He's now got to try and hold off Simon Reed. In 4th place, we haven't said much about this, but in 4th place and doing well is Stephen Powell. Here is the battle for the Division 2 lead. Adam Bint is currently your leader in Division 2. And it is another of the Powells. It's John Powell, who is trying to find his way past Adam Bint. Powell, who has taken 8 wins in Division 2 this year, but has had some rotten luck aside from that. Paul Rivette is behind them, and Paul Rivette is actually going quicker than both. So Rivette is closing in on the top 2. I thought he was limping around the circuit, but actually Rivette, not only is he gaining on the top 2, but he's actually going quicker than them as well. He's one of the quickest drivers out in either division. Stuart Oliver into the pit lane. So Stuart Oliver's number 7. Unfortunately, too damaged to continue after being mounted by the 32 of Borthwick, who miraculously is still circulating in 12th place. There is Borthwick in P12. There's Rivette in 3rd. That gap was something like 7 seconds. It's now down to 5.4. I don't think Rivette is going to close before the end of the race, but he will get close. David Jenkins, meanwhile, on the offensive for 8th position. Jenkins up to 8th there. Gets past O'Rourke. The 92 and the 95, Faulkner and Collett having a good scrap for 10th overall. Jenkins then up into 8th place. It is Ryan Smith, though, that leads the way, and Bradley Smith doing his best to hold on to this 2nd place. I think he's got some lap traffic up ahead of him. I think that's Yates in the 33 potentially. Great scraps as always, up and down the order here in the British trucks. Oh, the 33 off again, so Yates has had another issue. The NYR man this time thankfully gets going under its own steam, so no need for a red flag, but Yates has struggled this weekend so far at Brands Hatch. Here's the battle for second place once again. And we've had a change for second place, in fact, because Simon Reed in the 89 is through into P2. So while we were looking at the spinning Yates, Simon Reed is through into second place. Bradley Smith then down to third place, unfortunately. He hasn't been able to convert that pole into a victory. He may have to settle for a home podium, but even then, Powell behind him in the number 3 might have something to say about that. Adam Bint continues to lead in Division 2. There he is now heading up towards Druids. It's a gap of 1.8 seconds between himself and Powell, and Rivette is absolutely on it right now, lapping a second quicker than Bint. Again, he isn't going to have enough time, I don't think. Adam Bint should still take the Division 2 win, and with it, I think he might well take the championship lead by a point, although the fastest lap point might make it a tie between Rivette and Bint, if I have that right. Rivette was leading by a point coming into this race in the championship in Division 2, and I believe they'll be tied with Rivette taking third and 13 points, Bint taking first and 15 points. However, Rivette will get the point for fastest lap as well, so I think it will be even Stevens going into the decider in Division 2. There is Rivette hunting down Powell. Of course, if he can get past Powell, he will retain his championship lead. We've got 1 minute of racing left to go. Ryan Smith might well be on the final lap. It's actually going to be touch and go whether the checkered flag is waved this time or not. But look at this, Paul Rivette is hunting down John Powell in the number 6. Powell under immense pressure here from Rivette, who has clearly got the pace advantage. He's been lapping a good couple of seconds quicker than John Powell for the last several laps, but now he's got to try and find a man's width in order to move up to second. If he moves into second, since he's got the fastest lap among the Division 2 drivers, it would be tied going into the last race of the season. This man, Ryan Smith, has already claimed the championship, of course, but now he claims win 19 of the season. Smith across the line. Was the checkered flag waved? No, we are going to get one more lap, so they didn't wave the checkered this time. Yates in the 33 off again in front of Smith as he goes by. This is now the final lap. The clock struck 0 just as Smith crossed the line, but the checkered flag has not been shown. Powell and Rivette are just 4/10 apart in the battle for second in Division 2 as Smith powers his way down the Cooper Straight. Bint still leads in Division 2, and it is still Powell in second place as they head through Paddock Hill Bend for the final time. But this time it will be a checkered flag for Ryan Smith. Smith with win 19 of the season coming up. The penultimate race of the season goes to Ryan Smith, the 8-time champion, and Simon Reed will hold on to second place. Bradley Smith rounds out your overall podium ahead of Powell and Craig Reed. And here's Division 2. Here's Paul Rivette right on the back of John Powell. John Powell trying to make that DAP as wide as he can to hold on to this second place. Can Rivette get the run out of the last corner? It's going to be Bint that takes the win in Division 2. Adam Bint crosses the line to win in Division 2. Second place to John Powell and third place to Paul Rivette. Rivette and Bint will be tied on points in Division 2 going in to the title decider. It's 15 points for a win, 13 points for third place, but also a point for fastest lap in division. And that fastest lap goes to Rivette, so they will be tied on points going into the last race, if my maths is correct. Here is Adam Bint's POV from the restart of this race with 10 minutes left to go. It was all kicking off, of course, up in front of him. There's the number 10 going around the outside. That, of course, being Evans. Evans was trying to avoid everything going on to his right, and he ended up spinning onto the grass. He got collected, had huge damage. And we now get a replay as well of Bradley Smith, of course, leading the way early on. This was, again, the first lap after the restart, and it was Jenkins and Michael Oliver getting into each other. Stuart Oliver into the back of Jenkins, and then Borthwick tried to go over Stuart Oliver. Lots of collisions, lots of debris down on the circuit at the restart. Lots of drama, as always, in the British Truck Racing Championship here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Sensational stuff, as always. Scintillating racing. And as Pointy said earlier on, we're going through fiberglass, aren't we, this weekend? Collett ripped the front end off of his truck once again. And there you see the hopeless feeling for Yates. He tagged another... Well, not Yates, my apologies, for Evans. Evans in a spin, he tagged a couple of others, and he could go no further. Well, we're heading into lunch break, but here are the results from that race. Ryan Smith taking the win ahead of Simon Reed, Bradley Smith, Stephen Powell and Craig Reed, your top 5. John Bowler taking 6th overall ahead of Michael Oliver in 12. David Jenkins is 69. Tom O'Rourke and Richard Collett rounding out the overall top 10. Adam Bint winning and tying up the Division 2 title battle in Division 2. Third place finish and fastest lap for Rivette means it'll be tied in Division 2 heading into the finale.
Well, it looks like everybody's been having trouble with that last race. Unbelievable. We've got 2 conversations, 3 races. Unbelievable. Absolute carnage. So, we're looking at how the state of some of these trucks have ended up after that race. A very, very interesting second corner there. I can't believe how much damage there was. We're going to have a look at further back, hopefully. We've got the circuit commentator with his wireless mic. He's already been down and on it. We've got to be very happy with Bradley Smith getting his 3rd place trophy. What a great start he had there, though, but just missed it. Let's pop in and speak to Simon Reed. Simon, my gosh, you look very hot and bothered there. That was a battle, wasn't it? That was hard work.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And to be fair with Brad, it was on it, I was faster than him, but like you say, it's just a mistake. We both went round Jim Bennett, and he just obviously got back over to get the approach on the angle of the corner, and I just zipped up the inside. I was already flowing.
Do it again. I know, because I'm allowed. I'll be right back with you. Right, yeah, so we're just trying to get everybody back to Parc Fermé whilst they're pulling people round, which is perfectly possible, so I don't see the problem. So yeah, quite the tussle, but of course 2nd place overall, fantastic result, very good there. But yeah, massive credit to little Bradley.
Yeah, no, hats off to him. You know, it was just a matter of time, to be fair. You know, but I had a bit of a tussle as I went past, but you know me, I drive as clean as physically possible driving one of these things, and that's what I did. You know, so
absolutely fantastic. Well, we'll get you some silverware handed out. We'll go and get another telling off from the marshal, who obviously doesn't know who I am. Simon, well done, buddy. Great job. See if we can find someone further back now. Bradley Smith. I'd like to speak to Adam Vint, but he's so far away, so far away. I mean, we'll never make it in time. Oh my gosh, would you look at the damage on the front of Dave Jenkins there? Absolutely obliterated. You can't, I mean, how is that thing? That's crazy. Rear damage, front damage. It looks like it's been through an absolute battle. Let's quickly pop round, John, to Bradley Smith if we can. Just wait for my car to make his way round. Bradley, my gosh, 2 fantastic starts that you really held your own incredibly, and then of course eventually one by one picked off. What a shame, but still a podium nonetheless.
Yeah, podium's good. Home circuit, got a lot of friends and family here, so yeah, it's good to get a podium for them. And yeah, we struggled good off the start, but Simon and Ryan are just struggling, can't keep up with them, but we're getting there. They've been racing for a lot of years, our first season, so I'm taking on the chin.
I mean, the fact that you're in one piece, because there's so much damage, it's incredible the amount going on around you, it's just insane.
Yeah, see, Dave's shocking the camera now, he's got no front bumper on it, I don't think. But yeah, we've been lucky.
Stuart Oliver come out, but you're okay for the last race of the day?
Yeah, good, yeah. Luckily, we haven't done no panels this weekend. I think we had our season's worth at Donington.
Oh yeah, 2, right. Right then, we'll leave you to go. Oh, he's just been following me around, I tell you what. Unbelievable. Right, I'll let you go. Take care. Oh, that's the... There we go. I don't like slamming these doors. As you can see, it's complete mayhem, but it's okay. We move with the times. It's a fluid situation. Me and John have got to run back down to the paddock now because we are, of course, 10 minutes late. So we'll leave you here for now. I'll hand back to the studio and we'll go and do some Heart Ferme chat and maybe some trophies.
I hope the schedule will come up in a second, so we can have a look at what's coming. Here we are. So the Legends Cars National Championship at 1:45, so not too long at all until that goes racing. Then it's the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. Pickups with their final race of the season already. I believe Rhys Jones declared champion there. The Division 2 title will be decided in the British Truck Racing Championship in just a few moments as well at 3:20. Make sure you're watching that. And then we will close out not just the Legends Cars National Championship, but also BARC Live for 2023 with the final race presided by the British Automobile Racing Club being the Legend Cars National Championship. 15 minutes of racing to round out our 2023 season at the end of the day. And now we'll take a look at some of what happened last time in the trucks at Brands Hatch earlier in the season as we take a little bit of a lunch break live here today.
there and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bint in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid, then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. Biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing their way through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. That was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for 3rd. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck, whether it's steering or brakes I'm not sure, but again it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there or Jock Borthwick, damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in third. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is fourth. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo white Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo black, really, in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. He's the favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette, if he gets his truck up and running. Had 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. Here's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind is yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill Bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. The first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, but John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. But here comes Flying Ryan into clear ways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, none the worse for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed, but we'll wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd, and a lap down, Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins, with Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th, and then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th, Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th, and Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th in the Seddon Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt. And, of course, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart.
Congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. This we built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie Aaron Parkin is not seeing his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam just they've worked tirelessly, and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8 because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. Quick repairs all round after the incident in race 1, but race 2 is now upon us. Let's see if they can make up for some lost time.
Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. This is based on the 2nd fastest times in qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, will start on pole alongside number 69 David Jenkins in the MAN. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 32 Jock Borthwick. A lot of damage from race 1. Good to see he's repaired the truck. Start alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Row 4, number 3 Stephen Powell. He's repaired as well. Start alongside 14 John Bowler. On the 5th row, 92 Simon Faulkner, although I can see in the background there his truck moving forward. Has he had a problem, I wonder? Start alongside number 12 Michael Oliver. Hopefully he'll get to start this race. Row 6, 68 Craig Reed and 41 Simon Cole. I didn't see him as the trucks came up to the grid, so we'll wait to see if Simon's there. And completing the Division 1 field, number 95 Ricky Collett. Then we move back to Division 2. Craig Evans, number 10 on pole, alongside number 6 of John Powell. Then number 5 Adam Bint, the winner of race 1, and 28 gentleman Jim Bennett. 86 Tom O'Rourke, as explained, will start from the pit lane after his qualifying times were disallowed due to that infringement where he exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. The speed recording device was not activated in his truck during qualifying. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight. It isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right at McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed. Smith, Borthwick, Oliver Jr. is next in the order. Division 2 is being led, by the look of it, by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett, waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Let's see where Tom O'Rourke can get up to around this opening lap. It's at the tail of the field at the moment, I think. Make sure he comes through on this lap. Yes, he has. On board with Jock Borthwick, chasing Bradley Smith on the run up towards Druids. You can see the heavy roll caging in the cab of these trucks. Fifth place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver and his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seems to be a bit of a damage magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise. So what has happened there? See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend, he runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. Great shame for the Scotsman. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Getting Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here in the second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith. But I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. Got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver. Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place. Then it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett. Michael Oliver recovering from that off, missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. As they start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Oh, Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in 2nd place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bint and Paul Rivett. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett squad. Up the hill towards Druids, and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost dropped onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed, and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN. The colours of My Name's Doddy. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett's with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a Burton. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry to paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. Such a shame for Ricky, he doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Well, with the large amount of oil that has gone down from Ricky Collett's truck, the race has been declared at this point. Ryan Smith given the win ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Simon Reed in 4th place ahead of Jock Borthwick and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith in 7th place, then Craig Reed, John Bowler and Michael Oliver complete the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Paul Rivett in 4th place, and it is Jim Bennett who completes the 15 finishers in our second race of the weekend, curtailed early due to that engine failure for Ricky Collett, and that will be, I think, the end of his weekend.
Well, it seems to be a plethora of red flags this weekend so far, with Ricky Collett exploding his engine into more pieces than it's meant to be in. But of course, Ryan Smith and John Powell taking first place for their consecutive championships. We're now going over to race 3, the first one of Sunday here at Brands Hatch.
So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him. And number 12, Michael Oliver, with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1. So it's Jim Bennett, number 28, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivett. Here we go, the big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo, John Powell alongside him, they had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivett behind them, the ex-Saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the 2 front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through, as I expected, into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from 4th on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in 4th place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first corner. Impossible to tell the 2 Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in 6th at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third, Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan, that's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year, 10 times champion, still leads, and John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander. steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place, Simon Reed's Iveco in third. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into fourth place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Here's the battle further back for ninth place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there. And Ryan says, thank you very much, I'll go through for third place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins.
So, as we cut away from what was, we cut back to what is. The Legends cars now heading down to Paddock Hill Bend and through Druids for their second race of the day, Heat 2 of the day for them. It's going to be another short, sharp, exciting race out of the Legends as always. 10 laps scheduled to begin. The grid for the race is as follows. It's John Mickle in the number 4, the machine that Parker used to such splendour yesterday, that is starting on pole position alongside Andrew Rogerson in the 113. Mike Schlupp in the number 3, starting from row 2 of the grid alongside Andy Bird. Row 3, Rob Fountain alongside Luke Simmons, who should be able to secure the championship runner-up place. Charlie Budd on the 4th row of the grid in the 44 alongside Nathan Anthony in the 29. Row 5, Will Gibson in the 57, the newly minted national champion in the Legends alongside Chris Needham. Newbury and Schlupp on row 6. Knight and Higgins on row 7, Pooley and Price on row 8. That's our top 16. We don't really have time to go through any more because we're already back into the racing. 10 laps will begin in just a short while, and I don't mean to do any amateur meteorology, but it does look a bit cloudy. This might be a little bit of a mixed condition afternoon. Maybe not in this race, but I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't seen the last of the precipitation at Brands Hatch on the Sunday. It's John Mickle that leads them away as the engines fire up and we go racing. The motorcycle engine 5/8 scale Legends machines, and it's John Mickle that should lead the way. He had pole position, but he's side by side with Andrew Rogerson. Whoa, one off, that's Luke Simmons. Luke Simmons off the circuit there in the 25. The driver who was trying for the championship runners-up position, he finds himself beached in the gravel. That's hugely unfortunate. Miles off the circuit as well and very deep in the gravel. He will be going no further without marshal or vehicle assistance. Everyone else working their way through the grid, or through the order right now, through the first corners of the lap. There is our champion around the outside there. Rather taily there from Will Gibson in the 57. He's behind Nathan Anthony in the distinct bread van shaped first for Vans Legend. Everyone across the line then at the end of the first lap, and it is Rogerson in the 113 that leads. It's Mickle in second place. In third place it is Andy Bird. Fourth place it is the 13 of Chris Needham. Oh, and straight on there, goodness me, I think that was Bird in the number 30 who almost went straight on there. Gibson then already up to 8th place as he gets around Nathan Anthony. Nathan Anthony, already the champion, of course, now just looking to have some fun with the last 2 races of the weekend. Andrew Rogerson in the 113, still your leader for the time being, though. Got a good start, went all the way around the outside of John Mickle. I was talking about the cloud cover. We now have the sunshine as Gibson hangs on to the back there. Or rather, I should say, sorry, that's Needham hanging on to the back of Mickle. So Needham, the number 13, of course, took the win earlier this morning and is currently already all the way up in 3rd position. Everyone else through. Druids for the 3rd time. There's Gibson. It's almost 3 wide ahead of him as Fountain tries to hold on to 5th place. In fact, now make that 4th position because, of course, Bird there in the 30 dropping down through the order. Gibson tried to go to the inside there, almost 3 wide through Surtees, which doesn't work with all the will in the world, even in these little legend machines. Ollie Schlupp trying to get the power down to find his way around Bird. This is for 5th position. And Schlupp has managed to get a nose ahead by the looks of it. The rest of the field comes streaming past. There's your leading trio. It's still Rogerson in the lead, and through into 2nd place goes Needham. Chris Needham, who started in 10th place, is now up to speed 2. Needham with a good run as well down the Cooper Straight. Here comes the number 13 up against Rogerson in the 113. Andrew Rogerson pushing on here. Chris Needham, power down, following Rogerson. Tapping the rear of Rogerson as well. Is he trying to make a breakaway here by bump drafting Rogerson? No, he's looking to the inside line. It's the 13 versus the 113. Needham would love to make it 2 wins in 2 races on the Sunday. Needham trying to look around the outside there, but couldn't quite find a way through yet. Needham is 6th in the championship, incidentally, and I think he might well break into the championship top 5 by the end of the day, or at least he was 6th in championship coming into this weekend. He's got great momentum down the Cooper Straight, finds some room on the inside going into Surtees. They're side by side through McLaren. It's still even Stevens between them. Rogerson on the inside with authority there, just clung on around the outside of Surtees. Great job to retain the lead over Needham in the 13. Needham looking to the outside line now. Mickle still in 3rd place, keeping a watching brief on this scrap as well. The top 5, the top 6, all starting to merge together into one pack. And Needham, this time with a great run down Paddock Hill Bend. He's got the inside line for Druids. Surely this is where the lead changes hands. Yes, Chris Needham gets through into the lead of the race. We're already somehow on lap 6 of 10 in this race. And look at that, the top 7 in one long queue. And at the back of that queue is Will Gibson, the champion from this year. Secured his championship in the Legends National Championship earlier on today. It is Chris Needham that crosses the line to begin lap 8 in the lead. Lots of fanning out there as everybody tries to find some track space. Your order then, it was Mickle in 3rd place, but now of course it's Ollie Schlupp who's got up into 3rd place, and going around the outside for 4th is Mickle. Mickle trying to, or rather is Gibson trying to go around the outside of Mickle. And Gibson hanging on to the rear there of John Mickle. Mickle, who started in pole position, now running in 4th place, but for how long can he retain that 4th position with Gibson right there behind him? Gibson already up into the top 5. You couldn't rule him out of a podium yet. He's still got a couple of laps to make some more moves. Draws alongside Mickle, will move into 4th place, and it's a good run from Fountain behind as well. He might go around the outside to take 5th place away from John Mickle. He's got the pace, he carries the speed around the outside, he does go all 4 wheels off track, but he does also, I think, take 5th place once all is said and done. Oh, and one off the circuit there, that was Bird in the number 30, Andy Bird, having a bit of a moment there. So he was running 7th at the start of the lap. He's now a few positions further back than that. Number 3 in the 29 close together there. That was Mike Schlupp and Nathan Anthony running side by side. Meanwhile, to the inside goes Ollie Schlupp, trying to get to the inside of Rogerson. This is for 2nd position. Andrew Rogerson, who led the first half of this race, is now watching Needham disappear up the road, and he's having to fight up against Ollie Schlupp and Will Gibson. It's almost 3 wide as they go to Paddock Hill Bend. Schlupp to the inside line. He takes 2nd place. Rogerson is demoted to 3rd position. What can Will Gibson now do? Can Gibson find his way through? He's still clinging on to the outside line. 3 wide through Druids. Gibson has faith in the traction, and Rogerson has got back through into 2nd place. Ollie Schlupp went from 2nd to 4th in that one corner. Gibson still trying to find a way around the outside, but he ends up on the grass. Goodness me. Fountain then will get an opportunity to maybe challenge him for 4th position. It's side by side for 4th as Fountain tried to look to the inside, couldn't quite get that done, and from nowhere, 6th place man, make that 5th place man, is Ben Higgins. Ben Higgins on a good run. Your leader going on to the final lap of the race is Needham. It's side by side for 5th position between Fountain and Higgins. Higgins on the inside then. Ben Higgins should make that position. It does look like he is. Side by side for 2nd, as well as Ollie Schlupp gets the inside. Schlupp on the inside of Rogerson. He gets through into 2nd place. Needham in the lead. Oh, but contact for 2nd place. I think the rain has started coming down because they're all over the place. Fountain in a spin. Rogerson and Schlupp end up straight on as well. Oh, there must be rain because there goes Gibson. Will Gibson in a spin too. Where's Needham? Needham is coming around the final corner. He's going to take the win. There is the number 13. Needham survives what looks like a last-minute rain shower to take the win. Higgins takes 2nd. Ollie Schlupp eventually finishing 3rd ahead of the spinning Will Gibson. 5th place from out of absolutely nowhere, Tyler Reid, who started 19th position. In 6th place there, Andy Bird. 7th place after leading much of the race, Andrew Rogerson with that last lap error. 8th place, the 222 of Matt Knight. Wow, 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 what a race that was in the Legend National Championship. I have to believe some rain started coming down there at the end because that was a little bit too crazy even for Legends racing. Here's the results from the Legend Cars National Championship race, the penultimate of the season, and Chris Needham takes the 2nd win of the day. He could take a clean sweep if the last race of the day goes his favour. Ben Higgins takes 2nd, Ollie Schlupp takes 3rd, Will Gibson rounds out the top 4 ahead of Tyler Reid, who recovered brilliantly to 5th from 19th on the grid. Andy Bird in 6th, Andrew Rogerson in the 113 taking 7th ahead of Matt Knight. Nathan Anthony in the bread van taking 9th position. Mike Schlupp in 10th place ahead of Nick Bridgman in 11th, Daniel Pooley in 12th. Paul Simmons, the first of the guest starters, down in 13th, ahead of Robin Fountain, who had dramas there at the end, of course, and took 14th overall. Just to continue on down to the end of the top 20, Burton Shaw in the 72 taking 15th, Smith in the 46 taking 16th place ahead of Alderslade in the 33, Price in the 34 took 18th position ahead of Dewey in the 22, the King, and then rounding out the top 20 was John Mickle. John Mickle ultimately finishing in 20th place after starting from pole position and fighting in the top 10 for much of the race, so that went against him at the end as well. Well, that was a lot of action packed into 10 laps of racing. Spins for just about everyone towards the end there, with the exception of Chris Needham. Chris Needham had a brilliant run to the end. 2 wins from 2 today. He'll be looking to take the clean sweep of 600 points in the last race. That was seriously impressive. And so that is very helpful for Chris Needham in the championship as well, because he could get close in on Ollie Schlupp and Ben Higgins to move up from 6th to 4th in the championship. But we'll wait and see how that goes. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy is up next. But what a race for the legends. So then Chris Needham will be celebrating probably the most fraught 9.5 minutes of his life. So there's the stricken machine being craned away, and that is Luke Simmons. Luke Simmons, incidentally, not finishing that race. I think he's going to go from 2nd in the championship, potentially all the way down to 6th, maybe. And we'll get confirmation of that from Joe Faulkner from the Legends, I'm sure. Oh, Joe Thieker, sorry, from the Legends at some point before the final race. But Luke Simmons, with that non-finish, will have lost several positions in the championship. The title has gone to Will Gibson. He's home free, but who's going to be 2nd in the championship is a much bigger and broader talking point. So only a few races left to run this afternoon. The Mini Challenge Trophy class will be out there in a few minutes. Pickup Truck Racing Championship after that. The British Trucks and the Legend Cars National Championship to round out our day. Let's go down to the pit lane now. The Legend Cars National Championship race is completed, and Ewan heads down with some of the drivers.
Thank you, Adam, here with John Mickle, the car number 4. I don't want to talk about the race just yet. Let's talk about the season. What happened earlier? It has been a pretty rough year for you.
It's been a very different year, yeah. I mean, obviously we like to race all the season, but we had a real big crash begin the season, and it's put me back a bit. And yeah, just getting back in the swing of things, which taking a bit of laps, but we'll get there.
But he looked after the car early yesterday, didn't he?
He done well, Jack. Yeah, he didn't give me much room to beat him today, did he? In fact, there was nowhere getting close to beating him today. But he's been a great peddler all year, and he's really helped me out this year, because obviously we were beat up after the crash, and he stepped in and he filled my shoes and more.
How are you physically? What's it like to be back in the car?
Physically, I'm fine. Back in the car, it's a little bit weird for having so long out. I understand the 31-day concussion rule we went through, but the longer you have out, the more doubts will go in your mind, and I've just got to raise them doubts.
Now, that was a weird race, wasn't it?
It was a weird race, yeah, very weird. It was gone, and I didn't know where they all sort of like caught us up rather quick, and then I had to come together with the number 30 car. I don't know what happened there. We clicked wheels, and we both went out, but yeah, it was a weird race.
Is it unlucky, or is there anything could change in the car before the last race of the year?
There is a couple of little bits wrong with it. We're going to try to change it and see how we can get on, but today you just track time and laps and see where we go from there.
Right. Great to see you back. Good luck last race.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, everybody. Thank you. Cheers, John. There we go. One more race to come in the Legends, but shortly we are moving on to the Virtue Mini Motors Challenge Trophy. That's another one that's been decided, but hey, it's all the pressure's off. They're going to have a little bit of fun now. Back to Adam.
It's always fun and games with the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy, that much is for certain. And their race is just a few moments away from starting. It's the 3rd and final race of the weekend, and it will be Tom Ovenden, the newly minted champion, on pole position. He's alongside Nicky Taylor, who'd love to get a good result in this final race. Sam Gornell on row 2 at the grid alongside Maximus Hall. Jack Byrne on row 3 in the 486 alongside James Black. in the 53. Row 4 of the grid, Gabe Fairbrother in the 11 alongside Frankie Taylor in the 32. Alex Keynes is on row 5 of the grid. He'd like to try and maybe match his win from yesterday. Nathan Edwards rounding out the 5th row of the grid. Row 6, it is Jamie Keats for Manpower Motorsport in the 33 alongside Luca Marinoni Osborne on row 6. The 81. Reese Lysett, the 117, is next alongside Reese Hurd, the 59 machine. Cameron Richardson in the distinctive Napa Racing UK colours alongside Stephen Chandler of his eponymous Chandler Motorsport squad. Paul Manning, the first of the Director Cup runners on row 9 of the grid alongside Harvey Ribby. The Accelerate Motorsport machine. Callum Eason on row 10 alongside Clark Wells, the 711 and the 26 on the 10th row of the grid. Row 11 is Lee Pearce, the new Directors Cup champion alongside Alex Solly, who obviously had a very dramatic race earlier on today. Mick Fitzgerald for LDR Performance Tuning, the number 7, alongside Louis Fleet in the 29. The first of 2 Team Avago cars back there, because Joshua Wilby in the 95 is next alongside Katia Loggy in the number 5. Row 14 is Sophie Wright alongside Andy Wright. Row 15, Harry Hickton alongside Ashley Gregory. And she will have just a couple of more cars behind her, in fact just one, and that is Ben Taylor in the 86 at the back of the field. So as you can see, the cars already on the circuit. We are going to go racing in not too long from now. 15 minutes for the final time this year. A few, I think, will have their shackles off at this stage with the championship decided for Ovenden. Of course, there are still battles to be had in the lower positions in the championship, but Tom Ovenden, he certainly will now be looking to have fun. And I tell you what, these conditions are fun. I'm watching the window here in the commentary box at the moment, and yeah, the rain's back. It's back, not in a big way, it's spitting, but that's going to be more than enough to make this mini challenge trophy race even more hectic. And in fact, maybe it's a little bit more than spit, because I note that our wonderful cameraman at main camera, Ezra, in camera op 1, he's getting himself back into his in his wet protectors, so he's expecting some more rain, and it is definitely raining at the moment. It'll be a bit dramatic in the trucks later on if we have wet conditions. We've seen what the wet weather can do to that racing earlier in the day. Tom Ovenden in the 24 then will start from pole position here. The championship already decided in his favour. Nicky Taylor will have quite a lot of work to do to try and get past the new champion now that that stress and that tension has been relieved for Tom Ovenden, who sounded a mix of shocked and relieved earlier on when he was told he was the champion. He is going to be there thinking to himself, okay, I can have fun now. And when he's having fun, Ovenden is jolly quick. But I tell you what, the weather is changing on a dime right now. We had a couple of minutes of sunshine in between the rain. Now it's raining heavily again around the circuit. Our camera op at Druids has confirmed that as well. So rain across the track. Of course, we saw the Legends at the end spinning at the end of their race, which seemed to imply that it was getting greasy out there. This Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy race is going to be very intriguing to watch. They do have treaded tyres on these, so it's not as if they're going to have to change the rubber on the car, but it is a much different dynamic in these conditions where it's greasy. So over 30 minis getting ready to get started in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. So we just saw a flatbed taking a Legend car back into the pit lane. I think that was the last of the obstructions around the circuit, which should mean that our formation lap will begin very shortly. The Mini Challenge Trophy. It will be 2 formation laps given the conditions as well. That was declared by race control between the last two races. There will indeed be 2 laps behind the safety car before we go racing. These little Mini Challenge Cooper class cars then, we have 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre normally aspirated engines, single way adjustable dampers, so not the most advanced suspension, but adjustable toe and ride height as well. It's a kind of sports suspension. It's not full-on racing, it's not necessarily what you'd get out of the factory either. A bolt-in roll cage, robust 6-speed gearbox, and actually I'll correct myself because the Goodyear tyres both slick and wet, so that's a question mark. These cars do run slicks. I thought they were untreaded, but if they've got slicks on with the rain that has been falling over the last couple of minutes, that could be a mighty complicating factor. You can see that there are some tyres laid down in the pits as well, so I think a few of them are geeing themselves up for tyre changes. I'm pretty sure there's 5 bolts on each tyre in these cars, so that's going to be certainly not the work of 10 seconds if they do decide to come in for a pit stop. 15 minutes until 15 minutes of racing will begin after these 2 formation laps then. We had a great calendar of events this season, 3 races at each circuit. Started back in April here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. I was also on the support bill for the BTCC at Thruxton, Crofton, Donington. It has been a great season in the trophy class for the older Generation 1 Mini Coopers. Of course, the BMW Mini, now over 20 years of history behind the BMW Mini that replaced the long-standing Morris Austin original. These are the first examples that came out there, the R50 Coopers. You see them trying to generate some heat into the tyres. Ovenden getting a feel for the conditions. I have questions as to what tyres everybody's on. The media pack says slick and wet Goodyear tyres are available, and well, it doesn't look like it's wet tyre weather. I do query whether it might be a bit beyond slick as well. I think we're going to have a dramatic race here. Is my overall point. I think it's a bit greasy. You can see the slippery surface flag being waved there by one of our fabulous marshals. So it is definitely going to be treacherous in the early going. It's also going to be very difficult to get a clean launch in these front-wheel drive cars in these conditions. Granted, it's only 130 brake horsepower, but that's more than enough to light up the fronts. There you see Graham Hill Bend, there you see the run towards Druids. And again, you can see that it's not wet per se, but it has been raining. I don't think we've got rain falling currently. It looks like it stopped hitting my windows here in the commentary box at least. But rain is certainly in the area. Cloud cover is visible around the circuit, although the clouds are coming in from the back of the circuit, from Clark and Clearways, and it's more sun over there. So I think maybe better weather is around the corner. Tom Ovenden will be starting from pole position. The number 24 car, the newly minted champion, Tom Ovenden. He was so flabbergasted to find out that he was champion earlier on in his interview with Ewan. That was That was very funny to watch him realise in real time that he was indeed the trophy champion. He'll be looking next year at what his options are, whether it's staying within Mini Challenge and going on to the BTCC supports potentially in the JCW cars, the newest Cooper Challenge machines. We'll have to wait and see what his future holds. This is a great proving ground, a great stepping stone onto the BTCC package, and maybe towards touring car stardom. Tom Ovenden would love to wrap up his season with a win. He's got the perfect position to do it. He's in the pole slot. Nicky Taylor alongside him, Sam Gornall behind on the second row, and Jack Byrne will be looking for a good run as well. Keep an eye on James Black as well from row 2. I expect him to be right up there. Alex Solly will be working his way from 22nd on the grid. We can expect him up into the top 10 if he has a clean run of it. Long hold here. Everybody appears ready. Haven't seen any bulletins from race control to suggest we're not going racing, but 5-second board has now been shown, so we are ready to go. They made them wait, they made us wait. And now we go racing. It's a great start from Ovenden. It's not such a good start from Nicky Taylor, however, on the outside of the front row. Everybody else away cleanly. Brace yourselves, 30 Mini Coopers in greasy conditions through Paddock Hill Bend. Everyone in the front half of the pack seems to have gotten through cleanly, but clearly you can see a little bit of tippy-toeing through the first apex. None of it, though, through the second corner. That was the 53 of James Black, I think, going rally crossing to try and net himself 4th position. Or was that Maximus Hall? That was actually Maximus Hall up in 4th place, who went onto the grass a bit there. Tom Ovenden in the lead of the race then. Through the first few corners they have gone successfully. Surtees and McLaren looking slippery. Oh, and we got one off in the back of shot there. Didn't quite catch who that was, but someone having a big moment at Surtees before they even got to turn into the corner. 13 minutes and 50 seconds to go. First lap is completed. They're 3 wide down the Brabham Straight. Further back in the field, it's Ovenden, though, that leads the way. Gracious me, this is just outside the top 10. 5 trying to go into 1. It doesn't go. The safety car is out, and we've got one in the gravel for good measure. Safety car is out. That was already out there because of the car that went off here at Surtees. And we had one off right there at the end of the lap as well. I think that might have been the Chandler Motorsport 35. I'm not too sure. Or we get a replay of what happened at Surtees. And that's the 22. Oh no, that is almost a cruel camera angle for the number 22 driver. Ashley Gregory, she got spun around there, did Ashley Gregory. That really wasn't her fault, I don't think, but a passenger into the barriers, and well, we got to see a very good view of that. Props to whoever at 24/7 TV set that camera up. Very good intuition there. 12 minutes and 43 seconds left on the clock, and we've gone to red flag. Now, is that because of barrier damage? Maybe. We did see the barrier get slightly stoved in. It shouldn't be too bad, but it did move a bit. And then, of course, there's also a car down at turn 1 as well. So maybe this is just for ease of access for the marshals and the recovery vehicles. Not sure, but what we do know is that in the first lap, we had a lot of dramas there. One car off on the first lap, another car off as we went on to the second lap, and that was enough to trigger a safety car. Getting a replay now, trying to see the number on the car at the outside of this battle. I can't quite see the number on this shot from here. It's the number, I think it might be the Chandler car, you know. I think my first thought may have been my best thought on that, but nonetheless, 2 in the gravel. Here's another shot of it. Down into Paddock Hill Bend we go. 3 wide in Paddock Hill Bend in slippery conditions. Not a chance of it. And sure enough, the safety car was already out by this stage. So then, red flag, the grid being reformed. Now normally, with the race being so young, they will probably just revert back to the starting grid from the beginning of the race. Tom Ovenden has certainly taken up his pole slot again, and they've just reset the clock again. So yes, 15 minutes back on the clock. Looks like we're going to try this again. They do have to be a little bit careful with the amount of daylight that we've got here, of course, because the sun sets at 4:26 p.m. this evening. Gosh, remember when that was, when the day was young? You can see the marshals testing the Armco here. It is again slightly bent inward from where Ashley Gregory's car hit it. Marshals taking a look to see that the posts are still in place. Hopefully there isn't too long of a delay here. Obviously we've still got 3 more races left to run today. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship, the British Trucks and the Legend Cars. Another look then at what happened as meeting in the middle there between 2 or 3 different cars, and unfortunately Ashley Gregory, she ended up being the passenger in that. And watching that for a second time, the barrier certainly did lean in quite a lot there, so they will have to check those posts to make sure that it is still in place, particularly with the big trucks later on, due to be out there on circuit. The team here from the BARC and MSV and will work very hard to just make sure everything is perfect before we can go racing again. Tom Ovenden, though, would have liked the way that race started for him, and he won't mind too much that we've gone to red flag, because he gets to resume his pole position. I think for Nicky Taylor it's a bit of an opportunity, because that first start didn't really go to plan for Nicky. I think Nicky, among those weighing up his options for next year, those that have shown good pace this season, some of them are wanting to stay in the trophy class for next year and try and take that title. Others are looking at going further up the food chain, perhaps to the JCW class at the top of the mini challenge pyramid. A lot of decisions to be made in the off-season. Of course, there's that perpetual struggle in motor racing towards the end of the season to figure out what comes next, and that doesn't just apply to your results in 2023. Those aren't the only deciding factor, of course. It's budget, it's finding sponsors and partners, it's finding teams, maybe trying to get a good deal in exchange for something else with a team. It's a lot of hard graft being a young racing driver trying to build a career, and that's what a lot of these competitors are doing at the moment. Increasing opportunities as well to make your mark in the winter as well, particularly if you're in the single-seater space, of course, with the Formula Regional Championships and the Formula 4 Championships in the UAE. There's also the Formula Winter Series in Spain and Portugal. The GT Winter Series, a sister championship to that, also exists for those maybe trying to get into GT3 and GT4 racing. There are no shortage of options now to go racing in the winter. There's also the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Southern Europe that happens during the winter, and Porsche Carrera Cup racing in the Middle East as well. There is now the possibility, and in the case of many professional racers, a probability of being booked most of the year round, which is an exciting prospect if you're an established professional driver, maybe doing some driver coaching. But if you're a young driver, that means you've got to find more budget to go racing more often, which makes it all the more difficult. Well, as the sun starts to shine once again and the clouds overhead part for just a little while, the barriers have been checked, the cars have been removed, and we can now go rolling again. So the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy race, 15 minutes will begin after what I suspect might just be one formation lap this time. They did do two previously, but I think they might leave them at one this time, given the time crunch that we've got. Virtue Motors, of course, our title sponsor of this championship. Mintex and Scorpion Red Power, also key partners for the Mini Challenge Trophy Championship. There's the telltale grooves in the grass where Ashley Gregory found the barriers. She will be watching on the sidelines, but the rest of our grid is ready. And just looking down at the start line, there are marshals ready to grid up, so we are indeed only doing one formation lap this time around. It will be Ovenden that draws up on pole position. The brand new champ in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy wants to end his season on a high with a race victory. It's going to be no mean feat for him to do so, though. He's had a great season, deserves that championship, has looked to cut above at various points this year. He's had 4 third place this season and 4 seconds. Could he make it 4 wins? He's got 3 already this year. And he starts on pole position this time around. 15 minutes of Mini Challenge Trophy racing about to begin. The revs build. And we go racing. It's a good start by Ovenden once again, by the looks of it. Tom Ovenden into an early lead. Keep an eye on Alex Solly just going through shot there as well. He starting from the back of the grid once again. Ovenden leads as they stream through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Second place still with Nicky Taylor, but he's on the outside line. To the inside of him, I believe that would be Gornall. Yes, Sam Gornall side by side with Taylor. Lovely stuff. Nicky Taylor manages to hold on side by side. Maximus Hall has managed to get up into 3rd place there as well, by the looks of it. Maximus Hall from 5th on the grid, maybe going for 3rd. The cement dust, though, a little bit slippery. Everyone through cleanly. There's the number 12 at the back of the pack. Alex Solly, currently 2nd in the championship, but may lose 2nd in the championship to Nicky Taylor if Taylor has a particularly good race. Lots of side by side as they come across the line for the first time then in race 3, take 2. The order as they came across the line at the end of the first lap was Ovenden from Taylor, from Gornall, from Byrne, your top 4. James Black in 5th place, ahead of Maximus Hall. And Hall getting into it there with James Black. Tried to get to the inside of Black there and ended up kind of stepping out through the apex at Graham Hill Bend. Still in 2x2 formation. There is the 62 machine of Alex Keynes. Now Keynes hasn't had a good start at all. Alex Keynes started in 9th place and Keynes is outside of the top 10. He's down in 14th position by the looks of it, Alex Keynes. So the black and gold machine in strife early on. Ovenden leads the pack through to begin the third lap of the race then. 12 minutes and 35 on the clock. There is Keens, who I was talking about just a moment ago, and Solly in the Dayglow yellow rear. Alex Solly, who started 22nd, is now up to 17th. And is that, as we go across the line once again to complete the third lap, was that Ovenden losing out on the lead? Yes, it was. Nicky Taylor got through into the lead of the race there. Nicky Taylor is your new race leader for Graves Motorsports, and up into second place has gone Gornall as well. So Sam Gornall now into second place. Third place isn't with Ovenden. Ovenden leaking positions. Up into third place has gone the 21 car. A good start then from Nathan Edwards, who started in 10th and is now up to third place. Nathan Edwards is absolutely charging through the order on this getaway. The early stages of the race have definitely fallen in favour of Nathan Edwards. Nicky Taylor, your race leader on lap 4 of the race, then managed to get past Ovenden. Ovenden in the 24 demoted all the way down to 4th place. Our former leader and pole sitter, are already confirmed 2023 champion. And look at that pack, the top 10 practically covered by less than 2.5 seconds. In fact, 2.3 seconds exactly between the top 10, so it's very, very close indeed. They all filter through Graham Hill Bend. In fact, it's really the top 20 in one long queue, isn't it? Absolutely incredible stuff. Solly, incidentally, in the number 12, is up to 15th place, and it's side by side for the lead. I think that's Gornall going for it. Gornall has gone through into the lead of the race for Westbourne Motorsport. The number 96 of Sam Gornall has gotten through, and now Nicky Taylor side by side with Nathan Edwards on the inside. Nathan Edwards in second place. Oh, and looking to the inside there, is that Black in the 53? Yes, it is. Maximus Hall getting involved with that as well. Tom Ovenden losing positions quite quickly here. Here comes Maximus Hall to the inside of Ovenden for 4th position. Ovenden, though, has the outside line, which then becomes the inside for Graham Hill Bend, and remains in 4th place for now, but is under a huge amount of pressure as it stands. Gornall leads, then it's Edwards, then it's Taylor. I'm hugely impressed, though, by Nathan Edwards in the Interclens-backed Accelerate Motorsport car. He is having a mighty race so far from 10th on the grid. And is now closing in on Gornall in the 96. Gornall has gotten to the front, but I don't think he's going to run to the flag uncontested from here. Not with Edwards and indeed Nicky Taylor right there with him. And Gornall, feeling the pressure, has to go defensive into Druids Bend. Looks like he's run it out a bit wide there, but manages to find the apex. Through Graham Hill they go once again. At the very back of that leading queue is the number 12 car of Solly. Everyone streaming through Surtees and McLaren. Clark and then Clearways to complete the lap onto the Brabham Straight to complete the 7th lap of the race. And can Nathan Edwards get a run towards Paddock Hill Bend? I think he's only going to get offered the outside line, but he could convert that to the inside with a tactful line through Paddock Hill. Instead, he tries to go all the way around the outside. Doesn't manage to do that, but will now try and duck to the inside line. Lap traffic maybe just getting in the way a little bit there, but Well handled there by the driver at the 31, Andy Wright. Andy really didn't have anywhere to go there. Incredible parity at the sharp end of this order. Pack racing doesn't happen that often at Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, but that's exactly what we're seeing here. Look at that stream of machinery. 5 seconds covering the top 15, 4.1 seconds as a matter of fact, covering the top 15. 1 foot wrong in this battle and you will lose a half dozen places if you're lucky. Nathan Edwards again right there on the back of Gornall. Can he now get a good run through Paddock Hill Bend? He's set himself up nicely for a good run down the hill towards Druids. Goes to the outside again for Druids Bend. Gornall trying to cover this as best he can. It looked like there was a bit of a pinch going on further back in the pack, but everyone just about finds room. I think that was Jack Byrne getting squeezed a bit to the inside there in his battle with James Black. Ovenden still under pressure as well from Maximus Hall. Side by side further back in the pack as well, just towards 8th or 9th place there. Still at the back of that huge queue is Solly in the number 12 for Grays Motorsport. He needs to make up positions really to ensure his second place in the championship. 2, 3 wide all the way down the order. And what about the battle for the lead? Will it be Gornall or Edwards that approaches Druids first? It's a very good run from Nathan Edwards, but no, once again can't quite get it done. 2, 3 wide, body panels being used to their limits right now. It looked like Keynes and Taylor were side by side further back there. Oh, 2 cars off at the back of shot. 2 cars off at the very back of that shot there. At the top of Graham Hill Bend, at the barriers, 2 cars have gone straight on. I think one of them might be Taylor in the 32. We'll see when everyone crosses the line which 2 cars fall down the order. The top 2 come across the line, basically line astern. The 2 cars that seem to have gone missing, the 33 of Hurd, oh sorry, the 33 of Jamie Keats and the 59 of Reese Hurd. Those are the 2 cars that have ended up way up the bank at Graham Hill Bend. I think they're far enough away from the racing surface to not really need anything more than maybe a local yellow. Huge grass runoff area there at Graham Hill Bend. With 4.5 minutes of this race left to go, it is still Sam Gornall in the lead. Nathan Edwards, who started in 10th place, got himself up to 2nd in record time after the red flag and the subsequent restart. He's got Nicky Taylor right behind him. Ovenden is still in the mix as well in 4th place ahead of Maximus Hall. Another good run through the first corner for Nathan Edwards. He's tucked in behind Gornall, who's hugging that inside line, going as defensive as possible. Nicky Taylor and Maximus Hall both involved as well. Ovenden demoted to 5th place there. Did we hear a car off circuit there? It sounded like someone maybe skidded off up at Druids or somewhere. Ah yes, 2 cars off. Fairbrother and Frankie Taylor. And Frankie Taylor, I think, has his opinion on whose fault that was. Frankie Taylor was fighting with Gabe Fairbrother there. That was for 10th place. And they're now both off the circuit. It's getting a bit frenetic further back as well. You can see there the 486 of Byrne under immense pressure as they come across the line. He's got the 117 of Lycett for company, among others. Yellow flags, of course, this time by up at Druids because of the cars off track. Gornall and Nathan Edwards just got a couple of car lengths now between themselves and the chasing pack. but Druids is one of the primary overtaking opportunities around this circuit, and I'm not sure that it's going to be covered by green flags again before the end of the race. Usually, if they've gone past an obstruction 3 times, they will sometimes lift the yellows, but I don't know if we're going to get long enough for that to be a factor. Nathan Edwards in the slipstream, once again trying to find his way past Gornall. I think he's now going to have to try and get it done here at Paddock Hill rather than set himself up for Druids, but that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to set himself up for the run down Paddock Hill and then back up Halewoods. Yellow flag still waving, so nothing really that Edwards can do. Lap traffic up ahead for Gornall. That could be a factor here as he approaches Graham Hill Bend. Not the place you really want to catch a back marker. And all getting a little bit in the way there, but trying desperately to stay out of the way. Looked like a little uncertainty collectively from everyone as they tried to get around Andy Wright in the 31. And that's shuffled the order further back, hasn't it? Because Maximus Hall has moved up into 3rd place ahead of Nicky Taylor, and Ovenden is all the way down to 6th, maybe even 7th, because around the outside of him goes one of the others, trying to figure out which car that is. But Ovenden has been side by side for quite a while there. That's with Black in the 53, isn't it? Yes. So Ovenden down to 6th place. 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go means penultimate lap of the race here. Still yellow flags at Druids. Next time by, I wonder if they might lift the yellows because they've been past it 3 times. That could be a factor. Keep an eye on that marshal post on the last lap to see whether the yellows are out on the way up to Druids. Maximus Hall, having moved up to 3rd place, is now right there on the back of Nathan Edwards. Maximus Hall, who won earlier on, could yet make it 2 in the same day here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Edwards and Hall use the slipstream, closing in on Gornall. Gornall is slow. Gornall is very slow as they cross the line. Edwards through into the lead. Nathan Edwards is your leader. It's Max Hall side by side as Gornall hops the curb. Yellows are still out there, but Maximus Hall gets through before the yellow flag zone. Gornall slowed down massively there in a straight line. I wonder if he missed a gear or whether he's got a slight issue. But either way, the seas have parted for Nathan Edwards, who started this race all the way down in 10th place. We're on the final lap. The clock has hit 0, and it's going to be a win, barring a late Maximus Hall move. The rain seems to have started falling once again as well, just to make things even more complicated. Here comes Maximus Hall. It's going to be a drag race. Maximus Hall and Edwards. This is a great finish. Who's got it? It's going to be Nathan Edwards. Edwards crosses the line to win it. Maximus Hall got a great run through the last corner as the rain started to fall once again. That was incredible. Nathan Edwards from 10th on the grid takes the last win of the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy season. Maximus Hall almost got him at the line, but has to settle for 2nd. Sam Gornall taking the 3rd spot on the podium ahead of Nicky Taylor. And Jack Byrne rounding out the top 5 ahead of the champion Tom Ovenden, who started on pole position, lest we forget. He ended up all the way down in 6th place. What an incredible closer that was in that race. Nathan Edwards by just over a 10th, taking it from Maximus Hall. Sam Gornall taking 2nd place ahead of Nicky Taylor. Jack Byrne, the first of the graduate class runners home in 5th. Ovenden in 6th. James Black taking 7th, also 3rd among the rookies. Maximus Hall, the first rookie home ahead of Sam Gornall. Reese Lysett finished 8th overall. Alex Keynes in 9th, and Alex Solly eventually recovered to 10th place overall. Harvey Ribby taking P11. Callum Eason in 12th place ahead of Lee Pearce, the first of the Directors' Home, the Director Cup champion Lee Pearce, crossing the line 13th overall in the final race of the season ahead of Harry Hickton. 15th place was Wilby, a good run to 16th place for Katia Loggy, who started in 26th. So well done, Katia Loggy, you did a great job there. 7th place for Taylor in the 86. The 35 of Chandler in 18th. Manning and Fleet rounding out the top 20. And as the recovery continues for Fairbrother, we can head down to the pits where Ewan is waiting with drivers. He's going to pick the brains of the Mini Challenge drivers for the final time this year.
Well, what an end to the mini season. We've just seen Nathan Edwards. Look at the dent here. He's been on climbing on his roof. We're going to have a chat with him as soon as he gets his helmet off. I spoke to him in the paddock earlier today. He was looking for one more win to end the season. What a way to do it. What a finish. Max Hall on the podium for the 3rd time this weekend. Celebrations galore. I'm going to jump in with the Interclen sponsored driver right now. Look at this. These are the biggest celebrations we've seen all weekend. Nathan, do you want to get your helmet off? We'll have a chat. We spoke in the paddock earlier today. You said you were looking to end the win on a season on a high. My goodness, did you just do that?
Man, I'm out for breath. I've got on the roof. My dad told me I could never get on the roof. I got fans out there. I got people up there in the box. My Spencer's Interclens, my family. Everybody, Interclens, WP Commercial, Sean Vehicle Auctions, Automotive Repair Systems, first weekend with them, Sean Vehicle Auctions as well. I love them. I'm out of breath. When I said to you this morning, there was no way I was going to get a podium. I don't think that race is going to happen.
Well, we heard them screaming with about 3 laps to go, right? That last lap, that last straight, what is going through your mind?
I thought I'd done it, and then when it started to see the spots of rain going up the back straight, I knew that on Friday testing we had the same thing happened, and I slid off. I nearly did the same thing, and when Max got up the inside, I was like, no, I'm not going to give this up. But to be fair to Sam Gornall led that race from start to finish, and he deserved probably to win the race. And I'm kudos to him, because he probably missed the gear or he had a problem with the car last minute. But now my team accelerate. Dan Zelos, he's the GOAT, and Sam Beckett and Will. I love them all so much. My family as well.
Who's going to fix the roof?
Yeah, we're selling the car, so if anybody sees it out there, I will repair the bonnet. I promise. But it's a race-winning car, and it's the one to have.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, buddy. Well done. Let's try and find, if we can, Max Hall is over here. 3 podiums this weekend. And we'll speak to Sam Gornall too. He finished his season with 2 podiums as well. Max, come on in. You nearly got him.
Oh, it's so close. Just tenths down the straight, but it was a good race.
I mean, I think it was 100th of a second, but you and Sam as well. I mean, that is mini racing summed up. It is so competitive.
Yeah, most competitive championship I've ever raced in.
Now, you've had a good end to the season. Can you bottle this and take it into next year? You and minis again?
Yeah, I reckon I could, yeah. I reckon it's going to be good.
We can't wait, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks,
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And I'd like to find Sam Gornall if we can. But it's so busy down here. Oh, Sam is over here, so where is he? I'm being pointed in his direction. Where is Sam? Here he is. Sam, great end to the season, 2 podiums.
Yeah, I mean, the win was on then, but unfortunately, started the last lap in 4th gear down the straight, and it's popped itself out of gear. So I'm there scrambling, trying to find the gear. And then by the time I found the gear, they've both passed me. I've led basically the whole race, and it's just unfortunate they went on the end. But I'm still happy with the podium. I can't complain with a P3.
We were watching and we saw you slow down. We thought, what is that? So it's just a slip gear. And I mean, does your heart sink? There's nothing you can do about that, can you?
Yeah, it's just like, obviously, come out the corner in 3rd. I've gone to 4th gear. It's in 4th gear, nice and fine. I'm alright. I'm getting on the inside to defend, and it just pops itself out of gear, and then that's it. We've lost the 2 places.
But this weekend must give you so much confidence going into next year.
Yeah, we obviously these last 2 rounds we've been on it. We've been at the front, so it puts us in a good position for next year, and hopefully we'll be in the fight for the championship next year.
Well done, great season.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Good luck. Well, what a season it's been in the Virtue Challenge Mini Challenge Trophy. And it is absolutely packed down here. Brilliant crowds. Again, Nathan Edwards' family and friends, well done to you. Plenty of noise the last few laps. Who is doing the screaming, we'll find out. We've got plenty more racing to come, and it's not done yet. We've still got the trucks, we've still got the legends, but coming up next, it is back to the pickups for their last race of the season. Rhys Jones, already your champion. Everybody pedal to the floor in this one. Loads of fun. Over to Adam.
Thank you so much, Ewan. Ewan has been working very diligently this weekend to not just interview post-race, but also down in the paddock earlier in the day. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship has already been won, but while we have a chance, let's hear from some of the drivers earlier on with Ewan.
They are arch rivals, these two.
And yet another championship ending this weekend is our Pickup Truck Racing. Dale Gents, third last year, currently second in the standings, can mathematically win, but it'll be a big job to pull back Reese today, won't it?
Yeah, pretty big. Don't wish him any bad luck against him, but yeah, could do with him having a DNF to help us out a little bit there. But no, we're going out, have some fun, see what happens really. As long as it stays dry, I think we should have a good shot of having a good go at it. Now,
do you mind me mentioning Pembrey, where it didn't all go too well? You guys were right in the fight, but you pulled away due to some technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's always the way. Like, here a bit of bad luck, and I gain. Then the next race, I have the bad luck, and he gets on. So yeah, very frustrating weekend it was for us there. But put that in the past now. Like, just coming into this one.
Knowing that you probably need to have 2 wins to stand a chance, you're starting 5th in the first race. How are you approaching it?
As long as the weather holds off and we've got a dry race, I feel we could move up there. I like to think we should have at least a podium out of it. The truck's been brilliant. It was good yesterday in the wet and qualifying, not so well in race 1. Just struggled with a bit of rear end really, which I think everyone was, but just couldn't get the drive that we wanted. But yeah, no, the team have done fantastic all year with us, and our sponsors, MA Ponsonby, BP Mitchell, and Junction 26 with them guys on board with us this year. Hopefully they'll come back for next year. But yeah, no, we're looking forward to it.
I mean, it's a great series to watch. We can't wait. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So there, Dale Gents currently second in the championship. Can he catch Reese Jones? It is going to be a tall order. To talk us through it, Adam Weller.
Well, as the cars head out, or the trucks I should say, head out onto the circuit, I must say I have not yet received a grid for this one, so I'll look out the window and tell you what I can when it comes to the grid. What I can tell you is that it is the 72 there at the sharp end alongside Reese Jones. So it's a 72 of Alan Cooper there on the front row alongside Reese Jones. Row 2 of the grid is Dean Tompkins alongside Dale Gent. Row 3 is Aaron Thompson alongside Matt Simpson by the looks of it. Row 4 of the grid is starting to test my knowledge of the liveries. It's Mark Willis on the outside of row 4, and I'm afraid I can't quite... The 24 is 7th place. Row 4, 7th place then is the 24 of Ryan Hadfield. Row 5 of the grid, there's only one there, and that is the 84, I think that might be. The 84 of Matthew Moore alone there on the 5th row of the grid. But at the front of the grid, though, we know that it's a 72 of Alan Cooper. We know that Reese Jones is there alongside him. But if we take a look at row 6 of the grid, we can see that Paul Tompkins is there on the outside alongside Jamie Liptrot, who starts on the inside of row 6 there. Row 7, Daniel Fisher in the number 5 alongside the 93 of Michael Smith. The 52 of James Goldstraw is behind them, joined by, not quite sure who that is next to the purple 52 from here, the 68 car of Eric Boulton. Then the next row, the number 3 there, that is Jeff Simpson, and he is joined there by the 89 of Chris Brockhurst inside of him. Then it is Tom Hutchins, I believe, in the 29 alongside the 37 of Neil Tressler. Then the back row of the grid, Rich Ailing on the number 13, and the 25 of Russell Smith rounding out that grid. So we can see it by eye, but they didn't publish a grid, but we got through it, thankfully. Thank you to cameraman Ezra for the zoom in, and the window as well for letting me look out of it. We just about got there eventually. Alan Cooper is our pole sitter then on the front row of the grid. That is a very compelling front row of the grid. That's not the grid that we have, though, unfortunately, there on screen. Alan Cooper and Rhys Jones on pole position. I think the top 6 were in the wrong order there, unfortunately, on that grid. But Alan Cooper and Rhys Jones it is on the front row of the grid for this one. It'll be one formation lap. Sometimes we just have to do things manually. Alan Cooper and Rhys Jones starting on the front row. Rhys Jones, the now 2-time in a row champion, twice consecutive champion, will be starting from the outside of the front row and looking to end the season with a win. And, well, it's gotten noticeably darker in the last 60 seconds or so. Yes, we get closer and closer to the sunset, but there's also a good amount of cloud cover over the Druids, or rather over the clearway section of the circuit. Alan Cooper lines up on pole position then for this race, alongside the number 40 of Rhys Jones. Row 2 of the grid is Dean Tompkins. Keep an eye on Tompkins. He'll be wanting to get a win. He could have had one earlier today, but it didn't quite pan out. Matt Simpson on the 3rd row as well. He could go on the offensive. We go racing for the final time in the season and the weekend for the pickup trucks. 18 laps once again, and it looks like Jones has a good start, but it will be the 72 of Alan Cooper that leads early doors. Rhys Jones, though, to the inside at Druids. I think Jones may already have taken the lead there. That didn't take long at all. Yes, Rhys Jones is through into the lead of the race. It's 3 wide further back. Dale Gent getting pushed around there by Aaron Thompson. Dean Tompkins set off the circuit as well. He gets overtaken there by Paul Tompkins. Paul with a decent start. In a complete lap 1 of 18 with Rhys Jones in the lead. Look at Dale Gent there. Made up a couple of positions off the line by the looks of it. Lap 2 of the race begins then, and it is the number 40 of Jones in the race lead. And Simpson already up into 2nd place. Simpson has been incredible this year. Matt Simpson charging up to the back of the number 40. Matt Simpson now trying to go around the outside of Jones. Oh, contact! And Rhys Jones does very well to avoid a spin. Thompson can't avoid a spin. And he ends up into the barriers. Aaron Thompson, I think he collected at least one other involved in that as well, but Aaron Thompson, and we heard from him earlier in the weekend, this might be his last race, and unfortunately it's ended in the barriers. That's hugely unfortunate for him. Matt Simpson crosses the line as your leader then. It's Dale Gent in 2nd place. Rhys Jones in 3rd as we go to safety car. Safety car conditions declared around the circuit. It was hugely unfortunate there. Matt Simpson and Rhys Jones just met in the middle coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and then it all concertinaed from there. Lap 3 of 18, and we're under safety car conditions in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We get a replay here. Matt Simpson trying to go around the outside of Jones, and it looked like Jones was just drifting wide there. They made contact, met in the middle. Aaron Thompson was trying to take evasive action, ended up spinning off the circuit, and he was then collected, I think, potentially by the number 21 of Dean Tompkins there. This is, again, the replay of Thompson. You see him off the circuit there. He ends up sliding across the circuit. And it was indeed Dean Tompkins that kind of ended up having to avoid him as Thompson slid back across the circuit. Such a shame for Aaron Thompson. Had such an emotionally charged interview with Ewan yesterday here at Brands Hatch, talking about how his days of racing might soon come to an end. The leading cars then come across the line. Start lap 4 at the race under safety car conditions, and hopefully this recovery won't take too long. And hopefully Aaron Thompson is okay. Matt Simpson, though, back to the front of the pack then. A little bit of contact there with Rhys Jones as he went through around the outside. Dale Gent managed to get past Rhys Jones as well, so Rhys Jones demoted to 3rd place. Great start, though, from Paul Tompkins, who started way down the pack, outside the top 10, and is already up into 5th place. Paul Tompkins has had a really rough weekend of it. He came into this weekend as the 3rd place driver in the championship. I don't think that's the case anymore. If anything, I think he might be as far down as 6th in the championship at this stage. Paul Tompkins in the number 12, but he's finally come good here in the 3rd and final race of the weekend. The field trundles through Surtees and McLaren once again. Matt Simpson has certainly sounded very relaxed and confident earlier on in his interview with Ewan this morning. The ex-BTCC and short oval racing star. Of course, used to race that rather fabulous FK2 Honda Civic Type R in the British Touring Car Championship, going back a good 5-6 years ago now. And these days plies his trade in the pickup trucks. Dale Gent also came from Saloon Car Racing, of course, for a long time running his incredible 4-wheel drive Subaru Impreza in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got one into the pits there. Who is that in pit lane? Let's take a look at the timing screen. It will tell us the story. It's Rich Ayling, unfortunately, into the pit lane. So Rich Ayling in the pits. Ayling is my local racing driver. He's based down in Gosport, across the harbour from Portsmouth. I'm about 5 miles north of him in Fareham. So the Hampshire boys have made a trip up to Kent. Unfortunately, Ayling's weekend looks like it might have ended a trifle early. Pickup number 41, I think, has now been retrieved from the Cooper Straight. Aaron Thompson, hopefully all right, but we are probably going to get one more lap of safety car. I think they've put the 41 back into a safe position. We'll begin lap 6 of the race behind the safety car this time by. Of course, there are 2 more races to come here today. The British Truck Racing Championship will be on after this pickup race, and then of course it will be the Legends at the end. Looks like the ambulances are heading away now. Again, hopefully Aaron Thompson is okay. But with the circuit now seemingly clear, it shouldn't be too long before we once again go racing. Lap 6 of 18. So we'll effectively have 2/3 race distance when we resume. We'll start lap 7 of the race. Under green flags in theory, just waiting for confirmation with the lights going out on the safety car. Rich Ayling, incidentally, has come back out onto the circuit. He's managed to rejoin us, which is great to see. There is Ayling at the back of the pack, so Rich Ayling will rejoin the pack from 20th place. And actually, I think he's managed to not lose a lap either. So Rich Ayling has done a good job there. The safety car lights are off. We are going to go racing this time, and Matt Simpson is going to resume the race from the lead. We are racing once again here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, the season finale of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and Dale Gent immediately on the offensive. He got up into second place in the aftermath of that collision between Simpson and Jones, and now he's going for the lead. Looks to the outside line around Druids Bend. Simpson is your leader. Simpson could well be third place in the championship at the end of this race, depending on where everyone else finishes. I think he is on for third in the championship. In fact, I think he was third coming into this race, but nonetheless it is Matt Simpson in the lead. Then it's Gent, then it's Jones. Reece Jones, of course, already securing the championship earlier on today, and then in fourth place it is Cooper in the 72. Alan Cooper, who started on pole position, down in fourth place. And look at Dale Gent there trying to cut to the inside of Matt Simpson, but Simpson makes sure he gets to the inside as soon as he possibly could. Stays in the lead for now. These little pickup machines powered by 2 to 2.5 litre engines, a few different power plants out there on the circuit. We got 2 trucks off in the back of shot. See if anyone tumbles down the order from the front end of the pack at the end of this lap, but Matt Simpson continues to get absolutely hounded by the 83 of Dale Gent. Gent looks to the outside line this time and will try and cut back in on the run up Hellwood Hill to Druids Bend. And it is a very good run indeed. He's got a nose to the inside of Simpson. Can he get the move done? No. Simpson cuts across the nose, but he drifts wide. Dale Gent still side by side with Simpson then, but he's got the outside line for Graham Hill. And sure enough, he couldn't quite get it done. Look at Gent absolutely welded to the back of Simpson. It looks as though the 2 cars that went off circuit at Graham Hill a lap ago were Moore and Bolton in the 84 and the 68 cars. They did both cross the line and keep going, however. Very difficult to see what's going on here, but Dale Gent has a nose ahead. Dale Gent through into the lead of the race, got a better run through the last couple of corners than Matt Simpson, and now Simpson under threat from Reece Jones. Reece Jones to the inside of Simpson. Simpson gets a nice nudge there from Reece Jones, who takes that second place there. A little bit of a hip check between the 2 of them, but Jones is up to second place. He'll now want to go and hunt down the 83 of Gent. Gent then in the lead of the race, and he may now start to build a gap over Jones and Simpson. Good scrapping as well further back in the pack. That is Willis there defending up against Liptrot. Liptrot is having a very good race. He's all the way up in 8th position right now. Willis in 7th place, Liptrot in 8th. Then it's Hadfield and the recovering Dean Tompkins, who's just trying to go around the outside there of Hadfield. That's for 9th place. Tompkins still down in P10 for the time being. Just ahead of Willis is the number 12 of Paul Tompkins in 6th place. So Paul Tompkins leading this train of cars. A little bit of a nudge there from Willis behind. Mark Willis trying to get a good run out of the corner, but I don't think he's really got one there. If anything, it looked like he bogged down on the straight there. And here comes Liptrot around the outside. It's almost 3 wide as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Willis almost gets squeezed there between Hadfield and Liptrot in the 24 and the 2 cars. Oh, goodness me, very, very close quarters racing for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places. 11th and 12th getting involved in this as well. Liptrot to the inside of Hadfield, retains 8th place, and Hadfield spins. The number 24 in a spin will now fall down, possibly outside of the top 16. And what's going on with Rhys Jones? Has Rhys Jones got a puncture? It looked like Rhys Jones's tyre might have been coming off the rim there. Rhys Jones slowing. The number 40 car there behind these guys. The championship winner. The 40 car had some sort of issue there, but I think carried on across the line. Still trying to spot where Rhys Jones is. There he is at the top of Paddock Hill. There's the number 5 car, the similarly liveried machine further back in the pack, but Rhys Jones. There is Rhys Jones, and what is wrong with that car? It's got absolutely no pace. It is a puncture, I think, but difficult to really see from here. Either suspension damage or a puncture. Doesn't look like any of the tyres are shredding, but nonetheless, the number 40 of Rhys Jones dropping out of the race then. Dale Gent leading the way now by 1.6 seconds over Matt Simpson. Here's the battle for 3rd place as Alan Cooper comes under pressure from Michael Smith. Michael Smith then in 4th place. 5th place then. Behind that now is Paul Tompkin. Paul Tompkin, who was in 6th place, of course, has inherited 5th because of the issues for Rhys Jones. There's that battle for 3rd. Just behind is that great pack for 5th position, currently being led by Paul Tompkins with Mark Willis and Liptrot right there with him. Jamie Liptrot having the best race of his weekend by my memory. Looking to the inside now of Mark Willis. Oh, they almost meet at the middle there. They did meet in the middle. Oh, and Willis does brilliantly to hold that. Usually, once you lose the rear of a pickup truck, that's it. But no, Willis did a brilliant job of holding on there. He's now side by side with the number 5 of Daniel Fisher. Fisher trying to go around the outside. He gets blocked out of it. Just behind them is the 52. That's James Goldstraw. Oh, off the circuit goes the number 2 of Liptrot. Liptrot was having a brilliant race. He now finds himself sliding into the Armco on the Cooper Straight. And we also got a momentary look at Matthew Moore, who is up at Druids in the gravel as well. All kicking off at once here. We get a look at Moore getting tapped into that by the 6th. That looked a little bit premeditated, if I'm being honest with you. Eric Bolton into the rear. Red flag. Red flag is out. And that would almost certainly be the end of the race. The red flag has been put out. Just too many incidents going on at once there, and they wouldn't be able to get the race back underway under safety car. So the red flag has been put out there. And that could be the saving grace with the lap count back for the likes of Liptrot and possibly more as well, although they were the cause of the red flag, so whether or not they get their positions back on a lap count back, I don't know. But what's for certain is that Dale Gent is your winner. The session will not be restarted, that is confirmed on TSL as we suspected. Dale Gent then taking the win from Matthew Simpson. Alan Cooper will be the third step of the podium. The 84 of Matthew Moore ending up straight on there, and Bolton just nudged him fourth towards the gravel. I don't know whether maybe Bolton was running out of brakes or something like that, or whether it was premeditated, but Liptrot and Tompkins got into it as well. Dean Tompkins pushing Liptrot into a spin, and from there Liptrot just couldn't stop the thing. The grass is so wet here at Brands Hatch. Tapped the Armco once, then tried to put the power down and ended up in the Armco a second time. I'm not looking forward to retrieving my car from the wet grass either later on. Dale Gent wins the race after 15 laps ahead of Matt Simpson and Alan Cooper. Fourth place Michael Smith, Paul Tompkins rounding out the top 5 ahead of Dean Tompkins. Then it's Daniel Fisher, Mark Willis in 8th place. 9th place James Goldstraw. 10th place Tom Hutchins, Chris Brockhurst in 11th place ahead of Jamie Liptrot in 12th, Jeff Simpson in 13th, and Matthew Moore in 14th place. Bolton taking 15th ahead of Hadfield in 16th. Neil Tressler rounds out the season in 17th place ahead of Ayling in 18th. Rhys Jones, the pickup truck racing champion for 2023, unfortunately ending the season in 19th place with whatever mechanical woes were causing him to slow down at the end. Smith in 20th, and obviously Aaron Thompson didn't get to the flag after his dramas earlier on. A suitably electric end to the pickup truck racing championship then, and hopefully a couple of the pickups will be parked down by our wonderful colleague Ewan in a few minutes for another interview. And I understand that Ewan is ready to go. So let's go down there now and catch up with some of our drivers from that frenetic pickup race. Go back to Ewan in a minute. Just sounded like we had some audio issues there. Once he's ready, we'll go back down to him. But that was a little bit fuzzy there for a moment. Hopefully that will be resolved in just a few seconds and we can go down to Ewan. We understand Ewan should be ready to go, so let's try and go down to the pits again.
Cheers, Adam. We're working now here with our race winner. It's bittersweet, isn't it, Dale?
Just a bit, yeah. No, that's a good end to the season. Not as much, well, be better than if we won it, but no, that was a good battle. Really enjoyed that.
It could have been a thrilling end because Rhys, we think he got a puncture, dropped down to about 20th or so. Yeah. It could have been an incredible end. What do you take away from this season? I know we've just finished, you'll have to process it. What can you take from this year into next year? You've been 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 5th. We need to get you on the top step.
Yeah, there's a few little bits over winter. We're going to see if we can make it a little bit more speed out of it. Just trying to do a bit more settling up with it, see if we can get that's handling out of it. It's handling pretty good, to be fair. I haven't had much complaints all year with it, to be honest. It's the bad luck with mechanical breakdowns out of our control.
Yeah. I think Matt might be hard to beat next year as well.
They'll be all right. We'll stick it to it. We'll be there. Don't you worry about that.
Mate, we can't wait. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. We'll turn around and have a chat with Matt Simpson. 2 wins and a 2nd place this year. Not 3 wins that we were predicting maybe, but an incredible weekend for you.
No, it's been mega. You know, we got to the front and we got knocked out of the way, which bent the steering, and obviously I had to sort of I adapt my driving just obviously to accommodate how the truck was behaving really, and it was just sort of settling myself back down and obviously just try and get to Dale, but I think we was fairly even.
We didn't know that. In terms of lap times, how much does that affect the handling and the speed and the lap times?
It just gave the truck really a horrendous understeer, so the more lock I was able to put more lock in it, which obviously then in turn is cooking the front tyre. So it that was on lap 1, lap 2. So yeah, I mean, good to come away with a second because I was expecting us to have a DNF in that, to be honest with you.
And biggest takeaway from this year that we're going to move into next year with?
Yeah, I mean, the truck's good. We're going to make some changes over the winter, for sure, because we haven't still got quite the pace what the Fords have got.
You can't get any faster, surely?
The Fords have got the edge, definitely got the edge. And unless, obviously, the sanctioning people, you know, are going to try and even them up, then we're going to have to try and do something else.
Okay. Well done, great season, we'll see you next year.
Definitely, cheers mate, thanks you.
Matt, thanks a lot. And finally we'll have a chat with Alan, who came in third place. We're going to run round. Oh no, we're going the wrong way, come on. We'll meet in the middle. What a lovely dance that was. Great way to end the season, well done.
Yeah, thank you very much, really appreciate that.
Yeah. How do you describe that race? It's been a long old weekend, long old season, great way to end it.
Yeah, it's a great way to end the season. It's unfortunate there's a few cars having a little rubbing each other, and unfortunately everyone's gone in the fence and we ended on the red flags, but I think the red flag may have done me a favour.
Looking towards next year, are you going to be in the pickups again? What's your plans?
Yeah, 100% I'll be in the pickups again. It's great formula, it's a great crowd, you know, on and off track, they're all great people.
And it seems like a great paddock, it's always smiles down here too.
Yeah, everyone's willing to help each other out. Just before now, my axle went in the last race, and we've had 3 different drivers all helping me change the axle. So you couldn't wish for better teams.
Cool. Have a great winter, well done.
Thank you very much.
Buddy, thanks a lot. Just an honourable mention as well to Aaron Thompson. After 18 years of racing several different classes and championships, this was his last ever race, we think, for the time being at least, and sadly ended in the wall down the back here. So well done to Aaron, great championship, great year, great career in racing for you. We hope to see you again. Now, that is us for the pickups for this season. In fact, if we've got time, let's jump in. I was going to hand to Pointy in the trucks there, but I've just spotted Rhys Jones, our champion. Rhys, I can't end this without having a chat with you. Well done again.
Yeah, it was a good race. Would have been, but we broke watch linkage near the end.
I was going to say, what happened?
Yeah, the axle keeps it in line, and one of the bars broke off.
But you kept going?
Yeah, we kept going, just in case. We wasn't sure if it was done or not, really. But yeah,
now, not just a one-time, a 2-time champion. How much is that more special, or was your first one the best one? How do you describe it being a... Now, you're like the man to beat now.
Yeah, I mean, some people like to think it's Matt to beat, but it's definitely not. But yeah, look, it was good. It's good. Yeah, I think the first one's more humble, but.
Take it away and tuck it under the garage for winter, or do something with it.
No, I think unfortunately it's going. I don't think we'll be here next year. So yeah, we're going to have a year out. And
okay. Any particular reason?
Not really. No, just 5 years in, we're a bit tired. So we'll have a rest.
We will see you again, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel sure we'll come back. Might do a couple of one-offs. We'll see.
Right, mate, well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And that is your 2023 pickup champion for the second year in a row. Rhys looking like he's going to go on a sabbatical. Who's going to win this? It is going to be a big year next year. Matt Simpson, Dale Gent, plenty of other names. And now we are going to go to, hang on a second, I just felt a few drips of rain here. And there's a massive rainbow behind us. And guess what? The trucks are coming out. Brands Hatch, a ton of metal, rain, bends, maybe red flags, fingers crossed. Let's get a clean race. It is the last race of the British Truck Racing Championship season. It is definitely raining. We're going to get inside, have a good race. Over to Adam.
Well, if there's a rainbow overhead, I would suggest that a British Truck Racing Championship race will be our pot of gold. And as you can see, it is definitely spitting with rain here as the trucks head out onto the circuit for their 5th and final race of the weekend. And your grid is as follows. Jock Borthwick will start from pole position alongside Stuart Oliver. That's a very interesting front row. Michael Oliver will be playing rear gunner. Oliver Jr. on row 2 alongside John Bowler. Row 3, Richard Collett alongside Craig Reed. Row 4 of the grid is David Jenkins, and Ryan Smith has to come from behind again, starting 8th on the grid once more. Can he make it another win? Win number 20 of the season if he can succeed. Tom O'Rourke in the 86 on row 5 alongside Stephen Powell. Moving on to row 6 of the grid, Simon Reed on the 89 and Bradley Smith in the 46. Simon Faulkner, the number 92 on row 7 alongside Neil Yates. And that concludes our Division 1 grid. Division 2, though, is where it's going to be a very interesting race, because Jim Bennett, the Seddon Atkinson, once again starting from the front alongside Adam Bint. Paul Rivett is next on the grid, second row of the Division 2s. Craig Evans alongside him, and John Powell, the last of the Division 2s, set to take the start. Paul Rivett is on 454 points in the Division 2 Championship. Adam Bint is on 454 points in the Division 2 Championship. They're tied coming into the decider. It's going to be a huge battle between Rivett and Bint for the Division 2 title. We can now head down, I believe, to the grid in just a few moments. I can see that Pointy is getting ready, so we're just making sure that Pointy is ready to go. We'll hear from him in a couple of moments down on the grid.
Let's go.
We head down.
I can't believe this. Did she say yes? Did she say yes? Did you say yes? Yes. She said yes, ladies and gentlemen. She said yes. Oh, unbelievable. On the grid straight at Brands Hatch just before the rain. You're very lucky, young lady. Oh my goodness me. Let me get their names. Sorry, just before. What's your name, sir? Sam. Sam and
Emily.
Emily. Congratulations. Congratulations to you as well. Big shot. Shoot your shot. Absolutely incredible. I mean, oh, what a moment. Absolutely incredible. What scenes we've got, and in front of thousands and thousands of spectators. I tell you what, that could have gone horribly wrong. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, we've got to go. We've got a race to do. Romance is not dead here at Brands Hatch. We are fully in love. What a fantastic way to end the British Truck Racing Championship season. Actually caught that on film. I think it's time for us to probably evacuate. But look, John, just look at this turnout up here in the grandstands. The amount of people that are here. Give us all a wave, guys. Absolutely fantastic.
It looks as though we have some signal issues down there on the grid, unfortunately, but one thing that we can see clearly from up here at the top of the hospitality is that our pole sitter isn't there. That's critical. Jock Borthwick is not there. Now, not necessarily surprised. Remember that Jock Borthwick in the earlier race this afternoon ended up on the back of Stuart Oliver's truck at one point and had massive damage. So unfortunately, Jock Borthwick isn't going to be able to take his pole position, leaving the front row clear for Stuart Oliver. We have an onboard here that appears to be with Tom O'Rourke. Tom O'Rourke in the 86 from the 5th row of the grid. He's just sat there at the moment behind David Jenkins. And here is Adam Bint, the number 5, starting on the front row in Division 2. He's going to be in a true scrap with Paul Rivett for the championship. They're tied on points, 454 apiece for Adam Bint, who starts second alongside Jim Bennett in Division 2, and Paul Rivett starting from 3rd in Division 2. He is going to be fighting every step of the way with Adam Bint in the Division 2 Championship. Of course, the Division 1 title has already gone the way of Ryan Smith. The number 1 truck will be pressing on. A massive congratulations to the marshals there with the marriage proposal as well. That was absolutely wonderful to see, and I'm sure that has been coming for a little while. I'm sure that date has been circled in the calendar, and she said yes, so that is absolutely wonderful. Love in the air, as Pointy said, but tension making the air that little bit more thick as well between Paul Rivett and Adam Bint. Bint and Rivett tied on points right now. They will all be so eager to see that pace truck roll away and go racing. It will be a 15-minute race, the 5th and final race of the weekend. They've had 33 races prior to today. They were meant to have 34 races prior to this one, but of course we didn't get to run race 1 properly on Saturday. So round 35 of the season is in actuality the 34th race of the season, and it's quite the opportunity for Ryan Smith to maybe take win number 20 of the season, but that's going to rely on him getting through the pack, and it's also going to rely on the former Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver, typically, once he gets to the front, it's hard to stop him. Can he capitalise on that form in this race? So then, as you can see, the sun is setting. We are awaiting the go for racing here. Just looking around the circuit from my commentary box window to see if there's anything prohibiting us from going out on the formation lap, and it doesn't appear that there is, but hopefully in the not too distant future we will be racing. It is a rolling start, of course, in the British Truck Racing Championship. Looking out around the circuit, it's no less full than it has been all day here, of course. This is one of the biggest days in the Brands Hatch calendar, the British Truck Racing Championship on the line, and of course the fireworks display and the drifting and all of the excitement that comes at the end of this championship Sunday. The pace truck is rolling, and it is now time for us to go racing. A reminder, Jock Borthwick was meant to start from pole position, but unfortunately he's not there, and that leaves the seas pre-parted for Stuart Oliver in the number 7. He lines up alone on the first row. Row 2 of the grid, Michael Oliver along with John Bowler. Row 3, Richard Collett, the number 95, Craig Reed in the 68, alongside on row 3 of the grid. Then it's Jenkins and Smith on the 69 and the number 1 respectively. But all eyes on Division 2. Just coming up towards you now, the all-black number 5 of Adam Bint, 454 points. And behind him is Paul Rivette. They're both tied on 454 points in the championship. It could go either way in that Division 2 championship. Now, one thing that we should remember is that Bint has more victories, and that could be the deciding factor. So there's only one on the front row of the grid this time. The British Truck Racing Championship season finale will begin with Stuart Oliver all alone on the front row of the grid. But so many of the eyes here are focused on Division 2, where Paul Rivette and Adam Bint are tied. Ryan Smith has already won the Division 1 championship. And the cloud of smoke, ash and tension, we go racing in the British Truck Racing Championship. We ride on board with Adam Bint, who takes the early lead in Division 2. Bint to the lead in Division 2 as he closes in on the Division 1 leaders, and Rivette has gotten through into second in class as well. Bint gets past Yates in the 33. Oh, and a big moment on the first lap of the race. Big moment there. One of the Reed trucks sent up onto the Armco barrier, and that was the number 3 of Stephen Powell that spun across the bore. I believe of Simon Reed there, but you can see the damage to the barriers there on the very first lap of the race. Simon Reed and Stephen Powell off onto the grass, and once you're on the grass in these big trucks when it's been raining, there's no way of stopping. Adam Bint was also in the general vicinity, of course, as the Division 2 leader. That incident happening at the back of Division 1. Bint is still there, thankfully. Bint in the number 5 was leading Division 2 out of the first corner, but of course the race being on its first lap, they would completely reset the race if we can go racing again. But with that much barrier repair now faced by the marshals and the track, it's going to be quite the effort to get this race back underway. There is the 89, so it was indeed Reed that got up there. It was Simon Reed who got collected there by the number 3 of Powell. Stephen Powell just got a bit sideways there, the 6-time Division 2 champion. Didn't see whether or not he was put into that spin or not, but early drama certainly here in the British Truck Racing Championship, and Stuart Oliver heads back towards his pole position. And he, like everyone, will be awaiting information as to what happens next, because with a barrier that flat, obviously they need to do that repair, and that is usually, I mean, that's an hour's work on its own often. So we wait with bated breath now to see what we do next here at the British Truck Racing Championship season finale. We hope that everyone is obviously okay down there on the run to Druids. But Stuart Oliver did get a good start from the front row of the grid. Of course, importantly, Adam Bint got a great start and led in the early going in Division 2, was picking his way through the Division 1 runners. But unfortunately a couple of gaps in that grid now, and that is because of the stricken trucks down there and indeed the flattened barriers down there. The wonderful recovery crew have already launched into action to try and remove those trucks as quickly as humanly possible. And of course, the great medical team here from the BARC and MSV will be checking on the drivers too. The trackside recovery crew, along with LJ Transportation and H&A Truck Assistance, will make their way. So LJ Transportation with their big DAF XF have been scrambled to try and tow the trucks, and of course H&A Truck Assistance also out there along with Trackside Recovery, the resident team here at Brands Hatch, to try and clear this one up. But you can see there that they have scrambled an ambulance, so hopefully everyone is okay. That is our first concern, of course. We are, of course, at the risk of running out of lights depending on the size and scale of this delay. But for now, again, everyone hoping that both drivers and any others are okay after that significant impact on the first lap of the race. You saw there a illustration as always of just how seismic it is when these trucks have a big crash. Of course, Adam Bint and Paul Rivette will be crossing their fingers that we get this one back underway, because the last thing they'd want to do is work this out by way of countback. Adam Bint So, if this race doesn't resume with 454 points for both Adam Bint and Paul Rivette, the situation is this. Adam Bint, and I'll correct myself earlier on, I got them the wrong way round. Adam Bint has 5 wins to his name this season, whereas Paul Rivette has 17 wins. He's just had a little less luck than Adam Bint. So Rivette on countback, if they were tied, I believe the next step is who had the most victories, and that would mean that if this race doesn't resume, Rivette, I believe, would be the Division 2 champion. I'm sure that Pointy and some of the BTRC officials on the ground will know that protocol better than I, but typically if we have a tie in points in a championship tie-break situation, that is the next step, is looking at who got the most wins, and that is undoubtedly Paul Rivette. So we'll have to see what decisions are made, but obviously a significant delay expected here with those barriers, with those trucks damaged as they are. And obviously beyond the barriers, beyond the trucks and the drivers, also whether or not anyone else was injured in that at all, we don't know much, but what we do know is this is going to be a significant red flag. We'll have to wait and see what the next steps are here. We hope you can remain patient with us as we wait to see what comes next, but certainly not the way we wanted to start the season finale here in the British Truck Racing Championship. Of course, the other question mark as well beyond the truck race, which is already, TSL have put it to 10 minutes by the looks of it on the screen if we do go back to racing. The other complicating factor is the Legends cars, and they absolutely cannot run in the dark. They do not have headlights or anything even remotely close to it. The Legends would absolutely not be able to run in full darkness, and obviously sunset is expected in a little over 40 minutes here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Again, our primary concern right now is for safety, and that applies to the barriers, that applies to drivers, to anyone else down there on the approach to Druids Bend. We await information for now. And as you can see, the sun is very rapidly setting over the Kentish countryside today. So again, if you're just joining us here on the live stream, apologies for the silence, but obviously at the moment ourselves here in production, in the commentary box and elsewhere, are just trying to figure out what the lay of the land is after that collision on the first lap. If you're just joining us for the season finale race and you missed the beginning, there was a two-truck collision on the approach up to Druids Bend that flattened the Armco, and currently personnel en masse, marshals and medical, trying to see what the next steps are, track maintenance as well, seeing what the next steps are here today, whether or not the barrier can be repaired, whether or not we are able to go racing again today. It is unclear at this stage. Drivers are down and discussing, most out of their trucks, quite a few of them no longer even on the racing surface, just having a discussion down on the pit apron itself. And once we do have any information we can give you, we'll give it to you, but unfortunately right now there is not really much that we can say, do or cover for you, because we are just as in the dark as everyone, and obviously the last thing we'd want to do is give false hope or any information that's not 100% certain. So as soon as the BARC or anyone else has information for us, we can give it to you, but for now we await any news as to what's happening here regarding the finale of the British Truck Racing Championship, and of course the legend race that follows thereafter. We've just had news through on TSL timing. This meeting is now abandoned. So any more information than that is not forthcoming, but this meeting has now been abandoned. Unfortunately, we'll not get the season finale of the British Truck Racing Championship or the National Legends. So again, unfortunately, this meeting has now been abandoned. That's confirmed by the clerk of the course, the race directors, and indeed on the TSL timing screen. This meeting has now been abandoned. Significant barrier damage down at Druids, and that is just the start of any potential issues we may have. So we're hopefully not in too bad of a situation. We hope that anyone involved in that incident is okay. But what we do know is that the meeting has now been abandoned, unfortunately. So the BTRC finale, the National Legends Championship season finale, will have to be called off. Light fading here at Brands Hatch. Sunset was due at 25 past the hour, so it was always a risk with time constraints and light constraints as well. And the meeting has now been confirmed to be abandoned here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. So this, unfortunately, is the end of racing action for this weekend, and indeed for the BARC live season. So Ryan Smith, of course, champion in the British Truck Racing Championship Division 1, and I believe that on countback, with Paul Rivett and Adam Bint on 454 points apiece, that the championship will go to Paul Rivett, who has more race victories than Adam Bint. That is the situation as I understand it. Paul Rivett would more than likely be the Division 2 champion on race victory countback. I believe we will check down with Ewan and Pointy before the end of this broadcast, but not the ending that any of us wanted to see in the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. But that is unfortunately the reality of racing, any type of motor racing, that major accidents can happen, and we just hope that every and anyone that was involved in that accident is okay. Well, smoke signals overhead for the British Truck Racing Championship as a few of the drivers elect to cap off their weekends with a burnout. Lots of burnouts ongoing on the main straight as the trucks vacate back to their outer paddock, and the fans will now make their way home. Unfortunately, not with the crescendo that we anticipated, but it has been a good weekend of racing here up to this point here on BARC TV. Today was a sellout event here, and sure that the BTRC will remain a staple part of the Brands Hatch calendar for many years to come. But unfortunately, the season finale not able to take place after that collision on the first lap. So it has been my absolute pleasure to cover this weekend's action. It has been very exciting stuff at times. Obviously, again, my hope is that everyone is okay after what has happened here in the truck race. It's been great to work with Ewan and Pointy as well, providing their insights on the trucks and the rest of the weekend. To Ewan and Pointy will end our broadcast before we bid you farewell, but we hope you have enjoyed the weekend's action. Obviously, again, as we understand it, Paul Rivett will have won the big talking point, the big storyline, with 454 points apiece. Rivett, with 17 wins this year, we believe would be the Division 2 champion. So then, we will now head down to Ewan and Pointy as they wrap up our broadcast for this weekend. Down now to the pits and the paddock.
Right then, well, for the early finish to the race, of course there was a racing incident, and we've spoken to BARC and their verdict.
It is, we're going to abandon the meeting just for safety reasons. The Aramco barrier, it's going to take so long to be fixed. The sun's going down, we're going to run out of daylight very sadly, but great season, every single event this year, every single track. It's been a thrill to have you with us. We're already looking forward to next year. Summary of the Truck Racing Championship though, Pointy?
I mean, well, yeah, it really was down to the line. This race would have been the decider. Of course, because of the way it's ended, we've got the result now for Division 2, which was the only thing in contention. And even though Paul Rivett and Adam Bint both went into this race with equal points, Paul Rivett most championship trophies through the year, which means he's taken it for the podiums.
Has it ever been that close?
In my history, a couple of times, believe it or not, yeah. Yeah, and it's such a shame. It's always such a random end to Brands Hatch. It's not the first incident we've had. Obviously, racing is racing, and that's what we've got to remember. But I'd just like to say a massive thank you to everyone from MSV, of course, everyone from BARC, and yourself as well, you, for being here with me.
And most importantly, look behind us. The crowd this weekend have been incredible. If you are watching on the stream right now and you're here, don't go anywhere. We've still got the fireworks, we've still got music, parades going on, so stay where you are. It's still going to be a thrilling end to this Sunday.
And more importantly, of course, if you missed any of the action, we've also got the highlights package going out on BARC TV and the British Truck Racing Championships YouTube channel later on tonight. But of course, for now, from us, that's all we've got time for here at Brands Hatch. Thank you for joining us for the 2023 season.